Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hurry up now, Jason barked, his face tense with urgency. His normally sharp planning had missed one crucial factor: how loud gunfire could be in the open city. It wasn't something he could control in this altered timeline. And in a world where luck was already a precious resource, he couldn't afford another mistake. Bang, bang, bang. Jason stepped back and fired with unrelenting precision. Each bullet tore through a walker's skull, his speed and accuracy unervingly efficient. But something was wrong. These walkers were faster than the ones they had encountered before. Now wasn't the time for analysis, though. They had to retreat. "I'm reloading. I've got you covered," Tommy shouted back. Bang, bang. Under a hail of cover fire, Jason swapped out his magazine with mechanical efficiency. His eyes were calm, calculating, even as the dead surged closer. No panic, no hesitation. That composure was why even seasoned soldiers followed his lead. "We need to move, boss. I've got your back. Climb now," Jason ordered, motioning Tommy up the ladder. He fired as he spoke, his rounds punching through multiple walker heads at once. The way their corpses collapsed, two, sometimes three from a single bullet, was a grim testament to his skill. He entered a focused rhythm. Reload, aim, shoot, repeat. It was almost meditative. "Jason, get up here," Rick yelled from above, eyes wide with alarm. Bang, bang. Jason reloaded once more before finally backing toward the ladder. Only when he could no longer safely hold the line did he begin to climb. Halfway up, he cast one last, cold glance down at the horde below. Arf! The smell, the rot, the sound of gnashing teeth. It was hell unleashed. Tommy, having just pulled himself to safety, stared at the relentless wave of walkers below, his heart pounding. Jason had warned them. Somehow he'd known. On a nearby rooftop, a young Asian man froze in shock. He had been watching the chaos unfold. Armed men in black retreating from a growing undead mob. The sound of gunfire had drawn every walker in earshot. "Soldiers," Glenn whispered, astonished. The way they moved and shot, this wasn't their first time. Not by a long shot. "Sir, are you okay?" Tommy asked Jason, noting his unflinching demeanor. "I'm fine," Jason replied evenly, eyes still locked on the alley below. "We're not boxed in. We got options." Rick, still catching his breath, nodded. "If everyone's good, let's move." Ammunition was checked. Less than a third expended. Acceptable losses. And considering how thick the horde had been, it was unlikely any new walkers would show up soon. One by one, they climbed to the rooftop. As Jason pulled himself up, a sudden shout rang out. "Don't move, you son of a bitch." 3 rifles aimed at a startled Glenn, hands in the air. "Whoa, I was just trying to help you up," he stammered. "Easy," Rick said, stepping forward. "I think he's part of the group we're here for." "I'm Glenn," the young man replied nervously. "I saw you guys and figured you needed help. I didn't think anyone could get out of that mess alive." Jason stepped forward. "He's with the quarry group." "You okay?" he asked Glenn, already moving past introductions. Glenn's eyes narrowed. "Wait, how do you know me? Are you the rescue team?" "Exactly," Rick confirmed. "We're here to get you out." "You actually came," Glenn exclaimed, beaming. "I thought no one would make it in, especially after the city got overrun." "I'm Jason," he said, extending his hand. "You've heard of me. This may be our first meeting, but I plan to evacuate the quarry, then learn part of your group had come into the city." Glenn shook his hand enthusiastically. "Rick, right? You're kind of a legend in our camp. We even bet on whether you'd wake up from your coma." Rick chuckled. "Let me guess. You bet I wouldn't?" "Oh yeah. Sorry," Glenn said sheepishly. Jason cut in. "Let's move. Take us to the others. We're on the clock." "Right this way." They followed Glenn down an exterior stairwell, weaving through emergency routes until they reached the back alley of a nearby mall. The way ahead was mostly clear, thanks to a conveniently placed bus blocking the street. We're at the back door. 5 of us. 2 walkers. We'll need some help, Glenn radioed through the intercom. As he reached the bottom, Jason rushed ahead. Take them down. Jason drew a knife and dispatched the first walker with clinical precision, straight through the skull. No wasted movement. Tommy and Jimmy mirrored the silent efficiency, slitting throats and saving ammo. Thud! The mall's back door swung open. 2 raincoat-clad figures stepped out, Morales and T-Dog. They froze when they saw all the walkers already neutralized. Give me your machete, Jason said. Rick handed it over, puzzled. Tommy, leave the last 3 to me. Jason stepped forward. One by one, he severed the arms of the 3 remaining walkers, then knocked them to the ground. With swift swings, he disfigured their jaws, rendering them unable to bite. Crack! Crack! Everyone stared, confused and silent. They're perfect, Jason said with a faint smile, backing away. The armless, jawless walkers staggered to their feet, disoriented but harmless. They stood facing each other, unmoving. What the hell? Glenn whispered, removing his cap. Jason turned to the mall team. You got rope. A rope? T-Dog echoed, dazed. I'll get it, Morales said, already sprinting off. Tommy watched Jason work in awe. Intelligence, composure, ruthlessness. This was why he followed the man. When Morales returned, Jason tied the walkers to the mall's door handles. Let's go. Time to meet the others. Understood, boss. You guys are insane, Glenn muttered, still smiling as he followed them inside. What the hell just happened back there? T-Dog blurted out the moment they stepped inside the building. Those walkers just stopped. Did anyone else see that? Or am I losing my mind? Easy, T-Dog, Glenn said, raising a hand. We'll get to that later. Right now, we've got more pressing things to handle. Everyone's eyes flicked toward the strangers. Jason and his team radiated a calm authority that didn't match the chaos outside. Their movements were sharp, their weapons steady. They didn't look like ordinary survivors, and they weren't. Jason scanned the room, reading the people, the tension, the hope hidden behind suspicious stares. He wasn't just here to evacuate. He was here to understand how much had changed now that he'd gotten involved. These are the guys Shane told us about, Glenn said, addressing the group. That's Jason, and those 2 with him are part of his team. And this here, he gestured to the man in the sheriff's uniform, is Rick, Lori's husband. Rick nodded grimly, still on edge after the narrow escape. Jason acknowledged the introductions with a slight smile. Glenn continued, this is T-Dog, Morales, Andrea, Jackie, and Merle, who's currently upstairs. Jason's eyes narrowed. So that was the shooter. He and Tommy exchanged a look. They already knew Merle would be a problem. Was it your people who fired earlier? Rick asked, still visibly tense. No, Morales interjected with a sigh. It was Merle. Got into a fight with T-Dog. Lost his temper. Now we're stuck, and the walkers are crawling all over the building. Andrea stepped forward, concern etched into her face. There is so much noise. Are we even getting out of here? Jason stepped toward the building's front windows, peering out. From the look on his face, he wasn't surprised by what he saw. Despite the divergence in events, the current scene still matched what he remembered. They were surrounded, but to him, that didn't mean they were trapped. There are plenty of ways out, he said calmly. But first, we deal with the unstable elements. I'll handle Merle. Without another word, he turned toward the stairs. Tommy silently followed. We might need to call for backup, Jason murmured. Tommy nodded. Understood. They ascended the stairs quietly. At the rooftop, Merle stood at the edge, taking potshots at walkers below, while muttering slurs and laughing like a madman. Die, you racist bastards. Jason didn't hesitate. He moved in silently, and, just as Merle was lining up his next shot, crack! Merle's world spun as Jason delivered a precise, efficient blow to the side of his head. His rifle clattered to the rooftop. Before he could react, Tommy and Jimmy had him pinned against the wall, rifles pressed to his temple. Who the hell sucker punches a man from behind? Merle roared, thrashing against the grips. Hold your fire. Jason ordered calmly as others burst onto the rooftop, alarmed by the sudden confrontation. Merle's mouth ran hot, spitting insults. "Lower your damn weapons, or I'll—" Jason stepped forward, eyes cold. "You'll what?" Everyone froze. Jason's presence, calm yet commanding, filled the space. Then, Jason drew his sidearm. Bang! The bullet tore into the air, not at Merle but skyward. Merle flinched, clutching his chest. "Holy hell, you crazy bastard!" Jason knelt and retrieved the spent casing. He approached Merle and pressed the hot brass into his palm. "In this world, I only give 2 chances. You just use your first." Merle glared but said nothing. "I don't like violence," Jason continued. "Blood's messy, wasteful, but I also don't waste tools, especially ones that can be useful." He motioned for his team to back off. They did. Jason held out the pistol to Merle. Fully loaded. The air thickened with tension. Everyone waited. Merle hesitated, his hand hovering. He could shoot. He wanted to, but he didn't. He grabbed the gun, then slowly lowered it. "I'm not stupid," he muttered. "Not that stupid." But as he turned, Merle made a move. Too fast, too aggressive. Jason caught his wrist instantly, stopping the gun's rise. Thud! A sharp knee drove into Merle's gut. The pistol dropped. Jason spun, his foot sweeping out and knocking Merle off balance. The older man recovered fast, drawing a hidden knife. But Jason was faster. He sidestepped the slash, seized Merle's wrist, and twisted. The blade clattered to the ground. Another kick sent it skidding across the rooftop. Seconds passed. Merle was disarmed, pinned, breathing hard. Jason let him go. "I'm Jason," he said with a faint smirk. "Nice to meet you, Merle." Merle rubbed his wrist, face flushed with pain and humiliation. But he was no fool. He recognized dominance when he saw it. This wasn't some random soldier. Jason had bested him in every way. A grin slowly spread across Merle's face. He extended a hand. "Well, hell, you're that Jason? Buddy, why didn't you say so earlier? Heard a lot about you back at camp. Didn't know you were the one coming to rescue us. Damn glad to see you, man." Jason shook his hand, the smile on his lips not quite reaching his eyes. He'd seen through Merle from the start. A man who'd do anything to survive, who respected only strength, who changed his tune when cornered. And Jason could work with that, so long as Merle remembered one thing. He only had one chance left. "This city smells like shit. Less than before, of course," Merle muttered as he picked his nose. Jason didn't need to force him to surrender or turn him into a prisoner. He just needed to make it very clear that if he ever did anything to endanger everyone again, things would end in a way he didn't want to mention. Merle had to understand that messing with him was not an option. "Merle, I can understand you and respect your way of living. There's just one small rule you have to follow. Don't create any unfavorable situations for my team. So, you have the chance to put an end to our problems. What do you say?" The crowd around them had just calmed down from the tense atmosphere. But as soon as they heard Jason's words, they all turned to look at Merle, eager to see what he would say. Merle wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. With a grin, he put his arm around Jason's shoulder, turned his head toward the crowd, and said, "Ha ha ha. Jason, I'll agree to your terms. Just because it's you. From now on, no one here will think about causing trouble. If anyone breaks the plan, I'll personally beat them up." Everyone fell silent upon hearing those hypocritical words. T-Dog even started ignoring everything Merle was saying. Rick shook his head. This guy seemed like a very troublesome idiot. Seeing that Merle had settled down, Jason had nothing more to say. He turned his attention back to the situation below the building. "All right, but first, let's figure out the best way to get out of this place." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We need to figure out how to get out of this damn place." Merle echoed Jason's words as soon as he dropped the subject. Jason walked to the edge of the building and looked down at the city, trying to determine the best and least problematic way out. Contacting his people outside the city wouldn't solve their current situation. Starting a large-scale shootout to escape would bring nothing but losses. As an idea formed in his mind, Jason turned to Tommy and said, "Give me your radio. There's something I overlooked when we came here." "All right." Tommy pulled a radio from his vest and handed it to Jason, his expression calm. "Easy. This is Jason. I want you to broadcast a message on the radio to find other survivors in the city. Right now, we're working on resolving things on our end so we can make future decisions based on better intelligence." After saying that, Jason looked at Tommy and asked, "When is Billy coming with the others?" They took the survivors back. I don't think it'll take more than 2 hours for them to meet up with the group outside Atlanta. As soon as he heard those words, Jason's radio crackled. "Understood, sir. We'll be broadcasting distress messages. For now, everything is calm on our end. Do you think there are more survivors in this place?" Rick asked with a puzzled expression. "I don't think so. We've been coming to the city for a long time and haven't found anyone. I doubt anyone will respond," Glenn said, shaking his head at Rick's question. "Well, first, we need to save ourselves before worrying about anything else," Rick said as he fell into deep thought. Jason then carefully analyzed the current situation and proposed several escape plans. Plan number 1 was to escape from the roof they had reached and then find a way to climb down from a building further away, slowly and safely reaching the ground. This method requires a lot of strength. Its advantage was safety, but the disadvantage was the climbing skill required, which would slow them down. The second plan is to force their way through and fight their way to the outskirts of the city as quickly as possible. However, they would have to take out a lot of walkers, and mutual trust would be essential. If anyone hesitated or failed to take down a walker, the whole beat would be thrown off. Another plan was to send 2 or 3 people to the nearby parking lot to retrieve a truck and drive it back so the entire group could escape together. This method was dangerous, but it would allow them to gather all the supplies they had gathered, making the trip worthwhile. The last thing on Jason's mind was to use the underground pipes, but Jason immediately dismissed this idea. He explained that the underground pipes in the obsolete building were sealed with steel filters, making them impassable without the necessary tools. It wasn't worth wasting time trying this option. Each method had its pros and cons. Jason asked everyone to think carefully and decide which one was the most reliable, considering their abilities. Jason and his people had no issues leaving safely, but there were civilians in the survivor group with different physical conditions. He had to take their abilities into account to ensure a safe journey for everyone. Rick was the first to speak. "I think the first 3 methods are feasible, but if we decide to break through by force, we have to move fast and not fail in taking down the infected. So, I vote for the second method, which seems the safest. If I may ask, about the third method, how do you plan to reach the parking lot without causing a commotion like in the first method?" Merle's rough voice cut in. It was more realistic than the first and third options, but if they got trapped by walkers or inside a building, it would turn into a suicide mission. But Merle knew Jason wouldn't propose a suicide mission, which is why he wanted answers. He understood that the safest method could also become the most dangerous. Merle felt that if they could walk to the parking lot without problems, their chances of escaping would be higher than with the other options. The third method seems viable, considering our limited equipment and weaponry. "If we try to break through by force, things could go south quickly," Tommy said openly. "I prepared 3 walkers with their arms and jaws removed at the back of the building. You all know that my team and I came from the CDC, and I've been in contact." After saying that, Jason pointed out, recent studies have shown that once infected individuals have their limbs removed and lose the ability to bite, they become very docile and won't have the instinct to attack us. This way, we can stay close to them and avoid attacks from other walkers nearby. But the trick is they must not make any noise. Jason explained that this method would be the key to getting to a vehicle. Really, Andrea was a bit skeptical about this unrealistic method. "It's true, I saw it with my own eyes." Glenn nodded with certainty and looked at T-Dog and Morales at the same time. The two had also seen it when they ran out and nodded at Andrea in the same way. "Are you sure?" Rick looked at Jason. He just wanted to see his wife and children as soon as possible, so he was focused on making a safe plan quickly and implementing it right away. Jason nodded and said in a serious tone, "I'm quite sure. We've conducted related experiments, and the chances of the infected seeing through the disguise are very small. In this case, unless you accidentally make a sound, the risk is minimal. That sounds good. I'll vote for it. Jackie decided to trust Jason. Me too. Same here. Then, who's going to go? Andrea asked the key question. Merle sat beside her, looking at the others with a mocking gaze, except for Jason and his people, but he remained silent. At this moment, someone had to volunteer. Jason simply took the initiative and said, "Since I came up with the idea, I'll be the one to go." "I'm going too," Tommy said with a determined look, but Jason's words immediately ruled him out of the mission. "No, I need you two to stay here and make sure everything is in order." After speaking, he turned his head and looked at Rick. "Are you coming?" Rick nodded when he heard the words, agreeing without hesitation. Whether Rick was a cop or not, he always had a strong sense of justice, which made people willing to follow him. Seeing Rick nod, Jason looked around until his gaze finally landed on Merle. He raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Merle, are you coming?" Merle shrugged indifferently and replied, "I don't care. If you need me, I'll go. I definitely won't be a coward like these idiots who just stood there speechless." Everyone's expressions darkened. Although Merle's words were unpleasant, they were true. If Jason hadn't volunteered to go, no one else here would have dared to take such a dangerous risk on their own. In reality, Merle wasn't very afraid of the walkers. They moved slowly and didn't fit his idea of true danger. Even though there were a lot of them, in Merle's mind, he looked down on these mindless creatures. Seeing the downcast expressions of the people in front of him only made him want to leave this place, even if it meant stepping into walker territory. On the other hand, Jason was providing knowledge about what could be done to survive. Merle's dissatisfaction with Jason had silently faded quite a bit at this moment. At least his request didn't seem self-serving, so he would help. Now that the plan was set, the three of them stopped wasting time and went downstairs to prepare. Jason and the others quickly reached the back door of the building, dragged the three still warm corpses they had tied up earlier toward the exit, and asked Glenn to find 3 oversized jackets. After thinking about what he was about to do, Jason handed his gun to Tommy, put on some gloves, and stabbed the 3 corpses multiple times. "Now, put on the gloves and smear the jackets with some blood." Jason instructed the other 2 while wiping the blood off his hands onto the jacket he was wearing. "What's the point of this?" Andrea asked with a disgusted expression. "We'll have an extra layer to cover our scent. If there were only a few walkers outside, we wouldn't need to do this. But if the streets are packed with them, like the horde we saw earlier, this will give us an extra layer of protection." Jason patiently explained these survival techniques. He would teach everyone little by little in the future. And so, soon enough, there was a line of 6 figures on the streets of Atlanta. 3 humans, each holding a walker by a rope tied around its neck. "It's like I'm walking my dog." Merle couldn't help but joke. Rick just frowned upon hearing those words from Merle's mouth. That man was definitely an idiot. According to the plan, Jason would drive. Once they arrived at the destination, Rick and Merle would try to get the keys. The 3 moved slowly, and the parking lot fence in front of them was getting closer. On the rooftop, everyone was lying on the edge of the fence, watching the 3 figures closely. As they got closer and closer to the parking lot, everyone grew more and more excited. Boom! But at that moment, thunder exploded over Atlanta, signaling that rain was approaching. What were the chances of something like this happening? Jason looked up at the sky. The rain was inevitable, just as it would be in reality. Even though he had tried to speed up the process as much as possible, he lacked the right perception, and this was something truly impossible to predict. Moreover, from his own perspective, he could be certain that he had arrived at the building later than in the original story. But that was only his own perception, nothing related to reality. Now, based on his visual inspection, he discovered that the parking lot wasn't too far away. Jason made a few hand signals, reminding the 2 people beside him of the situation and what they needed to do. Pointing at the sky, everyone understood that it was very likely going to rain. After signaling, Jason tightened his grip on the rope in his hand and slowly pulled the walker behind him closer. Seeing Jason's movements, Rick and Merle did the same, pulling their ropes and bringing the walkers closer. The 3 moved about 10 more meters, and it wasn't long before raindrops started hitting their heads. Jason glanced back and noticed that the walkers around them were starting to thin out, so he raised 2 fingers, signaling everyone to pick up the pace. Jason had asked Merle and Rick to stay alert to their surroundings. Anything could happen during this adrenaline-fueled walk, and when faced with those horrible-looking walkers, very few people could remain calm. Finally, they reached the edge of the fence without incident. The 3 tossed the ropes from their hands, and Jason let the other 2 climb over first. At least they knew how to take initiative instead of arguing. No one here would waste time voting on who should go first. That's why when Jason stepped aside to let them pass, they did so without a word. The sound of the wire fence clattering instantly shattered the silence of the quiet street. Almost immediately, all the nearby walkers turned their rotten, blood-covered faces toward them, and even the ones farther away followed suit. With a cold expression, Jason drew his modified pistol and a knife from his vest and began moving without waiting for the closest walkers to catch up. He knew all too well that he couldn't fight the walkers right next to the metal fence. Otherwise, the cramped space could put him at a disadvantage, making it difficult to deal with them if they piled up. With a grim smile, Jason plunged his knife into the first nearby walker. His hand moved so quickly that the cut was clean and blood spurted onto the ground. Crack! With his dagger-piercing skulls, Jason refrained from using his gun for the time being. He needed to clear the sidewalk area near the fence to ensure a safe climb. Soon, the walkers began to drop rapidly. These were much slower than the ones he had faced in the hospital and before climbing the building. According to Edwin Jenner, at least in Europe, there were infected who were faster and could do incredible things like climbing or opening doors. Although Glenn and the others on top of the building were far away, they could still vaguely see someone among the walkers. Glenn lifted his binoculars for a closer look and exclaimed, "It's Jason. He's taking down the walkers. From what I see, he protected Merle and Rick while they climbed the metal fence. Will they be okay?" Jason is a good leader. As the chief captain responsible for the CDC security, he'll protect his friends. Don't worry. Tommy recalled how Jason had always taken the lead when they began expanding, just as he was doing now. Even though the military had withdrawn, Jason had chosen to risk his life to save them from imminent death. Everyone at the CDC respected him deeply. Thanks to his skills and keen observations, many people had food to eat and a comfortable bed to sleep in. The others on the rooftop also watched the scene from afar, but all they could see was a lone figure dressed in black, cutting down several walkers. They couldn't help but be amazed by the skills these soldiers had displayed so far. They were still at the stage where they couldn't kill walkers without firearms. When had they ever seen someone using just a knife to take down so many walkers? After a few more minutes, they saw Jason finishing off the nearby walkers before turning and running at full speed. From a distance, Jason sprinted, stepping onto the fence, and in 2 swift steps, using his strong arms, he leaped over the barrier. On the other side of the fence, Rick and Merle, who had just jumped over, were about to turn back to support Jason, thinking he was in trouble. But they also had to face enemies on their side. By the time they had dealt with them, Jason had already vaulted over the fence. Rick nodded at the others, turned around, and ran toward the parking lot in search of the key box. As for Merle, he crawled like a worm along the ground, and when he turned back to the fence, he saw Jason taking down multiple walkers with his knife. Merle secretly felt lucky to have met someone so strong and ruthless, someone who could understand his way of thinking and his view of this world. Back at the building, Merle had hesitated when he realized the situation was dire. This guy was truly someone to be feared. That thought crossed Merle's mind, and then he reminded himself that he and Jason were on the same side. He would need to pay attention to him in the future. After crossing the fence, Jason didn't immediately run to the truck. Instead, he pulled out the grenade he had taken from the tank. Boom! The massive explosion echoed across the area, and the walkers slowly moved toward the parking lot. The grenade's explosion was sudden. Jason then drew his gun and started taking out the nearest walkers. Bang! 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 In an instant, he emptied his magazine without stopping. He quickly holstered his weapon and sprinted toward the truck. By then, Rick had already grabbed the keys. He ran toward the truck, signaled to Merle that everything was ready, and Jason reached out to catch the keys thrown to him. Vroom! The truck roared to life, and as soon as the two got in, Jason didn't drive off immediately. Instead, he honked the horn. The sharp sound once again pierced the silent street, carrying far into the distance. The walkers drawn by the explosion couldn't help but move even faster. It lasted only a few seconds. Then Jason stopped hesitating, turned the wheel, and the truck sped toward another exit from the parking lot. Crash! The gate of the parking lot burst open, and the truck sped away. The people on the building's rooftop anxiously watched, trying to understand what was happening. When they saw the truck leaving the parking lot and finally picking up speed, they couldn't help but cheer. Amazing! Thank God! They did it! Let's get ready, Tommy said as they started descending the building. Inside the truck, Rick sat in the passenger seat while Merle leaned forward between the front seats. Jason, did you honk just now to draw the walkers away from the parking lot? Since Merle figured it was beneficial to be around Jason, his usual sarcasm seemed to have toned down considerably. Well, we need to circle around the area and hope the walkers at the building's entrance head toward the parking lot. That way, we'll have enough time to pick up the others. Rick silently nodded for a moment before suddenly turning to Jason with a serious expression. Thanks to your plan, we'll be able to get out of here safely. Turning his head slightly, Rick's eyes were filled with sincerity. Jason gave a faint smile and said nothing, merely reaching out to pat Rick's shoulder. Can you two stop being so sentimental? I'm afraid the truck might break down and everything will go to hell. Jason picked up the radio. Everyone get ready. We're about to move. About 10 minutes later, gunfire erupted near the building's side door, followed by Merle's voice. Open the door. Open the damn door. Do you still want to get out of this place or not? Everyone rushed to open the side door. At that moment, the walkers that had been pounding on the main entrance finally crashed through the glass. They quickly lifted the shutter, tossed their bags into the truck, and climbed aboard. Jason's group opened fire on the approaching walkers before jumping into the truck. ZZ, we're heading toward your position. Are there any updates we should know about? Tommy asked over the radio, trying to get information on the convoy that had been waiting. After leaving the city of Atlanta, those close to Jason knew that this was not the end of their problems, as there were still many issues to resolve. Sir, the captain of the 3rd Expedition Group has joined us. We're now informing him about what we've discovered. Shortly after, the voice of Tommy's friend, Billy, came through the radio. Tommy, I caught up on the situation from the soldiers who stayed behind, trying to communicate via radio with potential survivors. Only one group of refugees in the city responded to our call. Hearing that a group of survivors had answered their call, Tommy felt somewhat relieved that there were still people who trusted those from the outside world. All right, I'll inform the boss, and we'll decide what to do once we meet up. Understood. We'll be waiting, Billy replied in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, everyone inside the truck Jason was driving turned to look at Tommy and the other person beside him. Truth be told, they didn't fully understand what was happening. Jason, sitting in the driver's seat, had heard the radio report and figured that the survivors were likely from the nursing home in Atlanta. He had originally planned to rescue them along with many other survivors, but he once again faced the same issue. He didn't know their exact location. Now that he knew where these people were, he was determined to save them all. Rick, I'll have to delay your reunion with your family for a few more hours. We have to go back to the city. What? Are you planning to go back? Have you lost your mind? Rick couldn't believe it. The group they had entered Atlanta for was now safe, but they had barely escaped with their lives. Now Jason was saying he wanted to return to that walker-infested place, leaving many in total disbelief. Merle also looked at Jason with slight surprise, wondering what was going through the mind of this man he had just met. Listen, when my group and I were broadcasting messages over the radio offering help to survivors, we didn't think anyone would actually have access to a radio. But one group responded, and, as you just heard, there are refugees not far from where we were. Jason looked at the report Tommy handed him and told the others, the refuge is a nursing home. There's still a group of young people and some elderly people surviving together, and I won't abandon them. As Jason drove back toward the city, he explained in detail why he wanted to delay their return to the quarry. Everyone remained silent upon hearing this, And though they said nothing, Jason knew what many of them were thinking. Some elderly people could no longer take care of themselves, meaning they would only consume resources in a shelter and require additional manpower to look after them. Was this really worth it? When Jason learned about this group of survivors in the original story, he was pleasantly surprised and respected those who had stayed behind to defend the refuge until the very end. Now that he had the chance to save these people, he also considered the trustworthy individuals protecting that shelter during these desperate times. I'm sure many of you are thinking the same thing, that in the long run, these people could become a burden, right? Those who have lived through this hell over the past month understand how difficult it is to survive, even while young and strong. But your experience is far from enough. Many things can happen in the future, which is why we need as many people as possible on our side to resist what is destroying the world. Jason smiled slightly and continued, I don't want to turn my back on good people just because it's convenient. At the very least, these people are a decent group that deserves to be saved. I can't stand the idea of leaving these elderly people behind. They lack food, medicine, and supplies. At this rate, they'll waste away. There are many of them. Most are relatives or friends, people who didn't know what to do and finally decided to protect that place. Jason explained at length, and after hearing him, no one spoke. Instead, they remained deep in thought, their expressions unreadable. I'm going with you, Merle suddenly said. Jason turned his head and looked at Merle, feeling slightly surprised to hear him take the initiative. Ever since Jason had asserted his authority on the rooftop, Merle had been behaving differently, not doing anything out of the ordinary. But Jason had always kept an eye on him, trying to figure out what he was thinking. Now, with Merle unexpectedly offering to join him, Jason, who had been about to ask something, paused. Given Merle's personality, he would probably only reveal his true reason when they were alone, so there was no need to waste words now. In the distance, Jason saw a long line of military vehicles waiting for their arrival. About 8 Humvees equipped with machine guns and more than 30 soldiers. Half of the CDC's security forces were stationed there, this time alongside Billy Butcher. All right, everyone, get ready to get off the truck. When everyone heard Jason's words, they packed their backpacks. At that moment, trucks and several military vehicles were already waiting there. Hey, Morgan, are you comfortable? Jason got off the truck and greeted Morgan, who was in the shooting port of the modified RV, which served as the command center for his people in this location. I'm fine. Everything has been quiet here since you left. Only a few walkers passed by, but your people took care of them. Are these the survivors you're rescuing? Morgan examined the people getting off the truck one by one. Meanwhile, the people he mentioned stared in awe at the military trucks and vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns, guarded by real soldiers. They were real military personnel. They had thought the nation's power was lost, but it seemed there were still people fighting for the salvation of not just this country, but all of humanity. Sir, we're ready to move out. Billy approached Jason and reported with a serious expression. Good. Let's move before it gets dark. After exchanging greetings, Jason knew that Morgan was already informed about their next plan. So, Morgan, you guys can head back while we move out. Do you want me to come with you? Morgan asked. After hearing Jason's plan, he didn't object and instead supported him. Jason shook his head and said, You still have a wife and son, so there's no need to take risks. It's better if you head back to camp with Glenn and the others first. Leave the heavy work to us. At that moment, Rick also approached with an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, Jason, I need to go back to camp first to see Lori and Carl. I really want to go with you, but Rick, I understand. You don't need to explain. I'm sorry, Jason. No, maybe things will get ugly in the city this time. I have my team, and we can operate safely because of our training. Besides, Merle is coming with me. That help is more than enough. Thank you for everything you're doing. I mean it. Rick was grateful for the help Jason offered, not just to him, but to everyone who needed it. He believed that if it weren't for Jason, he wouldn't have made it this far. It's fine. We'll talk later. It's getting late. We need to move quickly. After Merle Dixon finished playing around with some weapons, the whole group set out on their journey. Inside a Humvee, Jason sat in the back seat, with Merle beside him. Crack, crack, crack. After running over some walkers on the road, Jason said, "Go ahead and say whatever's on your mind." Merle rubbed his chin and, after hesitating, spoke slowly. "Man, I'm not a good person. In today's world, if I ran into a survivor on the road, I might kill them first and then loot their stuff. I have my own principles and my own way of dealing with people. But after spending some time with you, I have a feeling it's a good idea to listen to you. I can follow your orders, but if you ever make me do something I hate, then my brother and I will leave your group. Don't doubt it. We can survive on our own." Merle expressed his thoughts. In this completely new world, he believed that Jason's power and leadership style were the right way forward. You can do whatever you want. Just remember one thing. Follow the main rules that you'll learn later, and you'll be free to act as you please. I need determined people like you and your brother. Jason looked at Merle, who was sitting beside him. Merle smirked slightly at the response. Looking into Jason's eyes, he felt that this man had lived through all sorts of things. It reminded him of the feeling he got while hunting, staring directly into the eyes of truly terrifying beasts. And Jason's eyes, by far, belonged to the most dangerous living being he had ever encountered, a human who had lived and done it all. But that feeling was fleeting. When he looked at Jason again, Merle realized that his expression had returned to something completely normal. "Relax. I don't like violence and blood. It gives me a strange feeling," Jason said with a fake smile. Merle chuckled awkwardly, but his forced grin was ugly. At that moment, Jason seemed even more terrifying than before. In a nursing home in Atlanta, Guillermo was tending to an elderly man in the lobby of the building where they had been surviving until now. He was the leader of this place, and, as such, he always had to ensure nothing happened to these seniors. A man named Felipe was also standing next to him, helping to support an elderly woman with white hair who looked at them with concern. This place had actually been a nursing home before the world ended. In the early days of the outbreak, when everything started, all the staff had fled. Now, only Felipe and Guillermo remained, with the latter being a security guard back then. In those first days after the world collapsed, many children and grandchildren of the elderly came here. When they saw that many people had been abandoned after the staff left, and since there was nowhere safe to run to, they decided to stay and continue taking care of the seniors. Fortunately, while some of the elderly suffered from Alzheimer's, most of them were still mentally sound. They were simply old people who just wanted to find a quiet place to live out their final years. So, everyone persisted and endured their hardships to the very end. At that moment, a young teenager ran inside, whispering something to Guillermo. "It's true. Help is here." A smile appeared on Guillermo's face, and he followed the young man to the front courtyard. Outside, a convoy of military Humvees and large trucks was parked outside the shelter. A man who seemed to be the highest-ranking officer approached, extended his hand, and said in a serious tone, "I'm Captain Jason. I'm currently in charge of protecting what remains of the CDC and any refugees in need of help. You can rest assured, I've come to take you to a safer place where you will lack nothing." A few minutes ago, the large convoy of military vehicles entered the city with extreme caution, correctly evading the massive horde of walkers still gathered in the parking lot, where Jason and the others had previously taken the truck that got them out of the city. That was why they could now drive with more ease, though they still maintained a regulated speed. As they advanced further, the sound of car and truck engines echoed through the silent streets. Everyone felt a mix of slight fear and excitement about what might happen in this place. Their hearts pounded intensely. The breaths of those stationed at the machine guns were restrained, and all eyes were fixed on the road ahead. Seeing that their destination was getting closer, Jason grabbed the radio and began issuing orders regarding the necessary precautions. "This is your captain speaking. If things get complicated, do not use heavy weapons. We need to take down the walkers as quietly as possible. Once we reach the extraction zone, position the vehicles strategically and keep your eyes wide open. Send out scouting teams to secure the area and stay informed about the surroundings." The reminders were transmitted over the radio, and everyone listened attentively, nodding silently. Their marching speed slowed slightly to avoid being caught off guard. After communicating with the shelter they were set to evacuate, Jason, based on reports, knew the exact street and location where the refugees were. Since the shelter had exposed itself in a very careless and obvious manner, Jason realized just how desperate they must be. We're approaching the location. Secure the perimeter and start clearing all the walkers in the area. Since Jason's group consisted of more than 20 soldiers, it included leaders for groups of 6, responsible for giving precise instructions and ensuring everyone's safety. This command structure made Jason's job easier, and the group leaders were Billy, Tommy, and Sam Valdez. 2 of the leaders quickly began issuing orders, and all the soldiers exited the vehicles, except for those stationed at the machine guns and in the driver's seats. Everyone swiftly got out and started eliminating all the walkers in the vicinity. The vehicles were strategically positioned to allow for a quick escape if things went wrong. Jason approached the shelter door with several soldiers at his back. He knocked, then took a step back and waited silently. We're evacuating refugees. We've arrived to assist civilians. The situation outside is not favorable, so time is of the essence, Tommy announced in a deep voice to the people inside. Seeing that no response came, Jason stepped forward and added, "I'm Captain Jason. I'm currently responsible for protecting what remains of the CDC and any refugees in need of help. You can rest assured, we're here to take you to a safer place where you won't lack anything." Just when they thought the refugees would hesitate longer, a young man opened the shelter door and said, "You can come in and take a look. We're facing some difficulties." Jason frowned and entered the shelter with a small group of soldiers. He didn't recall anything significant happening in the early days after Rick had woken up, which only deepened his doubts. Upon entering, Jason saw many people, most of them of Latin descent, many with tattoos on their bodies, and especially on their faces. "I thought no one would come to help us in this place. We're happy to finally see someone from the government after months without contact." A black man approached Jason and the others with a somewhat serious expression. From his appearance, Jason knew this was Guillermo. When Jason saw Guillermo, he stepped forward and extended his hand in greeting. The reason he was here was to have these reliable people by his side. He was confident in trusting those who took care of this place, and was also counting on their support to back him as a leader. "My name is Jason. We're evacuating refugees trapped in the city to a safe location. Our convoy is stationed and ready to move." Jason looked around and introduced himself. "I'm Guillermo. I take care of this place." Guillermo examined the soldiers' uniforms with slight confusion. These uniforms were different from those of the usual military personnel. "Guillermo, it's time to move. There are vehicles outside to transport everyone from the shelter." Jason had no intention of wasting time and got straight to the point. "As we mentioned over the radio, we have some elderly people who have difficulty walking. Do you have a solution?" Guillermo still hesitated. After all, they had put in great effort to protect this place and weren't keen on leaving it behind under uncertain conditions. Jason signaled with his hand, nodding toward Merle, who was standing behind him. Merle turned and stepped outside. "Don't worry, we're prepared." Not long after, Merle returned with several soldiers carrying stretchers and wheelchairs. They were ready for this because they had been assisting elderly individuals who couldn't move on their own. Jason had anticipated the possibility of encountering Guillermo's group, so he came prepared. In the past, there had been reasons not to help those who supported him, mainly because Jason had not been prepared. But now he could say that he was. Seeing this, Guillermo stopped hesitating. He turned to Miguel and said, "Go in and inform everyone. Tell them to pack their things immediately and come help transport the elderly." Miguel nodded and quickly ran into the area where the others were gathered. As soon as Guillermo extended his hand, gesturing toward a room to continue their discussion, the 3 of them walked toward the backyard. Merle rarely acted strangely on the road, and his face was less hostile. At that moment, he was just an ordinary person who looked a bit like a ruffian. Now, Merle was silently observing the situation in this shelter. He noticed that there were many young and strong men here, at least 20 of them. After reaching the backyard, he gradually found many women, both young and slightly older. Yes, Indeed, these people were mainly responsible for taking care of the elderly and performing various tasks. Then there were the elderly, around a dozen of them, with about 6 or 7 having limited mobility. Merle carefully observed every detail, admiring Jason more and more for his tricks, which perhaps no one else had considered. Compared to the elderly, there were many strong and intimidating-looking men here. With so many young, strong men, as long as they were equipped with weapons, they would be a force not to be underestimated anywhere. And most importantly, all these people would be eternally grateful to Jason for saving the elderly in this shelter, ensuring that he had reliable people under his command from now on. Merle noticed that Jason was walking more slowly and had already reached his side. Knowing that Jason had something to say, he listened as Jason whispered, "How does it feel?" Merle smiled and replied, "I think it's pretty good." Hearing Merle's response, Jason knew that he understood his hidden intentions. Merle was very smart, but simply hadn't set his mind on the right path in the original story. Soon, some people arrived at the room where Guillermo had led them. People were moving around, packing their belongings. "I don't have much to bring, just some clothes," Guillermo said openly, pointing at his backpack. "Guillermo, I will be separating from you because I must go to a place where there are more survivors. The elderly will be moved to a safe location and will be protected by half of my men." Guillermo nodded, indicating it was not a problem, but still frowned and said, "All right, that's fine." Merle also spoke with some confusion. "Jason, is the place you're managing really that big?" "There's nothing to worry about. The shelter my group oversees is large enough to house many people. The CDC is the safest place in the country," Jason reassured them, knowing that with all these people, the shelter would continue to expand. Seeing that everything was secure, everyone nodded in relief. That night, Jason's group split into 2 teams again. One drove straight to the CDC, while the other headed to the quarry. After a busy afternoon, Guillermo's people finally evacuated with everyone to the CDC. This time, he decided to stay with Jason to help however he could, while the others went directly to the shelter. At that moment, many people were standing at the entrance of the camp, led by Rick and Morgan. Jason jumped out of the truck, smiled, and greeted the 2 of them. Behind them were the people who had been at the Atlanta Mall before, and they all approached and hugged Jason one by one. There were no unnecessary words. At this moment, just being alive was the best news. Lori also approached, greeted Jason, and said with a smile, "It's been over a month, and we finally meet again." Jason smiled and hugged Lori as she stepped forward, and she continued to thank him. 6 soldiers and Guillermo got out of the Humvees and greeted everyone. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone gathered in the open space at the center. Jason looked around. The open space was now surrounded by at least dozens of people. Jason understood that not everyone was familiar with the situation, but he believed everything would improve over time. Looking at the dozens of people before him, he suddenly felt that his efforts had not been in vain. These people were the foundation, the base for survival in the future. After gathering information, Jason learned that the camp had always been led by Shane, but at that moment, most of the people there had been brought in by him. The atmosphere was a bit strange, and many were waiting to hear what Jason was going to say next. Without waiting for everyone to start asking questions, Jason slowly walked to the center of the open space, and his deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Many of you here don't know me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jason. I'm a former Special Forces soldier, and right now, I am protecting a CDC facility where I will take care of all of you until we figure out what to do next. When the outbreak happened, I did everything I could to secure the CDC. Fortunately, during one of my operations, I came into contact with some of the people here. My resources only allowed me to save a limited number of people, so you're the last ones I can take in for now." As he spoke, Jason observed everyone's expressions. Doubt, confusion, fear, every kind of emotion appeared on their faces, so Jason paused and continued. "It pains me to be the one to say this, but the world will undergo massive changes from now on. The world you knew no longer exists. While at the CDC, we made contact with departments in other countries still searching for a cure, but they're no better off than we are right now. In these circumstances, all we can do is survive together. We can work together and overcome the challenges ahead. The initial situation may not be worse than what you've faced here, but your lives will be very different. However, I can assure you that in a short time, you will no longer fear this new world. The plan is simple. We will stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning, we will head to the CDC. Once there, you will receive training, and each of you will learn to master the basic survival skills necessary to make it through this crisis. Of course, no one will be forced to stay. If you want to take your chances and go your own way, tomorrow will be the time for you to decide. No matter what your choice is, beware of strangers. And remember, fear the living more than the dead. Jason paused again, his serious expression raising the spirits of everyone present as they all watched him with concern. Remember, the world as we knew it has come to an end. The next morning, after a whole night of thinking, several people went to meet Jason. The first was Morales. While Jason was discussing arrangements with Rick, Shane, Guillermo, and others, Morales brought his family to see him. Morales' arrival was expected. They had originally planned to leave and reunite with their relatives. In the original story, nothing more was known about them until later, when it was revealed that all his family members had died, leaving Morales as the sole survivor. After losing everything, he joined Negan and was ultimately killed by Daryl. He was a poor man who would suffer greatly, but who wasn't a poor soul in these times. "We want to follow you." Jason stood beside Rick, looked at Morales, and said, "Remember, everyone only gets 2 chances. Don't break the rules you'll learn later, and everything will be fine. Once we settle at the CDC, we'll have a better idea of how to proceed." Rick hesitated for a moment, walked over to a backpack, and handed Morales a gun. Morales was grateful and left with his family. Next came a man and a woman whom Jason didn't recognize. They hadn't appeared in the original story, but they were here now. It turned out they had joined Shane when he told them he had a contact within the government, but now they had decided to take their chances and search for their own families. Jason also gave them a gun and a machete. After saying their goodbyes, the 2 left, but since they didn't have a car, they took one from the camp and drove away. After that, a few more people came to see them one by one, but Jason didn't try to persuade them to stay. No one else wanted to leave. Everyone knew the chances of surviving out there were very slim. While Jason was with his group, they received a radio report confirming that everyone had arrived safely, so there was nothing left to worry about. A few hours later, the last person to approach him was a young woman named Amy. "Jason, my name is Amy. Can I have a word with you?" Amy walked up to Jason, looking somewhat nervous. The people around her were unfamiliar, so she asked and waited for his response. "Of course, Amy." Seeing Amy's nervous expression, Jason was slightly puzzled and curious. Amy took a few steps away from the cars where Jason was standing and then spoke. "Jason, first of all, I have to thank you and your people for saving my sister. Andrea mentioned you. Thank you for helping her." Jason understood and replied, "There's nothing to thank me for. I was just trying to survive, so you can see it as mutual aid. No, you could have abandoned them or used them. I think thanking you is the right thing to do. After all, nothing forces you to save people. Even if you have a government job, the law no longer applies, right?" Amy's expression was complicated. She had probably thought a lot about this situation. After saying that, Amy looked up at Jason and hesitantly asked, "By the way, haven't we met before? You seem very familiar." "I don't remember anything like that. People used to confuse me a lot with a famous actor. Maybe I just have a resemblance," Jason said, adopting a thoughtful expression as he looked at her. "Haha, I never thought about that." Amy smiled slightly. Jason, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on. Just as he was about to turn around, Jason felt someone grab his arm. He looked at Amy in surprise. Had someone really fallen for him at a time like this? No, he also knew those clever tactics women used out of fear of being abandoned. Who wouldn't seek out a strong man or woman for protection? "I remember now. You were with a group from the CDC, collecting something in that house, right?" "Oh, I remember now. You were that sister duo." Realizing that she had recognized him, Jason pretended to have just realized it as well, slightly changing his expression. "Now I remember seeing Andrea at that time. She was driving, and you were in the passenger seat. Yes, yes. Amy clapped her hands, finding it incredible that they had reunited by chance. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from deep within the forest. Jason quickly turned his head, frowned, looked at the others, and signaled them to be ready. Without glancing at Amy again, he walked toward the source of the sound. Rick and Shane rushed ahead with their weapons drawn. What happened? Lori. Several people quickly ran toward the bushes behind the camp. Rick realized it was Lori and Carol and hurried to check on them. Jason stepped into the bushes and discovered that it was just a walker biting into a deer carcass. By that time, the rest of the group had also arrived. Tommy and another soldier approached to see what was going on. Most of the people's expressions changed. They all seemed very tense. Right then, the walker was kneeling on the ground, chewing on the deer's corpse. It seemed unaware of the scream. Jason sighed, thinking it was something more serious. He pulled out a knife and walked toward the figure. As he got close to the walker, he kicked it. Only then did the walker stop eating and turn its head. Crack! Before it could do anything, Jason's dagger plunged fiercely into its eye socket. The walker instantly froze and collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Just as Rick was about to speak, he saw Jason suddenly raise his hand to signal silence, then slip into the bushes. Jason had heard some kind of movement. He had a hunch it was Daryl, but he couldn't rule out any other danger. Merle's brother was one of the most beloved characters among fans of this world. His development throughout the story had been great, and despite not originally being planned for the series, he had become a truly special man. But at this moment, that Daryl didn't exist yet. He had much to learn and many things to change. That's why Jason wanted to leave a strong first impression. Daryl was in a foul mood at that moment. A deer he had tracked had escaped. He was sure he had shot it, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. After cutting through some bushes blocking the deer's trail, Daryl stepped through, and the camp was right ahead. Thinking about this, Daryl snapped another branch out of his way. But suddenly, a dark figure leaped out of the bushes and aimed a gun at him. Instinctively, he raised the crossbow in his hands and saw that the other person was silently staring at him. He frowned and considered his next move. "Are you with the camp up ahead?" Jason asked, pretending not to recognize the man before him. "What if I am?" Daryl responded coldly. A long silence followed before Jason replied. "If you're with them, I'll lower my weapon. If you're not, I'll keep it raised." Rick and the others, thinking there were more walkers, arrived shortly after, only to find Jason pointing a gun at Daryl. Daryl. Shane recognized him instantly and was surprised to see their confrontation. He quickly explained to Jason, "Jason, this is one of ours. He's Merle's younger brother, Daryl." Only then did Jason pretend to suddenly realize and quickly lower his gun. "Oh, sorry. I thought an enemy was trying to attack the camp. My bad, man." Daryl, with a grim expression, lowered his crossbow and walked toward the deer. After some explanations from everyone, Daryl finally understood the current situation at the camp. He never imagined that after being away for just a few days, things would have changed so much. Right now, he was only chasing a deer that had escaped through the bushes. That was the only thing that mattered to him. The most shocking part was seeing that a walker was dead right next to his prey. Daryl was furious about being ambushed by a stranger and having a gun pointed at his head. Now, seeing that all his effort to hunt the deer had been wasted, he couldn't help but explode with rage. Jason, standing to the side, watched as Daryl stepped forward and began kicking the dead walker fiercely, cursing from time to time. "You filthy, disgusting thing. You bit my deer. Son of a bitch. It's dead, stop it." Dale grabbed Daryl, trying to calm him down. But Daryl shook off Dale's hand and roared angrily. "What do you know? Old man. Huh? Do you have any idea how long it took me to track this deer?" Even after yelling, he was still furious and kicked the walker a few more times. Suddenly, Daryl thought of something and pointed at the bitten area on the deer with a questioning tone. "Do you think it'd be fine if we cut this part off and eat the rest?" Even though Daryl had yelled at Dale, the old man, being a good guy, didn't take it personally and still answered him. "It's not worth the risk, so forget about it." Daryl only showed a regretful expression when he heard Jason's voice behind him. "Well, considering the time of the bite, it wouldn't be too bad to eat it. If we discard half of the body, it could still be edible. Jason understood that the virus in this world was lethal. He didn't know if a cure could be found in the future, but if the most affected part was discarded and the meat was well cooked, everyone could eat it without getting infected. It was known that for someone to be infected by the virus, it had to enter the bloodstream. That's why cannibals hadn't been infected, even after eating human flesh that should have been contaminated. When Daryl heard Jason's words, the anger in his chest flared up again, thinking his words were full of mockery. Did you just say it's fine to eat the meat? He said it's fine because he knows more than we do. He's more familiar with the virus. He's from the CDC. He knows that because he takes care of the scientists who are still looking for a cure. Rick suddenly said after thinking it through. Who the hell are you? Rick Grimes. Rick Grimes? You the new neighborhood cop? Daryl sneered, looking at Rick in his sheriff's uniform. Just a friendly county officer. Brother, you're back? A hoarse voice sounded. Merle had also heard the commotion and walked over. Merle, why are there so many weirdos in the camp? Come on, help me clean these squirrels. Daryl ignored the deer on the ground, walked toward Merle, and showed him his catch. Merle glanced at Jason and said, I'll talk to him. Jason didn't care in the slightest, so after making sure there was no more danger, he returned to camp. Due to this incident, the camp's atmosphere was a bit tense. Everyone discussed it and decided to stay one more night, but Jason dismissed those words. Jason didn't want to waste any more time in this place when he had things to take care of at the CDC, so he suggested that everyone calm down and leave once they were ready. He didn't know when or how another attack might happen in this camp, and he wasn't ready to lose valuable allies he might need later. Jason climbed into his RV and saw George listening to music. He smiled and greeted him. How are you? Everything okay? Hey, boss, everything's great. Looks like dealing with new survivors is tough, huh? George had heard all the drama from earlier. There are some tough guys in this camp, but they might be useful later. Jason shook his head. Dealing with people he already knew was harder than he had expected. Hearing that they were about to leave, everyone started preparing. They understood that Jason had his own responsibilities and couldn't stay away from the CDC for more than a day. After nearly an hour of preparation, everyone was resting while getting the squirrels ready to cook. This would be their last night in this place, so they talked about everything that had happened. While everyone was chatting, Jason and Shane spoke away from the group. This time, they were about to leave for the CDC, and Jason wanted to make a few things clear to Shane. The place I protect has several rules. Are there any unstable people here? You've known these people longer, so I want to know what you think. Hearing Jason's words, Shane understood what he was asking. To be honest, he had faced the same challenges when trying to keep order in the camp without knowing anyone well. Everyone's relatively calm. If I had to point out anyone, it'd be Merle and Ed Pelletier. But as long as they follow the rules, there won't be any problems. Shane looked into the distance and asked, How many people are in your shelter? After thinking for a moment, Jason finally answered, Well, I don't know exactly, but we could easily be around 500 people with us. Then, if the place is that big, we need to create new shelters. We need to expand, for the sake of the future, Jason added with a thoughtful expression. All right, we'll do that later. See you around. Shane nodded and walked away from Jason's RV. Hearing those words, Jason remained silent. He knew Shane could be very useful in the future, so he decided to consider him in his more important plans. I don't like this place. We should go back as soon as possible, George added with a calm look. Jason looked at George and nodded. If he remembered correctly, this place would soon be attacked by walkers, and that was something he wanted to avoid. Many could get hurt. After a few more hours, Jason approached the group and said, All right, we're heading to the CDC now. Once we arrive, everyone will undergo a blood test to confirm they're not infected with the virus. After that, you'll have food, water, a bed, and safety. There's still a long road ahead. Let's stick together and stay on course. Jason looked at everyone and prepared to set off for the CDC. Jason recognized that many people here wouldn't be the same as they were in the original story. His changes to events were creating an entirely different timeline. He just hoped that, in this one, a cure for this nightmare could exist. That was the only way humanity could be saved. Jason had been away for too long and needed to check on his shelter. Since the next phase of development was underway, there were new refugees that needed monitoring, and he would handle that as soon as he arrived. Everyone has a lot to learn, but that can be done slowly, when not exactly in a rush. Jason knew he didn't need idiots like Ed, and if they caused problems, he wouldn't hesitate to remove obstacles from his path. This trip had brought many benefits. He had gained reliable people. Now, he had to think about expanding his territory. He needed to grow his influence and control his people. He also had to make it clear that they weren't exactly military personnel. They didn't work for the country, and they owed nothing to anyone. Jason was about to announce that this wasn't about the government. If people wanted to eat and drink as much as they wanted, they'd have to work hard for those comforts. For now, he had already identified strong leaders who would follow his orders to the letter: Shane, Guillermo, Merle, and Rick. They were all men with a natural air of leadership, and Jason now had his new captains ready to help him grow his power. ZZ. Remember, everyone is welcome. Don't feel uncomfortable, and let's enjoy ourselves while we can. In this world, we never know when we'll turn into one of those walkers. Now get ready. As soon as Jason finished speaking, everyone applauded and expressed their agreement with the arrangements made by these soldiers. All right, I appreciate your trust. I can assure you that I will do everything possible to ensure your safety. We will be strong in this new world, and nothing will stop us. Rick stood next to his wife, looking at this friend he had only truly gotten to know a few days ago. He, who used to speak little, was now communicating with those around him, and surprisingly, everyone had confidence that Jason was the one who would lead them out of this hell. At that moment, Rick suddenly realized that Jason was well suited to be a leader. He had a much broader vision than anyone else struggling to survive. He didn't hide behind others, and he was always thinking of ways to improve their situation. We won't achieve that if we leave everything up to just one group of people. Shane's voice came from the side. Rick turned his head to look at his friend and smiled slightly. Yeah, that's why we're going to help him. Although everyone planned to leave the next day, Jason had different thoughts. He ordered everyone to get ready and then walked toward Ed's tent. Need any help? Jason asked with a friendly smile. At that moment, Carol stepped out with a large suitcase and looked at Jason standing not far from her tent. You've already done so much for us. We're very grateful that you decided to take us all in. Jason glanced into the distance and watched Ed loading things into a truck. He then turned back to Carol and said, "One day, you'll have to deal with it. Do you want me to help you with that?" Carol seemed surprised. She had no idea how Jason had figured out her relationship with her husband in just one night. It doesn't matter. I just hope that one day he changes. I hope so too. But his behavior seems explosive, and that's something that won't be tolerated in a shelter. Jason reached into his vest and pulled out a thin knife, handing it to Carol, who took it with trembling hands. I hope you understand. This world needs strong people. If you want to protect your daughter, you must become a strong woman. After saying that, Jason smiled and returned to his RV to organize his people. He didn't want to interfere too much in Carol and Ed's relationship, but if she didn't resolve that brewing issue, he would take care of it himself and show everyone that his authority in the shelter would not be challenged. When everyone was ready to leave, Jason got into his vehicle and the journey began. Priority Transmission Alert. This is an emergency message from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Atlanta facility. This shelter remains operational and is capable of receiving refugees. The immediate presence of military personnel or any government agency receiving this transmission is requested to reinforce perimeter and operational security at this designated safe point. This message is retransmitted at regular intervals. If you can hear it, there is still hope. On the road, Jason heard the announcement playing on the radio just as they entered the transmission range. He needed to strengthen his ranks and expand his territory. And the only way to do that was by taking in more refugees, which was why the broadcast played 24/7. Do you have a future plan for the CDC? Morgan leaned against the seat in the RV, feeling a bit tired. He looked at the silent Jason and suddenly asked. From what he had heard, the message on the radio came from the shelter they were heading to. The journey was long, and they had barely spoken about anything until now. He just wanted to know more about the plans in Jason's mind. From his experience, he knew that resources would become a major issue for a shelter with so many people, so he wondered how Jason intended to solve that problem. It was hard to imagine maintaining control in such circumstances. It required incredible authority and a firm hand to manage large groups filled with desperation. Jason looked out the RV window at the road, thought for a moment, and said, before all of this happened, society had many different groups pursuing their own goals. Some of those groups were dangerous, and others didn't care who they had to eliminate as long as they achieved their objectives. As he spoke, he pulled a sheet of paper from his bag and said, nowadays, can you imagine how many refugee groups like ours exist in the country? It's only been a few months since the modern world collapsed, and food is already starting to run out. What do you think those groups will do when they encounter smaller ones? It doesn't matter if we're a group of 5 or 20. Larger groups will find a way to take what little we have. My goal is to expand our territory, find refugees, and prepare to create a new world within this hell. After briefly explaining his plan, Jason looked at Morgan and Guillermo, who remained silent. And what about you? Do you think my approach is right? I do. Guillermo nodded and said, we need to move much faster than the others, secure valuable resources before they become scarce, and prepare everyone for the world you're talking about. Jason nodded and said, while they work on a cure at the CDC, we'll need to expand our forces, train those who don't know how to use a weapon, and prepare for the future. I can only say that I'll help. I want to protect my family, and I won't allow any other group to come into our safe place and cause trouble. Morgan said after receiving a clear explanation from Jason. He thought things were moving too fast, but he also knew that many people wouldn't hesitate to do evil to get what they wanted. Jason nodded and said no more. Seeing that everyone understood his words, he felt relieved about the road ahead. He had to do things right and avoid mistakes. The journey was uneventful. The 8 vehicles encountered no unforeseen problems, and even if they had plenty of security, and everyone was prepared for the worst. Jason's RV, driven by George, led the way, while the rear was protected by 2 Humvees with mounted machine guns. By the time they arrived at the CDC, it was getting dark. As they entered the CDC's well-guarded perimeter, Jason's people ensured that security was top-notch. Everyone could see tanks stationed at strategic locations, and some streets completely sealed off with metal fences. Humvees with machine guns and barricades manned by heavily armed soldiers made the place look extremely secure and reliable. With Jason's presence, they all entered without needing to provide explanations or introduce themselves. The garage door opened in the distance, and a few cars entered while the rest parked outside the CDC. Jason, you're finally back. Several people in black uniforms approached alongside the Jenners, and Jason stepped forward to greet them. I'm glad security remains intact in my absence. We'll continue to grow and make sure we have a stronghold for the future. Jason looked at the important scientists with a smile. There's nothing surprising about it. It's thanks to you that this place is still running and safe. Edwin looked at the people getting out of the vehicles and was surprised to see more survivors. As everyone exited their cars and stood in the garage, the Jenners had already been briefed about many aspects of the future and agreed to establish a shelter as long as Jason remained in control. Jason turned around and addressed everyone. Attention! Everyone here must undergo a blood test. This is an unchangeable rule of the CDC, and it's also for everyone's safety. Once inside the facility, you must not shout. Many researchers are working in the laboratories. These are the lead scientists. This is Dr. Edwin Jenner and his wife, Candace Jenner. They will be responsible for the screenings. After pausing, Jason looked at Rick and Shane. Proceed in an orderly manner. Rick, Shane, organize everyone to keep things under control. Guillermo, once the tests are done, you'll be able to see your friends and family, Jason finally said. Thank you so much, Jason. I got it, Guillermo said, feeling emotional about the security of this place. The elders would definitely be safer here, and there was little to worry about now. In no time, the blood test was completed. Given the urgency of the situation, the refugees were not placed in isolation due to time constraints and the many tasks that needed to be done. For that reason, those who were able returned to the garage and began moving supplies. All the survivors who had arrived in recent days had successfully integrated into the order within the CDC. Now, everyone who had been concerned about the safety of the place felt reassured. Since the U.S. government cut off television signals and civilian networks, the radio had become the only source through which all survivors in the country could obtain information about the outside world. The broadcasts only mentioned safe havens, but everyone feared that these places were not what they seemed. There had been no sightings of military forces or anyone attempting to contain the disaster, indicating that everything was lost. Priority transmission, military forces. To all active military units in the vicinity, a secure refuge has been established at this location. Your immediate presence is requested to reinforce security and maintain order. Facility secured and operational. Research is ongoing for the development of a cure. Access protocol and coordination in progress. Priority high. Immediate response required. This message is retransmitted at scheduled intervals. Please respond if you receive this transmission. After discussing a few more things, Tyler, who was overseeing the operations, handed additional manuscripts to the person in charge of transmitting messages. His expression became somewhat unnatural. Anyone who is lost, hungry, or in need of help can come to our facility, where we continue to fight to develop a cure for this virus. After the voice stopped, the recording played again and would continue to do so from that moment on. Whether survivors who could hear the radio or military personnel with nowhere to go, they could come to the CDC seeking refuge. Jason knew this could go wrong, but at least for now, he was willing to take that risk. Everyone knew how terrible it was to survive out there. They all understood the importance of a safe haven and also that achieving it required a great deal of work. This could really backfire on us. We must stay alert and watch out for enemy attacks. Sam, sitting nearby, couldn't help but voice his thoughts. You're right. We can't avoid taking this risk because we're running out of time. We need to start expanding our territory and securing a stable food source. Jason sat down and silently watched the security cameras. Starting tomorrow, all new refugees would be assigned a job. The nearest buildings needed to be cleared, and the controlled area had to be expanded to recover military resources left in the streets. Finally, those closest to him understood why it was important to keep growing. Now, survivors were adapting to this new world, and once they fully adjusted, they would start causing chaos without considering the weaker ones. The various people at the CDC were now much calmer than when they first arrived, and communication among them had also improved. After organizing the supplies, Jason ensured that the newcomers familiarized themselves with the structure of the center and learned which areas were off-limits. Originally, one floor had been designed to accommodate a large number of researchers, but now those vacant spaces were completely filled, housing the new arrivals. Later, Jason called together those responsible for supervising the various tasks, listening to the registry list of the newcomers and their skills. Among Guillermo's group of survivors, many had medical expertise, while others had mechanical knowledge. Some knew how to handle weapons, while others specialized in cooking. Jason took the list of those designated as escorts and assigned them to the guard unit. He knew it was time to stop referring to them as soldiers, so he announced that the community plan needed to be implemented. Once everything was settled, many went to rest while Jason and another group handled security outside the CDC. As the leader of this group struggling to survive, he had to ensure that everything ran smoothly. The next morning, CDC first floor lobby. Everyone, including the researchers, except for the guard stationed outside, gathered in the hallway, while Jason and the section leaders stood on the stairs. Everyone is here except for the elders, boss, Tommy said with a calm expression. Jason nodded, and seeing that everyone had arrived, he clapped his hands and spoke loudly so all could hear. All right, I asked for silence. The room quickly fell quiet, and Jason continued. I've gathered you all here to inform you about some changes and new rules. I believe everyone slept well last night, didn't they? It was great. I could shower and eat enough. I'm happy this place is safe. Hearing everyone's responses one after another, Jason's tone grew serious. It seems you all had a good time. Do you think you can continue living this way in the future? After a brief pause, Jason saw that everyone had fallen silent and asked, "How long do you think this way of life will last? A year, 6 months, or just a few months?" I can tell you all right now that the fuel keeping this facility running won't last more than 3 months. At those words, everyone's faces darkened. That short amount of time hit them like a hammer to the chest. They had just rekindled their hope for survival. But Jason's words shattered their illusions. Jason remained calm, seeing that his words had ignited a survival instinct within everyone. He nodded and stated, "That is, of course, if no one else comes and tries to take what we have. We are now a community that will fight to survive in the coming days. Therefore, I now announce that our community will be called SCT. We are the Survey Corps Troops. We must protect each other like family. We will watch each other's backs like brothers. At some point, everyone here will have to wield a weapon and kill our enemies." Hearing Jason's words from an outsider's perspective, it was clear what he meant. This was all about surviving in a new world and adapting to the changes. Everyone understood that walkers would not be their only enemies trying to kill them. Some people were frightened by these possibilities. Others refused to accept them as reality, and many remained silent, showing no emotion. But Jason knew very well that, whether in the past or the future, trusting people outside their comfort zone would be a grave mistake. And soon, everyone would realize what humans were capable of. But you don't have to be afraid. As long as we work together and train, we will become so strong that no one will be able to disturb our peace. No one will even think of harming us. I need you all. I need you to master the skills to protect yourselves in this place. I don't care if you're children, women, or elderly men. The world has changed. It no longer matters who you were in the past. Your top priority now is to protect your family and loved ones. From now on, groups will be formed with experienced men to begin expanding our territory and bringing resources to the refuge. Upon hearing that even women and children needed training, Lori couldn't help but look at her husband. Rick felt Lori's gaze and turned his head to meet his wife's slightly dissatisfied expression. Although he understood Lori's concern, deep down, he still agreed with Jason's proposal, which ensured peace for everyone. After a brief silence, Jason looked at everyone and announced, "I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Don't expect the world to go back to how it was before or even to become better." Jason looked at Edwin Janner and his wife. They nodded, and he continued, "There will no longer be a society if a cure is not found, and that's because everyone present, including myself, is infected with the virus." This statement caused murmurs to explode among the crowd. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion, and even two women collapsed to the ground, fainting. Several people standing next to Jason also looked at him in shock. "Jason, is what you said true? Then why haven't we turned into those infected?" Dale couldn't help but be the first to ask. Everyone fell silent, looking at Jason, expecting answers about what he had just said. Jason had anticipated this reaction from the people. He hadn't planned to reveal this secret, but he finally did after hearing Edwin's words. After all, there was no benefit in hiding this information. I believe those answers will be provided by the lead researcher of this center, Candace Janner. After Jason pointed to Candace, she nodded and stepped forward. Indeed, it wasn't important to mention this before because there weren't many people in this place. But now, everyone needs to be aware of the truth. The answer is yes, we all carry the virus in our bodies. The reason we don't immediately turn into infected subjects is that our immune system manages to contain it to some extent. But once the body stops functioning, whether or not you were bitten, as long as the brain remains intact, we all eventually turn into the infected, known as walkers. Candace paused and continued. Because of this, until we find a cure, it doesn't matter who you are with. If someone dies of natural causes, remember to be compassionate and damage the brain as needed to prevent those around us from turning into walkers. After she said that, the crowd erupted in shouts one after another. and it was difficult for people to accept it. Although reality was cruel, Jason also believed that telling the truth was better. Over time, people would get used to it. With this in mind, it was best for everyone to be aware that people who die of natural causes can also turn into walkers. For the elderly who are bedridden, certain precautions must be taken, and for safety reasons, protocols must be in place. At first, Jason didn't agree with Rick's decision. He had kept such important news to himself and insisted on waiting for casualties before revealing this information. But Jason couldn't take those risks. He needed to ensure that this shelter was sustainable and that the CDC would be the main base for his SCD community and the foundation of a new world. Looking at the people discussing in front of him, Jason had no intention of stopping, so he pointed out, "You should all understand why I'm sharing such important information with you. But for those who still don't understand, there are two key reasons. The first is that you must all be aware that even if we eliminate all the walkers in the world, even if many of us die to achieve that, there will still be walkers everywhere. And that is why we must keep the CDC safe. I am pleased to inform you that the scientific research project led by Mrs. Janner is about to make significant progress, though nothing is certain yet." After saying this, Jason paused and added, "But things aren't all bad. Recent research has solved the initial problems of the undead virus, and soon we may assume that even smaller issues can be addressed." Jason turned his head to look at Candace beside him. The two exchanged places, and Candace's slightly haggard face showed some excitement. "Hello, everyone. As Jason just mentioned, our team has been conducting experiments day and night in the laboratory long before the virus was officially announced. Thanks to the continuous efforts of many members of my team, we have recently discovered a small substance that can eliminate certain amounts of the virus. We are also improving the component as quickly as possible, and I believe that in a short time, we may be able to develop a vaccine that will prevent death from a walker bite if it is administered immediately after infection." Immediately, the crowd began asking questions. "What do you mean by immunity within possibilities?" Edwin explained, "Literally, it means that we cannot be completely immune to infection from scratches and bites from the infected. However, there is a possibility that with a vaccine, we can prevent people from turning into walkers. In other words, if someone is bitten, there's a chance they might not die from the virus infection." Candace nodded and continued, "That's right. This reagent is still in the experimental stage, but we will take advantage of this time to refine it and produce a finished product as soon as possible." "Incredible. Great job. Ha ha ha." Jason raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and took this opportunity to interrupt and explain everything clearly. "Let's stop here regarding the vaccine. The two doctors need to return to the lab to continue their work. Next, I will mention two more things. The first is that I will conduct research in the area surrounding Atlanta during everyone's training period. I will try to find a new location that will allow us to have a second shelter and the possibility of moving if this place becomes unsustainable. I will try to locate our next refuge. The second point is that next week, Sam, Shane, and Rick will be in charge of training and shooting and combat skills, and then we will begin exploring and gathering resources. Merle and his younger brother, Daryl, will always be providing survival training. Is there anything you want to add?" Merle's rough voice sounded, No problem." Daryl didn't speak. He just nodded at Jason. "All right, I've finished discussing today's matters. Everyone, listen to the arrangements. Rick, Shane, and Sam will begin today's training plan immediately." "All right, it is said that with money, anything can be found if searched for in the right way. Money allows transactions to be made quickly and securely, as long as both the buyer and the seller are decisive men. Long before even considering spending the first days of the end of the world at the CDC, Dante and his companions killed many people to acquire resources. They robbed, made deals with arms traffickers, and even raided weapon warehouses. Many were on the verge of a mental breakdown, but then everything started to take shape, and the words Jason had told them became reality. Thanks to this, Jason was able to lay the foundation for his community. In a place where very few people could gain access, Weapons of all types, sizes, and power were being traded. When Jason was purchasing a large number of weapons from different sources, a seller privately contacted him during his last transaction and offered him a suitcase called Black Candy. This suitcase was available only to the most active buyers, and at that moment, Jason was a prime customer. But the strange thing was that no one wanted the suitcase known as Black Candy. This suitcase, which could have contained anything, was something only potential buyers would have explained to them in person when the transaction was about to be completed. If the buyer refused to purchase the suitcase for $1 million after the contents were explained, they would be forced to pay the seller half the price as a penalty for not taking it. At that moment, Jason wanted to secure his final batch of weapons, and he accepted out of sheer curiosity. Using the money from the traffickers he had killed in recent weeks, he met with the seller, and to everyone's surprise, Jason bought the Black Candy. When Jason explained to Tommy what this black suitcase called Black Candy was, the blood drained from Tommy's face, and he didn't dare to even touch it. But Jason made sure to take great care of this suitcase, because inside it lay the most powerful weapon in the world, one capable of wiping out hundreds of thousands of people if used correctly. Oh, Black Candy. In a room, Tommy was drawing a completely black piece of candy. To outsiders, he was simply distracting himself. But to Tyler, this was the greatest secret he was keeping from Jason. Beside the Black Candy, he had drawn an onomatopoeic explosion. Boom! Black Candy contained a bomb large enough to devastate an entire city. In other words, this suitcase held the greatest weapon of mass destruction ever integrated into a suitcase. This is terrifying. Well, it's better that it's in our hands than in enemy hands, Tyler thought with an ironic smile. In a basement room of a cleared-out building, where the most important resources were stored and could not be touched by just anyone, Jason silently stared at a suitcase placed right in the center of the room. Jason smirked sinisterly. Fate had placed the world's most destructive weapon in his hands, and most importantly, it could be transported in a way no one would ever suspect a bomb was hidden inside. After a while, footsteps approached the room, and a voice sounded shortly after. Sir, it's time to clear new areas and expand our domain. We've located abandoned military bases with tanks and state-of-the-art helicopters. The guys want to seize those resources. Good, then let's bring in the rookies, Jason said before locking the metal door with a coded padlock. This door was strictly off-limits, and anyone unauthorized who tried to approach it would be expelled from the refuge. After all, this place housed Jason's secret room, the headquarters of the SCD community. All the guards protecting Jason's SCD community understood the importance of expansion and following orders. No one within the community could dream of breaking the rules. Let's begin. A group of 12 people stood outside a supermarket. To the keenest observers, half of them looked tense, while the other half remained calm. It had been decided that it was time for those who had been training for a month to start resource search missions. This time, they were all outside a large supermarket. Jason and the others were launching a clearing operation to take everything inside. They had brought multiple trucks on their journey, and the plan was for everyone to start loading resources and leave. But first, the supermarket had to be cleared of walkers. Crack! Someone in the group threw a red brick, which smashed against the supermarket's glass door, shattering it and leaving a large hole in the middle. The impact caused a deafening crash that attracted the walkers inside. The supermarket was dark and appeared devoid of people. Jason's group stood outside the entrance. One of the well-equipped men reached through the hole to unlock the door from the inside. Soon, the sounds of shuffling walkers echoed from within, and moments later, the first one emerged through the doorway. Jason, seeing this, looked at the first man about to make his first kill and instructed, "Keep your distance, watch your surroundings, and remember, you must always aim for the head." "Yes," the man responded, gripping a long machete. His heart pounded rapidly, and sweat dripped down his forehead. "Now!" The moment Jason's voice rang out, the man swung the machete in his hands, slashing the walker's forehead in a single motion. Crack! Black blood and parts of the walker's head sprayed in all directions. The man gripping the machete tightened his hold and stepped back. The slashed walker collapsed to the ground, motionless. Very soon, more walkers started approaching from all directions. When everyone noticed this, they formed a circle and prepared to eliminate the walkers just as they had trained. Look straight ahead, watch your partner's back, stay calm, and everything will be fine. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone began taking down the walkers with melee weapons. It was understood that, although they had plenty of ammunition, it should be preserved for dealing with living threats, while melee weapons should be used against walkers. This ensured two things: the physical improvement of all the fighters and their ability to survive in situations where they might not have a firearm in hand. In a matter of minutes, all the walkers were eliminated by the group of 12 people. While no one was watching, a group of 3 was observing the situation from a distance. This group of 3 carried rifles and were guarding the area where Jason and the others were clearing out the undead. According to their orders, they had to report if anything seemed out of the ordinary. They're all down. Well done. Quick, there's still plenty of food in the warehouses. We need to take everything in this place back to the shelter. Ha ha ha. We won't leave anything behind. As the glass doors of the supermarket fully opened, the group outside began moving supplies into specially designed bags for carrying large amounts of resources. While everyone loaded the supplies, others were responsible for transporting them to the truck station outside. Similar scenes were happening in key locations around the city. In hospitals, a group of heavily armed men wearing bandanas with the initials SCT were gathering all the medicine and essential tools needed for surgeries. Under Jason's orders, large-scale resource collection had begun. Even those who were not well-trained had to work to get the supplies onto the trucks as quickly as possible and transport them to secured warehouses. This gun store looks clear. Let's get all the ammunition and weapons out as fast as possible. Shane, who was in charge of leading a group, started securing the firearms. Across the street, Mike examined the weapons and trucks left behind by the military. All the walkers in the vicinity had been wiped out by the overwhelming firepower they had unleashed. Take the machine guns and the trucks. Check if those tanks are functional. We're taking everything. Mike commanded coldly. The SCD community was growing rapidly, which meant they had to move and secure more weapons. The resources left behind by the military were proving invaluable in strengthening their defenses and gathering the means to establish another refuge. While the experienced combat groups handled the more distant locations, a smaller team focused on extracting gasoline from abandoned vehicles. Even small tasks like these were crucial for resource acquisition. During this period, Jason's entire SCD community remained in constant motion. Many more survivors were accepted into the group, while others were eliminated when their true intentions were discovered. Following Jason's orders, they had to maintain a low profile. As a result, they stopped broadcasting messages about a safe haven. Jason knew the time had come to stop trusting people. When the news revealed the truth to all those sheltering at the CDC, panic spread among them. They all realized the importance of surviving through their own efforts. People announced their willingness to help. No one could remain idle, waiting for someone else to ensure their safety. Everyone understood that kindness had an expiration date. From that day forward, every member of the SCD community began taking action, learning how to shoot, how to carry out operations to secure resources in every corner of the area. A strong security system was established across many streets to prevent walkers from entering CDC territory. Roads were blocked off, and a designated entry and exit route was set up. By now, money no longer mattered. Everyone was focused on contributing resources to the community. Everyone wanted to be valuable, and cooperation quickly became second nature. Humans can adapt to uncomfortable environments over time, and now, everyone had adjusted to growing and surviving. After a few days, Jason remained in the SCT community, gazing coldly at the sky, watching as everything unfolded rapidly. Sam Valdez, who had been responsible for training new recruits and maintaining security within the CDC, looked at Jason and asked, "Is there a specific reason why the broadcasts were stopped?" "To protect them. We don't need to be discovered right now." It's time to find a more secluded place away from a city. We've gathered tons of resources, and there's not much more we can take from this area. Jason didn't want to face other government-controlled communities just yet. Though his strength was formidable, he knew he had very little real authority compared to high-ranking officials. To avoid triggering internal conflicts, he needed to consolidate his power first. Only then could he think about offering more help. Sam Valdez glanced at the tanks stationed around the refuge and the heavy machine guns set up at various strategic points. What is Jason trying to avoid right now? Finally, after a week, the decision was made to find a more isolated location outside the city. Jason intended to take the prison from the original story as his own. But for now, he had to consider many more factors and move cautiously. Not everyone was ready to keep up with his pace. So most people continued gathering critical resources and clearing areas farther from the community. Meanwhile, Jason and a small group of people set out in search of that new place. The safe territory around the CDC kept expanding, and soon several buildings and parking lots were completely cleared of walkers and corpse remains. The streets were sealed off to prevent walkers from outside from entering the safe zone, and vehicles were moved off the main roads. Those with mechanical knowledge were in charge of dismantling vehicles and extracting special parts for repairs. All vehicles were drained of their gasoline and moved to locations where they were unlikely to be touched in the near future. A week passed quickly, and under everyone's observation, it was considered that the training mission had completed a cycle. The next step was survival training led by the Dixon brothers. Of course, this did not mean the training was over. The week was merely meant to familiarize everyone with the mindset of combat, so they wouldn't feel lost when facing walkers in the future. After all, what truly helps people grow is real combat experience. With specialized techniques, as long as they didn't encounter a large horde of walkers, everyone was expected to eliminate them with melee weapons relatively easily. Ever since Merle last spoke with Jason, he had been unusually quiet. Aside from his foul mouth, he hadn't changed much, but he also hadn't done anything out of line. Jason wasn't sure what was going through Merle's mind, but no matter what he was thinking, Jason was always prepared to handle internal crises. On the other hand, Daryl's change in attitude surprised Jason. Ever since Jason included him in the hunting plans, Daryl's attitude toward him had inexplicably improved. This also made the next wilderness survival training much easier. After all, there's a big difference between sincere cooperation and mere obligation. Nowadays, Guillermo's people had officially joined as reserve guards. They were all equipped and ready to respond to enemy attacks at any moment. That's why Jason was no longer the CDC. While Mike and a military squad were in charge of clearing locations, Tommy and his team were gathering supplies from distant areas. Meanwhile, Jason was exploring farther locations with Rick, Guillermo, Shane, Glenn, T-Dog, and Morgan. His intention was to strengthen his ties with these people, as they were far more reliable than the average person under his command. Now, many people were gathered around a highway packed with abandoned cars. This place is definitely a mobility nightmare, Jason said with a wry smile as he looked at the map, hoping to locate the prison where Rick and his group had once taken refuge. I think we should move forward. Do you see this point here? It's a suburban factory. I've been there before. It's a large area full of factories, and there wouldn't be a problem occupying it. T-Dog was the one with the most experience in navigating the surrounding areas. Many people prefer to stay in their own city and rarely traveled, which was one of the reasons why, at least in the beginning, the story was centered around Atlanta. Another reason was that transportation had become a major issue in recent days due to abandoned vehicles. However, as long as they avoided rural areas, the highways were relatively clear. Originally, Jason's plan was to grow his strength in Atlanta. He needed to lead one of the strongest and most united communities in the area. To do this, he needed multiple secure settlements in the city and a precise communication network. No, I'm afraid the factory can't be considered a viable refuge for now. What we need is a sustainable shelter, one that maintains a unique level of security with minimal modification costs. If we look at the factory, the cost of securing the exterior would be too high. Rick stated his point of view, and everyone agreed. Guillermo stood beside him, frowning as he studied the map in front of him. He didn't seem to have a clear idea, so he grabbed his weapon and stepped aside. I'm going to scout the area and see if I can find a suitable location. Let me go with you. We'll be safer if there are two of us. Glenn also grabbed his weapon and followed him. Be careful, both of you. Use the radio and contact us if anything happens. Jason watched the two leave, gave them a few instructions, and then turned his attention back to the map. In truth, he wanted to go to the Georgia prison. He knew it was somewhere in the state, but he was still hesitant about whether expanding now was the best idea. For now, he was considering going to Herschel's farm first and saving that group of people, as they would be crucial for developing agriculture as soon as possible. Herschel's tragic death had left a deep impression on him when he first saw it. Because of the soft hearts of many, they had spared enemies, which led to the downfall of many good people in the future. One could say that everyone paid the price for their own actions and ended up losing the prison, which was one of the best places to live, far better than Alexandria or any other large shelters that appeared later on. Morgan pointed at a large open space on the map and said, "Have you noticed this? There's a large open area on this side of the road. I think there should be a farm nearby. What do you think of the terrain? It's an open space. If we find an unused residential building in the center, we could renovate it." Upon hearing this proposal, Jason simply shook his head and, after a moment, said, even though the farm has good terrain and visibility, it lacks secure defenses. Even if we built a perimeter around it, it would consume a huge amount of manpower and materials, resources we can't afford to waste, especially since we need to leave the city as soon as possible. It would also be difficult to create strong defenses. Not to mention, we now have new survivors arriving at the shelter. I think the ideal place would be one designed to house a large number of people, far from the city, with solid exterior defenses and farmland we can cultivate. Everyone fell silent for a while. They knew that the farm wasn't a great option, but the real problem now was finding a place that met all their needs. Just as Jason was about to suggest naming the prison, he noticed Rick's expression light up. At that moment, Rick, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Jason, a place like the one you described really exists." Everyone turned to look at Rick. He glanced at Shane beside him, smiled, and said, "It's got good land, walls, and it's far from the city. Can't you think of where it is?" Shane scratched his head, frowned, and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he realized it and exclaimed, "Prison. Yes, the prison. It meets all our requirements and has full facilities, a cafeteria, an infirmary, and an armory. Now, the question is, does anyone know where there's a prison nearby?" After Rick finished speaking, he turned to look at those around him. They exchanged puzzled glances before all turning to look at T-Dog in unison. T-Dog's expectant expression gradually darkened as he saw everyone staring at him. "Wait a minute. What do you all try to imply by looking at me like that? Just because I'm black, I'm supposed to know where the prison is? Is that what you're saying? I'm a religious man. You sons of bitches." Hearing T-Dog's rapid response, Jason hid the smile on his face and interrupted, "Man, we just think you're more familiar with the surrounding area because of your community work, so you're more likely to know than the rest of us. That's all." The others nodded in agreement, and Morgan patted T-Dog on the shoulder. T-Dog was speechless for a moment before saying, "Sorry, I really don't know." Jason grabbed the radio and contacted Merle and Daryl's group, who were out hunting in the surrounding areas. "ZZ. Merle, can you hear me? Answer me quick. ZZ. Ha ha ha. This is your old friend Merle. Is there anything I can do for you, our esteemed leader of the SCD? ZZ. Speak in words we can actually understand. I need to ask you something. Do you know where there's a prison near Atlanta? ZZ. Are you kidding me? Got an old friend you need to bust out of jail? Ha ha. ZZ. Merle, you know I can stop you from getting alcohol, right? ZZ. All right. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, there's a prison west of Georgia, near Atlanta. What? ZZ. Do you know exactly where it is? ZE. I just know it's west of Georgia. I don't remember the exact location. Shit. I've never been there. Why the hell would I need to know where that damn prison is? You think I visit them like churches to spread the Lord's word? ZZ. All right, got it. You can get back to what you were doing. ZZ. Yeah, whatever. Merle has changed a lot. I guess he considers you a friend. He's not someone who submits to others easily, Shane said, having listened to their conversation. Ever since they left Atlanta, Merle's attitude had changed significantly. Jason replied indifferently. He stays true to his way of living. It's not like he's truly a bad person. Shane nodded at those words. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed through the forest in the distance. Then, Glenn's terrified voice came through the radio. ZZ. Guys, we're under attack. Oh God, Guillermo's been shot. Get here fast. ZZ. Guys, we're under attack. Guillermo got shot. I don't know what to do. Come quickly. We're in the forest to the west. Hurry. How is this possible? Is it another group of survivors? Jason couldn't help but frown. He grabbed his modified M4 and prepared to head out. The others' expressions changed drastically. They picked up their weapons one by one and ran in the direction where Glenn and Guillermo had gone just moments ago. Jason feared encountering a hostile group of survivors. His group was growing, and he couldn't afford to start a war, especially when most of his people were inexperienced in this area. He knew they were near Herschel's farm, where people lived. For that very reason, he had warned everyone to stay alert while exploring. Soon, they saw them in the forest. Unexpectedly, a fat man was standing next to them. Guillermo was on the ground, and from the others' perspective, they couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. The fat man standing there said something while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this scene, Jason's usually calm face showed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was no doubt that the fat man in front of him was Otis, but he really couldn't remember if this was the day Carl got shot in the original story. But now that he thought about it, did the shooting have to happen for Rick to meet Herschel at any cost? If so, Jason knew he was the only one to blame for Guillermo getting shot when his original intention was to interact with the people on the farm. Several people ran forward. Jason immediately began checking Guillermo's wounds while Shane and the others aimed their weapons at Otis. Who are you? Why did you attack them? Where's your partner? Otis was stunned at that moment. He had just been hunting and hadn't expected to wound a stranger who had suddenly appeared. Nervously, he responded, I'm Otis. I didn't mean to shoot him. I was just hunting. Look, that's my deer right there. It wasn't my intention, I swear. I aimed at the deer and didn't realize there were people here. Shane nodded, furious, and continued questioning Otis loudly. You're lying. I don't believe you. I really didn't mean to. Believe me, I was just hunting. You have to believe me. Otis was holding his rifle tightly as tears welled up in his eyes. Jason did a quick check. He discovered that while Guillermo had passed out, the only thing he could determine was that the injury was serious, but it was too soon to make a final judgment. In cases like this, it was difficult to assess the extent of the damage caused by a gunshot wound just by looking, as the bullet's trajectory was unknown. Jason looked up at Otis, stood up, and placed a hand on Shane's arm. He was supposed to be hunting. Guillermo was injured by accident. The wound isn't deep, but he needs surgery. After finishing his sentence, Jason turned to Otis, who was still apologizing. Otis, right? Is your house nearby? Do you have anything there that can help us? He needs a minor operation. Herschel has the equipment to save him. I can take you there. Where? That way, just straight ahead. Otis pointed into the forest. Lead the way. Shane grabbed Otis's shirt roughly and was about to march forward when Jason's voice stopped him. Even if the wound isn't fatal, we can't just move him carelessly. God knows how far we have to carry Guillermo in our arms. Then what do we do? He's bleeding a lot, and if we don't hurry, I'm afraid he'll die. While everyone was at a loss, Jason suddenly ran to a small tree, pulled out his machete, and started cutting. After quickly chopping down 2 small trees, Jason swiftly trimmed some branches off the logs. In the blink of an eye, he had 2 sturdy wooden poles. Jason looked at a few people and pointed at Glenn and Otis. Take off your jackets, both of you, quick. After speaking, Jason also removed his own jacket, then ripped open the legs of his pants and cut some fabric strips with a few quick slices. In just about 2 minutes, Jason had skillfully manipulated the jackets into a simple stretcher. All right, looks like it's done. Everyone fell silent, then quickly moved to place Guillermo onto the makeshift stretcher. Jason helped secure it and began instructing the others. Rick, you and I will take the left side. Shane and T-Dog, take the right. Hold him steady. Move. After speaking, the 4 of them lifted Guillermo together. The stretcher felt stable enough. They followed Otis, who was being dragged along by Shane, running out of the forest in a completely different direction from where they had come. In no time, they had run relentlessly, carrying Guillermo on the stretcher. Except for Jason, who was the most trained, everyone was breathing heavily. Shane, out of breath, yelled angrily at Otis, who was barely managing to run. You damn idiot, run faster, or I'll put a bullet in you myself. Move it. Otis dropped to his knees, gasping. I'm sorry, I can't run anymore. You guys go ahead. There's not much farther to go. Just keep going straight. Seeing that Otis could no longer keep up, the 4 didn't waste any time and just kept running. Glenn, who had been behind with Otis, was also out of breath, but was in much better shape. He stretched his arms to help support Otis and slowly followed the 4 people ahead. After running out of the forest, Jason spotted lonely houses in the distance, standing in the middle of the fields. Keep going. Come on, come on. Don't stop. Rick and the others also saw the houses in the distance and finally felt a bit of relief, picking up their pace. Herschel, is Herschel there? Dozens of meters away from the house, Jason shouted loudly. Soon, a few girls ran out of the house, followed by an elderly man with white hair and a beard. By then, the 4 had already reached the house's entrance. I'm Herschel. What happened? Is he hurt? Herschel immediately spotted Guillermo unconscious on the stretcher, his bright red blood staining his abdomen. Shane had been holding in his anger for a while, but now he finally exploded. You're Herschel, right? He got shot. Otis shot him. Herschel didn't argue with Shane. He simply stepped forward to examine Guillermo's wound. All right, bring him inside and lay him on a bed. I'll be able to check him properly. Herschel said quickly. Glenn, go get the medical backpack. We have plenty of supplies for situations like this, Jason said as they carried Guillermo inside. The only thing Jason needed was a sterile place to treat Guillermo properly. Yeah, I got it. After a while, Herschel spoke. His internal organs and arteries aren't damaged, but we need minor surgery to remove the bullet fragments. I heard you have equipment here. I need to use it. Yes, you can assist me and get whatever you need. If there's anything else, don't forget to tell me. Jason said seriously as he walked to the bathroom to wash his hands thoroughly. All right, I understand, Herschel replied before turning and heading into the room. Jason was in charge. After all, he had medical knowledge that would help in this kind of situation. But having some extra help wouldn't hurt. All right, let's begin. Herschel stood to the side with a worried expression, watching Jason's movements while staying on standby in case he needed help. The important thing is to remove the shrapnel from the wound. Let's hope I can get everything out and that no internal organs are damaged. After saying that, Jason started the operation, his movements slow and careful. As he steadily moved his hands, Herschel ensured the wound was well lit so everything remained visible. The procedure was slow, but Jason successfully extracted the first piece of shrapnel. Based on his initial observations, no internal organs had been hit, so everything was proceeding well. Outside, the previously silent surroundings were gradually filled with an indescribable tension. Jason's mind was racing as he analyzed how he should act based on what had just happened. For some reason, things kept unfolding as he remembered, yet differently. Although the future had now been significantly altered by his decisions and ambitions, some events still occurred in the same way. As he had done so far, he needed to remain careful and act in the most favorable way to take advantage of his still useful knowledge. This mistake would not happen again. From now on, he would stop considering others so much. Lately, he had been too focused on his refuge, neglecting other crucial factors. Now, he needed to concentrate on what was coming. There were many dangers, but also countless opportunities awaiting in the future. After half an hour of surgery, Jason, lost in his thoughts, had managed to remove several pieces of shrapnel. Despite the lack of proper medical conditions, everything had gone remarkably well. The sound of shrapnel clinking against the metal tray snapped Herschel out of his own thoughts. "Are you a doctor?" "Not at all. It's not my specialty, but I received medical training in the Special Forces." "Are my movements too stiff?" Jason asked while making sure everything was still in order. Herschel, standing beside him, wiped the sweat from Jason's forehead and said, "Even though you have the knowledge, it seems like this is your first time doing this." Of course, the old man was right. Jason had never done this before, even though he had the theoretical knowledge. "That seems to be the last one. I'll check a little more before closing the wound." At this point, Herschel decided to take over the finishing touches, seeing that Jason had handled most of the work. A sigh of relief filled the air upon realizing that Guillermo seemed like he would recover. Jason couldn't afford to lose a friend and someone who would be crucial to his future plans. After some time, Herschel began stitching up Guillermo's wound with ease. In about 2 hours, Herschel had completely finished. According to him, everything went quickly because the shrapnel hadn't penetrated any internal organs and was relatively easy to remove. When they were done, Jason started organizing the room and couldn't help but admire the old man's ability to work under pressure. As Jason stepped outside, he saw that people had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Herschel emerged as well, they hurried forward, eager to hear the news. Smiles appeared on several faces. Rick immediately approached and asked, "How did the surgery go? I remember Candace saying you had some medical skills. Will Guillermo be all right?" Jason nodded, scanned the group with a serious expression, then turned to Herschel and said, "I have to say, we owe a lot to Herschel. He helped me tremendously, and from what we've seen, Guillermo's injury isn't as serious as we first thought. Fortunately, the bullet fragments didn't damage any internal organs. You have incredible composure, even in situations like this. If you were a doctor, you'd definitely be one of the best." A deep voice came from behind the group, and Herschel stepped forward to address everyone. Herschel extended his hand toward Jason and said solemnly, "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Herschel Green, a veterinarian. These are my daughters, Maggie and Beth. The one who injured your friend is Otis." Jason shook Herschel's hand, turned, and introduced his group. "My name is Jason. You could just call me by my first name. These are my friends, Police Officers Shane and Rick. This is Glenn, T-Dog, and Morgan. The guy in the bed is Guillermo. We're all survivors from Atlanta." Herschel immediately spoke with a slight note of apology. "I'm sorry for causing you such trouble. We'll take responsibility for your friend's injuries. He can recover here with us. During this time, you're welcome to stay at our home temporarily. We'll provide food and shelter until your friend gets better." Rick stepped forward and said, "The good thing is that this didn't turn out worse, right? You don't need to take responsibility, Herschel. I insist. Then we'll take you up on your offer. This place can serve as a stronghold while we scout the surrounding area. We won't be a burden and can also help ensure your safety." Jason agreed with Herschel's proposal. Then he noticed the horses on the farm and asked, "Herschel, I have a question. Do you have some horses here?" Herschel nodded and pointed toward the nearby stable. "Yes, they're in the barn. Could I borrow 2 horses? Our convoy is stuck on the opposite road, and we need to bring it back." Just as Jason finished speaking, Rick interrupted him. "Jason, get some rest. We'll go pick up the vehicles ourselves." Hearing this, Herschel turned back toward the house and called out, "Maggie, come here for a moment." Soon a woman in casual clothes peeked out and asked suspiciously, "Dad, what's going on?" "Go to the stables and get a couple of horses. These gentlemen need to head to the road. Escort them there and then come back." Maggie shrugged and asked Rick and the others, "Which one of you is coming with me?" "Glenn, you go. You're relatively light, so you'll be able to ride faster." Hearing Maggie's question, Jason immediately assigned the task to Glenn, who looked quite excited. As someone who had witnessed the lives and deaths of many people around him, Jason couldn't bear the burden of caring about his friend's future love life. Although this was his reality, there was still a lingering sense of guilt, and it wasn't as if Jason was particularly enthusiastic about romance at the moment. Huh? Me? What? Glenn hadn't expected to be mentioned so suddenly. He had been staring at Maggie for quite some time, and when Jason called him, he immediately got nervous. Go with Maggie on horseback and drive our car back. We left a lot of important things behind. All right. After the two of them left, Jason entered the guest room of the house. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he felt his eyelids grow heavy and fell asleep after taking a deep breath. Inexplicably, he felt strange, so he decided to sleep it off. Atlanta nursing home. A few days after Jason helped the people in this shelter escape the city with some extra supplies, a group of individuals was rummaging through boxes in the surrounding area, as if searching for something among the abandoned belongings. A tall, handsome white man stood in the middle of the backyard, staring at a statue of a child in the fountain at the center of the yard. On the back of this statue, a pair of small wings extended. The child had a broad smile on his face, and his tiny hands held a book, pointing in the direction where the man stood. At that moment, a middle-aged man with glasses shorter than the man beside him approached and spoke in a low voice. "Philip, I searched everywhere and found nothing. The people from this place seem to have left, and the thieves we captured don't seem to have anything." After the man finished speaking, Philip Blake remained motionless, still staring at the child's statue. After half a minute, they watched as he turned around and walked toward the corner of the yard. The man who had come to report looked in the direction Philip was heading and saw nothing but a few scattered bricks. Still, he didn't dare to ask any questions. He saw Philip crouch down and sift through several bricks before picking one up, holding it in his hand, and slowly turning around. "Milton, do you know why we're here?" Philip asked in a slow, dangerous tone as he walked toward him. Milton couldn't help but tremble and quickly responded, "I do. We're here to find medicine." Philip stood still by the fountain, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but there was no smile in his eyes as he asked, word by word, "Then, tell me, why the hell can't we find that damn medicine?" As he spoke, his anger grew, and his expression gradually turned into a crazed look. With each word, the brick in his hand struck the child's statue. By the time he finished speaking, only the crunching sound of the brick hitting the statue could be heard. Milton stood there with his head lowered, his body trembling with each crackling sound. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear take hold of him. The man who was now losing his mind was once called Brian, a gentle, kind, and honest man who claimed to have a daughter, though in reality, she was his brother Philip's child. This man, better known as the governor, was beginning to move more and more in Jason's footsteps. It was then that Milton discovered that his friend Philip's character was becoming increasingly strange. When he was inside the refuge he had worked so hard to maintain, he was a very kind and gentle gentleman, but once he stepped outside, he became extremely cold and aggressive. Philip would often lose his composure inexplicably and abuse the survivors he encountered on the road during expeditions. A clear example was just a few days ago when Milton found a corpse in a bathroom near the survivor camp. He knew that Philip had killed him because he was very familiar with the scars on the victim's body, marks left by Philip when he was interrogated. Milton gradually began to fear the man he once considered a friend. Like any true friend, he tried to reason with him, but nothing could restrain a man who was worsening by the day. In this way, Milton watched Philip's development step by step until today, when he had become the leader of this group of survivors. He could confidently say that he was the only one who truly knew Philip's past, eventually becoming his right-hand man. To the eyes of those survivors, Philip was an intellectual, rational, powerful, and perfect leader. But to Milton, Philip was truly insane. Today, he knew that Philip was searching for a place to settle. He truly wanted to have a place to call home. In that search, he did everything possible to obtain resources, but the massive hordes of walkers had made things significantly more difficult. Georgia County, in a place abandoned by the living, a group of people who had never stepped foot in this area before arrived. The walkers wandering aimlessly nearby were drawn by the sound of the approaching convoy. They emerged from every corner, slowly surrounding the vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. The convoy's firepower was overwhelming. In no time, the walkers were effortlessly eliminated. Everyone jumped out of the vehicles. They seemed like just another large group of survivors, but there was one man who stood out above them all. He walked ahead of the group, pointing toward the two passageways at the front and rear of the community. After observing for a moment, he ordered, "Call everyone down from the bus, then split into two groups. Once everyone is off, we'll position the bus to seal the street. Next, we'll find the smaller exits and take care of sealing them. Meanwhile, the other group will clear the surrounding area of walkers. Stay alert and be careful." Occasional gunshots echoed from different directions. Philip stood in the middle of the street in this new territory that would become the foundation of his power, watching people rush in and out, clearing houses. Survivors who passed by greeted him, and Philip smiled and nodded, satisfied with how things were progressing. The clearing operation lasted an entire day, and by nightfall, they had finally inspected the entire community. That night, everyone sat around a campfire, eating various canned foods they had gathered along the way. Philip didn't eat. He simply held an open can and looked at the people around him. The orange light flickered against their dirty faces, but it couldn't illuminate their eyes. There was an emotion in them that disgusted him deeply. He didn't want to live in such chaos. He missed the kind of life he had before everything that was happening today. Thinking about this, he handed a can to Martinez, who was sitting beside him. The latter was surprised and instinctively took the can, then watched as Philip stood up. Crack, crack, crack. Slow, rhythmic applause drew everyone's attention, and suddenly, the scene fell silent. "Do you really think living like this counts as living?" As he spoke, he pointed to the empty cans scattered on the ground. His deep voice continued, "Eating expired food every day, hiding over and over again without end. Just look at us now. Does anyone remember the last time they took a bath? When was the last time you celebrated anything? Do you think we should live like this in the final days of our lives?" Martinez set the can down and said, "Philip, the world has changed. This is what the end of the world looks like." Hearing Martinez's words, Philip seemed agitated. His tone suddenly rose, and he responded passionately, "No, I don't believe that. Why can't we build a community just like before the end of the world?" Philip stepped in front of the fire and gazed at the crowd with piercing eyes. The flames reflected on his face, and people could see that his eyes seemed to be burning with an intense fire. "Is there anyone here who doesn't want to sit in their home and eat in peace every day? Is there anyone here who doesn't want to live a clean and peaceful life for the rest of their days? Is there anyone here who doesn't want their children to grow up happy and their elders to grow old in tranquility?" Each sentence was like a knife, cutting deep into the pain in people's hearts. Some began to show longing in their eyes, setting down the food in their hands. A few even started to stand up. Philip stepped closer, pointed at one of them, and asked loudly, "Do you want that kind of life?" "I do." Philip pointed at another and continued shouting, "What about you? Do you want that life?" "I definitely want it." Philip opened his arms, looked around, and shouted even louder, "All of you answer me. Do you want that life?" "We do. Of course we do." After a moment of silence, everyone rose one after another, their emotional cries filling the air. Philip looked around and saw the flames reflected in the eyes of all these people. Seeing the crowd's fervor, Martinez also shouted, "Philip! Philip!" The crowd's chants gradually synchronized, their voices echoing throughout the community. Philip raised his hands, and the voices slowly quieted. But all eyes were still on him, filled with anticipation. "Don't worry. I will do everything I can to make that dream a reality. Now listen to my plan." Over the next period, Philip outlined in detail the division of labor for everyone. The community they had occupied was a relatively luxurious one before the apocalypse. The surrounding facilities were well equipped, including water sources, filtration systems, clinics, and other amenities. However, many things were still lacking. For example, the outer wall needed reinforcement with sturdy materials, food and fuel supplies had to be secured, and they had to find common necessities, among many other things. Under Philip's leadership, the community gradually developed. As it grew, they also took in new survivors, and slowly, everyone became addicted to this illusion of satisfaction. No one wanted to wake up from this beautiful dream, and the decaying world outside became nothing more than a distant nightmare. Walkers roamed everywhere, making the town survivors unwilling to face the outside world. Thus, Philip completely dominated the town. When he was inside, he enthusiastically helped everyone in need and often went out on supply runs. Each time he returned, he brought back large amounts of supplies, further cementing the people's admiration for him as a kind and elegant leader. But only Milton and Martinez, who accompanied him on these supply runs, knew the true face of this man, a venomous snake. He could kill any survivors he encountered without a second thought and steal their supplies, or he could feign submission when facing a powerful enemy, only to strike the moment they let their guard down. Yet, his generous treatment silenced those who knew the truth. No one in the community would ever speak against Philip. They understood that mere words couldn't tarnish the glorious image he had built in people's hearts. In fact, the people even affectionately called him the governor. At this moment, Philip, the governor in everyone's minds, sat in a secret room next to his own quarters. Against one wall of the hidden room was a rectangular fish tank that spanned the entire wall. In the adjacent room, his sick daughter lived. At dawn, the sun was slowly rising, illuminating the green fields where Jason's group had arrived purely by coincidence. Inside a room in a house, Jason slowly opened his eyes, but his breathing was unnatural. This unfamiliar environment triggered a momentary stress reaction, but then he remembered what had happened yesterday and calmed down. After a few minutes of steadying the heavy sensation in his body, he walked to the bathroom to wash his face and then stepped out of the room. Standing in the completely empty living room, Jason looked at the framed photos while thinking about everything he had done to get here. The feeling of being in the countryside was entirely different from that of the city. Here, he could understand Herschel's attitude toward life and death when it came to the walkers. If Jason hadn't had the skills to do what he had done so far, the idea of staying on a farm on the outskirts of the city would have been his choice. After all, protecting a farm with enough preparation shouldn't be much of a problem. As Jason observed the curiosities in the living room, he heard sudden noises coming from the kitchen. That must have been Mrs. Patricia, Otis's wife, who was now preparing breakfast. A pleasant smell filled the air. The small community that had formed in this place was good. At least it allowed them to survive the outside world. Two bad things were about to change. Jason ignored this thought and walked toward the room where Guillermo was resting. After a brief inspection, Jason sighed in relief. At first glance, Guillermo's condition seemed good, and his wound showed no signs of infection. It seemed the medicine they had was enough to keep Guillermo stable. After a few more checks, Jason left the room and stepped outside the house. "You're finally awake, Jason. Did you get a good rest?" As soon as he walked through the door, Glenn's voice sounded beside him. When he turned, he saw Glenn sitting alone on a bench, looking a little exhausted. Noticing Glenn's condition, Jason didn't hesitate to ask, "Why are you here at this hour? It looks like you haven't slept all night, have you?" Glenn blinked a few times, yawned, and replied with a reassuring smile. "I was on watch last night to keep an eye on the place. We didn't wake you because you were exhausted. You should consider getting more sleep from now on instead of just waiting until you get the chance." "Yeah, I like to have that privilege too." Jason carried a mental burden that couldn't compare to those around him. But now wasn't the time to make comparisons, so he asked, "Is everyone here?" Shane and Rick slept in tents along with the others since there wasn't enough space in the house, and they didn't feel comfortable inside the RV either. After speaking, Glenn pointed to a tree not far away, and indeed, there were two tents beneath it, right where the RV was parked. "Hey guys, do we wake you up?" Jason stood next to the tents and called out loudly. Soon, a few people emerged from the tents, looking groggy while holding shotguns. Seeing this, he spoke with a concerned expression. "Sorry, it looks like you weren't up yet. Let's get something to eat, and then we should explore the surroundings. How can we not wake up when you're yelling so loudly?" T-Dog couldn't help but complain, thinking they were being attacked by walkers. This was the first time in a long while that he had slept outdoors. Rick stretched his back. He was tired of living in the open these past days and missed his bed at the CDC. But he understood that such comforts weren't something he could have all the time, so he didn't complain. I get that you're not used to sleeping outside, but you need to understand that our stronghold at the CDC isn't permanent. We have to consider relocating most of the group due to the high maintenance costs. Until we find a suitable place, we should embrace nature like true primitive men. Morgan also nodded and said enthusiastically, Jason is right. It's not just us. Everyone in the future will have to get used to living like this. After all, we don't know what's going to happen next. After breakfast, Jason told Glenn to catch up on sleep while he went to find Herschel to ask him some questions. Inside the house, Jason explained their situation and where they had come from in greater detail. He needed to make them aware of what was happening in the outside world. Herschel, as I mentioned, we're from the CDC. We went out this time to look for a secondary shelter because we can't afford to keep the facility operational for much longer. So I wanted to ask you, does anyone here know the surrounding area well? Herschel thought for a moment and then nodded. Otis is very familiar with the area. He helped us transport a lot of things from the city before. You can ask him directly. He shouldn't have any problem helping you. When Jason found Otis, the man was repairing a truck in the yard. After hearing Jason's request, he agreed without hesitation. After what had happened, he regretted the situation with Guillermo, but there was nothing he could do to help. However, when he heard Jason's request, he willingly accepted. There are several pharmacies and warehouses nearby. As for the things you mentioned, I'm not entirely sure. Otis had taken Jason and the others to a pharmacy a bit of a distance from the farm, where there was actually a small town. Jason didn't really expect to find warehouses in perfect condition to store supplies, but it was a shame that Otis didn't know about these places. Now, they would have to check them one by one in order. Boom, boom, boom. On the street outside the pharmacy, the place was eerily deserted, and the silence of air was broken by loud banging on the door, making Glenn and the others tense up. Immediately, the walkers inside the pharmacy were drawn to the door by the sudden noise. After making some noise to draw the walkers' attention and ensure they wouldn't be taken by surprise later, Jason had no intention of going in directly. At his side, Shane and Rick stood guard on both sides. Neither of them intended to go in, so they decided to break the glass by force. With a single strike, the pharmacy window shattered, and the ugly faces of two walkers appeared immediately. Puff, puff. The sound of two sharp objects piercing rotten flesh echoed. Rick and Shane's daggers sank into the walkers' heads almost simultaneously, and Jason also slashed one of the walkers behind them to death as it followed. Go in and be careful. Rick reminded everyone to enter the pharmacy slowly. It was a relatively large pharmacy, about 100 square meters, with shelves full of various medicines that were still usable. The expressions of those who had initially been hesitant about large-scale scavenging quickly turned into ones of joy. Ha ha ha, honey, we hit the jackpot. Shane ran his hand over the boxes of medicine on the shelves with excitement. No one had expected this pharmacy to have such a complete collection of essential supplies. Everyone, pack as many medicines as possible. Start with the most important ones, then move on to the rest, Jason instructed, pointing to some shelves containing the most crucial medications. He himself didn't bother with the medicine on the shelves, but went straight to the storage room in the back. He knocked lightly on the door, pressed his ear against it, and listened carefully for a few seconds. There was no familiar groaning of a walker, so Jason slowly opened the door and peeked inside. The storage room wasn't big, only about 40 square meters. Several shelves lined the interior. Jason wasn't one to wait for others to take action, so he went in directly. There were only 5 rows of shelves in total. Walking down the middle aisle, Jason finally found a corpse on the innermost shelf. However, he wasn't on guard because it was obviously a survivor who had taken their own life by swallowing a bullet through their throat. Understanding what had happened here and recalling the walkers trapped inside the pharmacy, Jason figured that the person in the storage room had likely been chased by some walkers from outside. Trapped in this storage space, where there was nothing but medicine and no other exits, they had chosen the easiest way out, ending their own life rather than being eaten alive. Jason shook his head at the heartbreaking scene. Every time he saw something like this, which was more common than it seemed, he felt anger. Most people had firearms in their hands, and there were only a few walkers around them. It should have been easy to fight their way out. "Jason, are you okay?" Rick's voice came from the door. "Yeah, I'm fine." Rick walked up to Jason, looked at what he was silently staring at, and sighed at the sight. He patted Jason on the shoulder as if to comfort him and said in a slightly somber tone, "You don't have to think too much about it. Some people simply choose a quick end to avoid suffering. In many cases, it's the best choice, honestly. Where there are those who fight, there will always be those who give up." Jason took 2 steps forward, slowly bent down, picked up the corpse's gun, handed it to Rick, and said, "Look at that. Another good weapon. We shouldn't let it go to waste." Not long after, the group left the pharmacy, their hands full of medicine. Otis happily drove the truck, grateful that Jason's team had given him some common-use medications. His home's supplies needed restocking, and he couldn't have felt better about receiving a batch of medicine without having to risk his life. Seeing Otis so happy, Jason suddenly thought that this man seemed familiar with the area, so he asked a question. "By the way, Otis, do you know where the prison west of Georgia is?" "Georgia prison? What are you planning to do there?" "It's completely inaccessible." Otis's astonished look suddenly became very appealing to Jason. Sitting up straight, Jason pressed on. "You know the place? Take us there now." Jason was secretly pleased that he had finally found someone so useful. He planned to head there immediately. "Do you know where? Hurry, take us there." Shane heard Jason's words and couldn't help but ask the same question again. Shane's slightly excited tone completely confused Otis, but he still explained everything calmly. "The prison west of Georgia is a bit far from here. It will take about 40 minutes to drive there, just one way. By then, it will be dark considering the time. Why don't we go first thing in the morning?" At that moment, Jason looked up at the sky, at the sunset. He figured Otis was right, so he didn't insist further, and everyone quickly returned to the farm. If he thought about it, right now, with the medicine, they weren't in a good position to continue exploring. They needed to return first, drop off everything they had collected today, and then decide whether to keep searching. Morgan turned his head to look at Jason, who stood beside him with a pensive expression. Even though he seemed like a good leader, Morgan constantly felt that Jason was being cautious about something, and it was making him more impatient. He hoped that, after taking the prison, he could finally get some answers. Sensing Morgan's gaze, Jason turned his head to see the other man's somewhat intrigued expression. He looked around, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Lately, I feel like it would be better to leave the city. Something tells me that the longer we stay, the less trustworthy people outside will become." Shane heard these words and nodded. He knew that out there, many bastards were causing havoc and killing innocent people. They couldn't afford to trust every survivor they rescued, and had to always stay alert. At noon the next day, in the lobby of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. "All right, rookies, we just taught you everything there is to teach. Now it's up to you to see how much you can do when the time comes. Okay, grab a weapon and go to Mike. He'll assign you to a team to operate together." Merle finished his final survival training explanations. After that, he pointed out that he had nothing more to teach them, so they should continue learning from other instructors. For now, his presence was needed to work as a community guard. At that moment, Merle was half lying on a couch, his eyes half closed. He didn't care about anything else after finishing his task. Now, he just smiled and made people around him uncomfortable. But everyone present seemed to have gotten used to his behavior. Not only did they not feel uneasy, but some even joked and argued with him. After understanding that the rules had to be followed upon entering the SCD community, he and all the survivors realized how important they were for this place to remain sustainable and continue growing. The vast majority of guards here were military, and those who weren't had learned enough to know how to move, fight, and use a weapon. At first, some people complained about the attitude of certain guards during training. But after hearing that if they didn't accept these methods, they wouldn't be allowed to stay, and that finding a safe place outside the community was nearly impossible, most of them stopped complaining. Once all the assigned trainees had finished their survival training, the two Dixon brothers were left alone. Daryl took his crossbow and began cleaning it while talking to his brother. Any news about the people who went looking for a new shelter? Staying in this place is becoming torture. At this rate, we're not doing anything else. Does Jason just want us stuck here teaching that bunch of morons how to survive? Merle, who had been half lying down without moving, finally reacted. He simply looked at his brother Daryl with an amused expression and then said lazily, "Relax, my good brother. We won't be here much longer. If I'm right, we'll be heading out soon to support the others." Merle paused for a moment and then said in a mocking tone, "I'm sure those virus researchers won't be making a cure anytime soon, so this whole mess will drag on for a lot longer." After speaking, he grabbed a bottle of alcohol beside him and took a sip. Merle felt that this place wouldn't be ideal for survival much longer. Now, most of the group, under Jason's orders, was clearing out the city and taking a lot of things they didn't really need. Why were they collecting tanks, helicopters, and hundreds of Humvees with machine guns? It was obvious that Jason was preparing for a future where the world's order would belong to whoever had the most weapons. Daryl didn't say a word when he heard his brother speak. He simply continued cleaning his crossbow. Seeing his brother's silence, Merle looked at him and, with a smirk, said, "I heard Jason almost shot you last time when you were out hunting at the quarry. Is that true?" With a cold expression, Daryl stood up and said loudly, "It was nothing. I almost put an arrow in his chest, too. You get that?" "Ha ha ha." Merle didn't respond. He just grinned at his brother. "Your laughter is extremely annoying. You know that?" Daryl looked at his brother, not quite understanding his attitude. "But you're carrying the new crossbow he gave you, and now you have hundreds of arrows thanks to Jason. I suppose it won't be long before you fall for him, like everyone else has." Just as Daryl was about to respond, the radio on the table suddenly crackled. "ZZ, can anyone hear me? This is Jason, respond." Daryl froze, looked at Merle, and Merle grabbed the radio from the table and tossed it to his brother. "Come on, brother. Don't leave the burden of being the group's spokesperson all to me. Get involved, find some love." "Ha ha ha." Daryl caught the radio his brother had thrown, sneered, and pressed the response button. "ZZ, copy that. This is Daryl. ZZ, Daryl, get Janner and Felipe together. I have something important to say. ZZ, hold on a moment. I'll contact you later." Lowering the radio, Daryl tossed it back to Merle, then turned away and said, "You can handle it yourself. I'm not going to be a damn messenger for those rookies." Merle smirked and walked toward the underground living area where the researchers were. Somewhere, two cars were parked on the side of the road. A young Asian man and a burly black man stood on the roofs of the two cars, keeping watch over the surroundings, while another group of people walked ahead. This group of people was Jason and the others. Otis walked at the front of the team. The long journey had left him drenched in sweat, and he was out of breath after walking a long distance. A distance that, for many, the group walked through the forest for more than 20 minutes when they heard Otis up ahead say, "Here, it's just ahead. There's actually a shorter path through the forest that leads to that prison. A friend of mine was locked up here before, so I know the way." But when we reached that intersection, two trees had fallen and blocked the road, so I found this shortcut instead. "Look, we're here." A few people emerged from a forest trail, and the once dense forest suddenly became sparse, revealing a mountain with a wide-open view. Everyone looked in the direction Otis was pointing, and a large-scale prison appeared before their eyes. Looking at the familiar prison in front of him, Jason felt a wave of emotion. Too many things happened in this prison in the original story after they took it, most of them tragedies. Now that he was here, he planned to turn this prison into the base for the SCT community and secure humanity's future. "This place is perfect," Rick said, looking at the prison. Filled with joy, he couldn't help but admire the place. Morgan also looked down at the prison and saw the dense cluster of walkers roaming mindlessly near the fence. He couldn't help but voice his concern. "It looks like this place has completely collapsed. Look at all those walkers." Shane expressed his doubts, looking at Jason as he said, "Jason, with all due respect, we don't know if the facilities inside are secure or not. but from what we can see, there must be hundreds of walkers in every corner of that place. I don't think moving here is a good idea. I still believe we can stay at the CDC. The facilities seem impenetrable, a safe and comfortable place. Shane, I know you're thinking about the team, but what you need to understand is that staying at the CDC requires fuel, and the demand is enormous. Even with most of the unused equipment shut down, it's still a massive drain. So relocating the refugees is the top priority right now. We don't have a choice. Jason recognized that Shane was a very defensive and cautious person, as seen in various choices he made in the original story. He was also someone who disliked taking unnecessary risks. His reckless and irritable nature often led him to act impulsively. At that moment, Shane still wasn't convinced that the prison was a good option. He was about to argue when he heard what Jason was about to say. Guys, do you want to know why we have to leave the CDC? After pausing for a moment, Jason spoke in a clear voice. It's because the CDC's fuel supply can never run out. Once we run out of fuel, all the CDC systems will shut down. At first, I also wanted that place to be our operations center, but I had to take this factor into account. Shane asked, even if there's no electricity, it's still a good shelter. Jason shook his head and continued explaining. Do you know where we are and what the CDC actually does? The CDC stores most of the world's deadliest viruses and bacteria. Once the CDC's power supply is depleted, the central computer will automatically initiate a full decontamination. Upon hearing this, everyone present asked the same question almost simultaneously. What do you mean by full decontamination? It will explode, a high-powered pulse bomb. It contains a two-stage aerosol ignition device, with destruction surpassing all known devices. Its internal devastation will annihilate everything stored inside. The effect is second only to nuclear bombs. The extreme temperature of 6,000 degrees will ignite the air and destroy every hazardous substance in the CDC. In the original story, Edwin's explanation had been shocking, and Jason vividly remembered this terrifying bomb, so he tried to explain it as best as he could. Are you telling me we've been living on top of a bomb? Are you saying we've been living on top of a bomb this whole time? Everyone looked at Jason with disbelief written all over their faces. They had never imagined that the CDC facilities had such special features. Had they heard Jason correctly just now? Or were they mistaken? Rick was also somewhat confused, so he asked angrily, "Why are you telling us this just now?" Seeing how everyone's expressions suddenly changed, Jason knew they were all upset and bewildered. But what could he do with so many problems to solve? Jason suddenly gestured for everyone to calm down. He checked the time and then looked at them with a tranquil expression. There's nothing to worry about. Even now, the condition for the self-destruction program to activate is that fuel resources must be scarce. Jason sighed calmly. He really thought he shouldn't have to explain everything, but he still answered all their questions and pointed out, currently, the gasoline stored in the basement is enough to keep the CDC running for a long time. However, we've come to a conclusion. It's not optimal to keep it operational. To be honest, he wanted to keep the CDC active and let the researchers continue working on a cure for the virus. That would have been ideal. But he couldn't afford that luxury with all the problems ahead and the possible events that could unfold. Jason was certain that if he kept growing in Atlanta, he would soon receive unwanted visitors. For now, he preferred to conceal his strength and not attract too much attention. When everyone heard Jason's explanation, those nearby felt somewhat relieved. But at this moment, no one wanted to return to the CDC or even consider staying there. After everyone understood the issues with the CDC and the SCD community, they all turned their heads toward the prison again. Now, the excitement in their eyes reignited. Jason knew that many couldn't understand his plans, so he could only share what they could accept and keep to himself the problems that very few could comprehend. In the future, some people would be in awe of those who were strong and maintained a safe haven. But once those strong individuals became weak in their eyes, they would start forming plans to act separately and take what little they had, revealing their selfish nature. How could Jason not think about the many things that would happen and the potential enemies that would cause trouble? He knew all too well. That's why he had to be prepared to defend his community. He needed to take advantage of his future knowledge and be ready for all these challenges. He couldn't afford to dwell on trivial things like emotions or what others thought. He couldn't allow his thoughts to be disturbed by such minor concerns when he knew that was the weakness of many strong individuals. Jason pulled out the radio from his vest and began communicating with Daryl while focusing on what was next. Today, he only wanted to confirm the prison's location and wasn't planning to make any big moves yet. As long as his people weren't nearby, making any major moves would be foolish. Moreover, Jason knew very well that they were about 70 days into the apocalypse. The farm was still under siege by a massive horde of walkers. He didn't know exactly when it would happen, but there was still time before he needed to think about saving Herschel's family. Their agricultural skills were incredibly valuable for starting food production as soon as possible. The horses and many other resources on the farm were crucial, making Herschel's family something Jason couldn't afford to overlook. Besides, knowing that food would be their most critical need in the future, he required a massive piece of land that could provide enough food for his people year-round. However, given Herschel's stubborn nature, it was hard to guarantee that he would abandon the farm without experiencing the ups and downs of the original storyline. Jason wouldn't waste his energy on them just yet. The successive deaths of his loved ones, such as Otis, Shane's downfall, and Patricia's loss had deeply impacted Herschel's family and Rick's group. By this point, Herschel had already been through a lot. He had mostly recovered after quitting alcohol, but the shadow of his son's death was something he had never gotten over, which would cause problems. How could Jason solve this issue? If there hadn't been so much death and loss, how could Herschel's family have willingly left their home? They were valuable people who could greatly strengthen the SCD community. Jason could only shake his head and decide not to think about it for now. If he couldn't successfully transfer people and resources from the CDC to the prison, all his plans would collapse. If that happened, he would consider seeking out the CRM and growing within their ranks rather than continuing to pursue a future under his own ideals. Jason, everyone is gathered. You can say what you wanted to announce. Meanwhile, Jason and the others had already returned to the road. They stood there for a moment, lost in thought, when Edwin Janner's voice came through the radio. Jason organized the chaotic thoughts flooding his mind, took the radio, and spoke clearly. All right, I have a few things to share with you. I'll keep it brief. If you have any questions, I'll answer them after my explanation. After pausing for a moment, Jason pressed the intercom button and stated, First, the relocation plan that we've been preparing for all this time is about to begin. Once I'm done, the others will explain in detail why this decision has been made. Second, I have to apologize to Felipe and his friends. Guillermo was injured, but it wasn't serious. He was accidentally hit by a bullet, but he's stable now and recovering. The third thing, and the most important, Merle and Daryl, you two will have to bring a group of people with whom you've had the most experience this past week, while Mike and the others take care of moving the supplies and preparing the relocation operation. Tomorrow, you'll have to bring that group to participate in a major battle and meet up with us. We found an excellent shelter. Due to its large size, there are areas that need to be cleared. Now, you can ask any questions. Jason, is Guillermo with you? Can I talk to him? As soon as Jason finished speaking, Felipe's anxious voice came through the radio, and Jason could only offer brief reassurance. Sorry. Felipe, we're still outside where he is. Guillermo is currently in a very safe place, and someone is taking good care of him. That's good, very good. Thanks, Jason. Stop crying like a damn bitch. Give me the radio, you bastard. Felipe's grateful voice was suddenly interrupted by Merle's rough voice. Jason, aside from the most experienced men, all the soldiers are in the city searching for military-grade supplies, so we have very few who can help you. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be that damn prison you mentioned last time? That's right, it's that prison. Tomorrow, lead an elite team. Remember to bring as many melee weapons as you can, but make sure you also have firearms in case you run into enemies. Oh, and don't forget food. If you can bring extra supplies, even better. After long discussions, Jason finally arranged everything for the next day, and for now, they returned to the farm. Before entering the house, Jason noticed that young Jimmy had come out to greet them and informed everyone of several things. The most important being, your friend is woken up and is looking for you. Upon hearing this, several people quickly went inside. When they reached the room, they saw Guillermo half lying in bed, drinking a bowl of oatmeal. Everyone stepped forward, surrounding Guillermo with smiles on their faces, exchanging high fives one by one. Guillermo clasped his hands together and said to everyone, "Thank you all. I heard what Herschel said. If it weren't for you, I really could have died." Rick patted Jason on the shoulder with a smile and told Guillermo, "We're glad you're okay. There's nothing to worry about." Everyone was happy that Guillermo had woken up. There wasn't a single person who hadn't helped to ensure he was safe. Man, it's a shame you didn't see Jason at that moment. We were all frozen, watching you bleed out on the ground, but Jason acted fast. He cut some sticks, asked several people for clothing, and in an instant, he had put together a stretcher, T-Dog said with an ironic smile. Shane joked as well. "Guillermo, I really admire you. You know, a certain someone also got shot, but he was in a coma for 2 months in the hospital." Wow. When he heard the clapping, Rick protested, "But I wasn't in a hospital. I was at the CDC." Glenn suddenly added, dumbfoundedly, "Is there a difference between those two places?" Ha ha ha. After chatting for a while, the conversation shifted back to clearing the prison and other important matters. The next morning, on the small road outside the farm's entrance, a massive line of vehicles could be seen in the distance. The entire convoy was led by another modified RV. The exaggerated modifications on this RV gave everyone the impression that it wasn't just a conventional combat truck. Not long after, the huge convoy stopped in front of Herschel's house, and more than 40 people got out of the vehicles one after another. Jason and the others stepped forward, first greeting the Dixon brothers, and then everyone else one by one. But many were surprised to see Andrea, Amy, Jackie, and Carol stepping out of the vehicles. As he looked further, there were many more women whose names Jason couldn't even recall, most of them likely part of Guillermo's group. Why are all these people here too? Jason's face darkened. He wasn't sexist and knew that there were very strong women who could take care of themselves, but he had made it clear that they needed to be strong fighters. Some of the women still had shaky hands when handling firearms, so despite considering that, Merle had still decided to bring many women. Jason turned to Merle and said angrily, "I asked you to bring the best fighters available. What do you think when you look at this?" Merle spread his hands innocently. "I never thought the leader of the SCD community was sexist. You're one of us, brother. But you forgot something. Fighters need to eat too, don't they? Besides, they all insisted on coming." After hearing Merle's ridiculous words, Jason felt the tension in his thoughts ease a little and decided not to pay attention to the current situation. Indeed, while violence cannot solve all problems, it could be considered beneficial for everyone to learn how to fight. "Jason, we came here voluntarily. This has nothing to do with Merle's decisions or anyone else's." Amy stepped forward, standing in front of everyone, and spoke words that some, like Shane, found ridiculous. "Besides, we also want to get used to fighting walkers. Our aim has improved a lot. My sister and I have learned many things, so we want to be useful." Andrea also smiled awkwardly when she heard her sister's words and raised her hand to greet Jason and the others. "I do too." Carol, standing among the crowd, raised her hand and spoke weakly. The only woman Jason respected, even if she was weak-minded at the moment. "We can help you cook." Jackie also raised her hand generously. "Yes, since it's always wise to conserve ammunition. We want to always have a large supply of bullets for them to practice shooting," Shane said, thinking the same way. Ignoring the looks from the people around him, Jason decided he wouldn't take responsibility for everyone's safety in the community. One day, they would have to learn to defend themselves. While this group of people spoke, Herschel's family, standing at the door of their house, was shocked. They had assumed it was a small group searching for supplies outside. Although they had heard Jason mention the CDC and knew he still had companions, They hadn't expected so many people to arrive at once. Looking closer, none of these people seemed to be in bad condition. They were all strong men and women, some young, others middle-aged, which meant their group was definitely larger than just those who had recently arrived. When the time came, a brief meeting was held, and all the newcomers were informed of what was happening. They were planning to take over a prison occupied by walkers. Jason stood in front of the crowd and spoke in a strong, clear voice. I believe you are all now aware of why we're leaving the CDC. Securing and clearing the prison is crucial for our future. After saying that, Jason paused before continuing. Since we have a large number of people in our group, we can open several areas at once. In this mission, everyone participating must be coordinated. And remember, your only job is to eliminate walkers. I don't want anyone losing their life over a simple mistake. Can you do that? We can. All right. No more wasting time. Let's move now. Once everything was set, a modified RV drove down the road, followed by several other vehicles, all heading toward the prison. Driving along the road leading to the prison, Jason and his group cleared the way in no time and then simply drove straight ahead. With the path now clear, there was no need to cut through the trees to reach the prison. The road had been blocked before, but now Jason raised his hand and checked the time. It was almost 9 o'clock and saw that everyone was calm. Inside the modified RV, Jason sat in the passenger seat while Dale Horvath drove. Beside them were Otis, Glenn, and surprisingly Maggie. I told you it wasn't necessary for you to be here, Otis. This time, it could be really dangerous. And you, Maggie. Herschel is going to be furious when he realizes you're not home and questions your sister. I'm fully aware of my own decisions. Besides, this has nothing to do with my dad. I'm not here for you either. Jason didn't bother looking at Maggie, but when he saw the goofy smile on Glenn's face, his expression turned to surprise. Since when did those two get so close? Otis, sitting in the last row, hesitated for a moment. He looked at Jason, and their eyes met before he finally spoke. Jason, just because I live with Herschel doesn't mean I agree with his way of thinking. Those things aren't sick people. I go hunting often, and I know those things aren't human anymore. Noticing that everyone's attention was on him, Otis continued, I don't think we can stay on the farm forever. If we ever encounter a large enough number of walkers, we have no choice but to run. So I hope you can convince Herschel to leave that place and move somewhere safer. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Rick looked at Otis's somewhat serious expression and said, I don't think Herschel is considering moving anywhere. I had a conversation with him earlier and learned that his family has taken care of the farm for many years. It's not easy for him to just leave that place. I had the same thought, Jason said with certainty, but considering that the walkers from the city are expanding outward, a massive horde will soon form. Once the farm is in their path, the outcome won't be good for them. Hearing Jason's words, Otis envisioned a massive swarm of walkers overrunning the farm, and a chill ran down his spine. He shuddered, and his concerns grew heavier. What the hell just happened back there? T-Dog blurted out the moment they stepped inside the building. Those walkers just stopped. Did anyone else see that? Or am I losing my mind? Easy, T-Dog, Glenn said, raising a hand. We'll get to that later. Right now, we've got more pressing things to handle. Everyone's eyes flicked toward the strangers. Jason and his team radiated a calm authority that didn't match the chaos outside. Their movements were sharp, their weapons steady. They didn't look like ordinary survivors, and they weren't. Jason scanned the room, reading the people, the tension, the hope hidden behind suspicious stares. He wasn't just here to evacuate. He was here to understand how much had changed now that he'd gotten involved. These are the guys Shane told us about, Glenn said, addressing the group. That's Jason, and those two with him are part of his team. And this here, he gestured to the man in the sheriff's uniform, is Rick, Lori's husband. Rick nodded grimly, still on edge after the narrow escape. Jason acknowledged the introductions with a slight smile. Glenn continued, this is T-Dog, Morales, Andrea, Jackie, and Merle, who's currently upstairs. Jason's eyes narrowed. So that was the shooter. He and Tommy exchanged a look. They already knew Merle would be a problem. Was it your people who fired earlier? Rick asked, still visibly tense. No, Morales interjected with a sigh. It was Merle. Got into a fight with T-Dog. Lost his temper. Now we're stuck, and the walkers are crawling all over the building. Andrea stepped forward, concern etched into her face. There is so much noise. Are we even getting out of here? Jason stepped toward the building's front windows, peering out. From the look on his face, he wasn't surprised by what he saw. Despite the divergence in events, the current scene still matched what he remembered. They were surrounded. But to him, that didn't mean they were trapped. There are plenty of ways out, he said calmly. But first, we deal with the unstable elements. I'll handle Merle. Without another word, he turned toward the stairs. Tommy silently followed. We might need to call for backup, Jason murmured. Tommy nodded. Understood. They ascended the stairs quietly. At the rooftop, Merle stood at the edge, taking potshots at walkers below, while muttering slurs and laughing like a madman. Die, you racist bastards. Jason didn't hesitate. He moved in silently, and, just as Merle was lining up his next shot, crack! Merle's world spun as Jason delivered a precise, efficient blow to the side of his head. His rifle clattered to the rooftop. Before he could react, Tommy and Jimmy had him pinned against the wall, rifles pressed to his temple. Who the hell sucker punches a man from behind? Merle roared, thrashing against the grips. Hold your fire. Jason ordered calmly as others burst onto the rooftop, alarmed by the sudden confrontation. Merle's mouth ran hot, spitting insults. Lower your damn weapons, or I'll. Jason stepped forward, eyes cold. You'll what? Everyone froze. Jason's presence, calm yet commanding, filled the space. Then, Jason drew his sidearm. Bang! The bullet tore into the air, not at Merle but skyward. Merle flinched, clutching his chest. Holy hell, you crazy bastard! Jason knelt and retrieved the spent casing. He approached Merle and pressed the hot brass into his palm. In this world, I only give 2 chances. You just used your first. Merle glared but said nothing. I don't like violence, Jason continued. Blood's messy, wasteful, but I also don't waste tools, especially ones that can be useful. He motioned for his team to back off. They did. Jason held out the pistol to Merle. Fully loaded. The air thickened with tension. Everyone waited. Merle hesitated, his hand hovering. He could shoot. He wanted to, but he didn't. He grabbed the gun, then slowly lowered it. I'm not stupid, he muttered. Not that stupid. But as he turned, Merle made a move. Too fast, too aggressive. Jason caught his wrist instantly, stopping the gun's rise. Thud! A sharp knee drove into Merle's gut. The pistol dropped. Jason spun, his foot sweeping out and knocking Merle off balance. The older man recovered fast, drawing a hidden knife. But Jason was faster. He sidestepped the slash, seized Merle's wrist, and twisted. The blade clattered to the ground. Another kick sent it skidding across the rooftop. Seconds passed. Merle was disarmed, pinned, breathing hard. Jason let him go. I'm Jason, he said with a faint smirk. Nice to meet you, Merle. Merle rubbed his wrist, face flushed with pain and humiliation. But he was no fool. He recognized dominance when he saw it. This wasn't some random soldier. Jason had bested him in every way. A grin slowly spread across Merle's face. He extended a hand. Well, hell, you're that Jason? Buddy, why didn't you say so earlier? Heard a lot about you back at camp. Didn't know you were the one coming to rescue us. Damn glad to see you, man. Jason shook his hand, the smile on his lips not quite reaching his eyes. He'd seen through Merle from the start. A man who'd do anything to survive, who respected only strength, who changed his tune when cornered. And Jason could work with that, so long as Merle remembered one thing. He only had one chance left. The distance from the gate was getting shorter, and the number of walkers around Jason was increasing. Bang! 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 At that moment, gunshots rang out everywhere. The walkers, not far from Jason's position, dropped to the ground one after another, leaving the small group unharmed and able to continue forward. After scanning his surroundings, Jason didn't hesitate and rushed ahead without stopping. Now that he was in this situation, there was no room for mistakes. He didn't care where the walkers were positioned. He only focused on those ahead of him who hadn't yet been taken down by the snipers. Seeing Jason charging forward, Rick and the others didn't hold back either. They focused on shooting the nearest walkers to ease his path. Bullets continued tearing through the air. With a swift movement, Jason dodged the grasp of the first walker on his right, twisted his body, and slashed its neck with his machete. The immense force behind his swing severed the walker's head in one clean strike. At the same time, gripping his machete tightly, he turned to another walker and beheaded it just as easily. Crack! Crack! In just a few seconds, the sound of 2 consecutive strikes echoed as 2 walker heads hit the ground. Coagulated black blood spurted out, and the walkers' rotting bodies collapsed. Confident in his skills, Jason paid them no further attention. As he advanced toward his objective, he spotted another walker nearby. It had likely been drawn by the noise in the area and soon fixated on him, moving slowly in his direction. But it was too late for the walker to even raise its arms and attempt to bite Jason, a killing machine. As soon as the creature stepped in his way, the sharp blade of Jason's machete sliced clean through its neck, severing the head entirely. Crack! After dispatching the third walker, Jason raised his silenced pistol and quickly eliminated the ones directly ahead, who were getting closer and closer. One walker blocked Jason's path. Due to their close proximity, he couldn't raise his gun in time to shoot, leaving him with only one option: a fast maneuver. Without giving the walker a chance to advance further, he took a few quick steps forward, lifted his foot, and powerfully kicked the rotting body, sending it crashing to the ground. Finally, with the area clear of walkers, Jason grabbed the railings on either side of the gate with both hands and pulled forcefully, closing the open section that had divided the yard from the massive horde of walkers on the other side. Once the gate was shut, Jason turned to look at the people behind him. There were only a few remaining walkers, who were swiftly dealt with by a few more shots. Then, he turned toward one of the towers and opened the door. Inside the entrance of the watchtower, Jason encountered a walker wearing a security guard uniform. Without a second thought, he rushed to eliminate it. Reacting swiftly, Jason lifted his foot and kicked the walker's body, creating distance between them. He took 2 steps forward and drove his machete straight into the walker's forehead. Crack! The walker's skull was pierced, black blood splattered against the wall, and once everything was settled, Jason closed the door behind him. He did it. Ha ha, crazy bastard! Merle exclaimed with a loud laugh. Now let's clear out the remaining walkers. Daryl shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gunfire around them intensified. Within minutes, no more walkers were moving in the prison's main yard. We need to go inside. Everyone rushed toward the spacious yard, and some couldn't help but cheer. While the CDC had been a refuge, its narrow underground space had been truly suffocating. But now, they could finally feel the grass beneath their feet and see open space all around them, filling them with excitement for the future. No one could suppress their smiles. Jason also walked happily across the tower. This place would be easy to defend and an excellent location to house everyone. Jason, you're incredible. Glenn ran forward excitedly and praised him. Jason, always modest and never one to bask in praise, didn't dwell on the compliment. After retrieving his M4 from one of his men, he said, Now, bring in the trucks and vehicles from outside. We need to check that all the walkers are down. We have to make sure this place is completely free of infection. Once we've confirmed that, gather the bodies in the farthest section and burn them. Saying this, Jason looked at Rick and gestured toward the inner yard. There's still a lot of work to do. Let's finish this quickly so we can move forward. Understood. No problem. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action, staying busy for quite some time. After handling the first phase, they all gathered in front of the fence leading to the inner yard once more. Gazing at the walkers beyond the fence, Jason quickly devised a plan to eliminate them without taking casualties. There was also a back courtyard inside the yard, where a large number of particularly dangerous walkers had gathered. Jason knew this all too well. If too many people advanced at once, casualties were inevitable. Facing these complex walkers, survival was nearly impossible unless the bite was limited to a limb. All right, let's split into several groups and take turns making noise in this area. We need to lure the walkers to the fence and eliminate them safely. After much consideration, Jason decided that killing them from the other side of the fence was the safest option. Some thought he was being overly cautious, but no one voiced any objections. It was better to have a careful leader who thought things through 10 times before acting than a reckless one who rushed them into danger without considering his people. Everyone could tell that Jason genuinely cared about their lives, which made them feel valued. Jason walked up to the fence and struck it with his machete, producing nearby walkers, drawn by the noise, slowly made their way toward the gate. However, Jason's eyes weren't focused on them. He was watching the corner behind the wall. The group in front of the fence had already started picking off the walkers one by one. Then, Jason finally saw them, some walkers emerging from the corner. Soon, their numbers grew denser. At that moment, the others, who had been eliminating the walkers near the fence, also noticed the growing horde they hadn't seen before. Seeing the sheer number of approaching walkers, they all shuddered, silently grateful for Jason's caution. After more than an hour of cleanup, the walkers on the other side of the fence finally became scarce, and the area where the sliding gate had been sealed was now clear. However, the ground was densely covered with corpses. After making a decision, several people took charge of opening the gate, and Jason took the initiative to rush in, clearing out the last walkers wearing riot gear. Many already knew how to deal with these walkers. He had demonstrated it, and the rest were able to replicate it easily. Once again, everyone transported the piled-up corpses to a hill near the exit. A long time had already passed. When everything calmed down and night had fallen, Jason had no intention of moving forward, so he ordered everyone to set up camp in the area and prepare dinner. Everyone was truly exhausted that day. After setting up the tents, they all sat around the fire, waiting for the others to finish cooking, while Jason carefully inspected the fence outside for any damage. Daryl stood on the roof of the modified RV, not far away, keeping watch over the surroundings with sharp eyes. Just as Jason was about to step away, he heard a voice beside him. "You're a good leader." Seeing Jason's solitary figure in the corner, Morgan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Jason looked at Morgan without saying anything. Everyone considered him someone special, but in reality, he was just preparing for the future, increasing his chances of survival to shape the future according to his desires. He had no intention of being at a disadvantage against more powerful organizations. That's why he needed to use his knowledge to create opportunities and earn the respect of those around him. Yeah, you have great vision, and you truly care about people. If it weren't for your help, I might not have made it. Rick agreed with Morgan's words. I'm just someone who happened to be in the right place at the right time in your lives. I also hope that if I ever need help, you'll be there to save me, Jason said jokingly, though his words reflected some of his true desires. Of course, all of us would come to save you if you ever needed our help, Shane said with a slight smile. If I weren't here, Rick or Shane would be good leaders. They both have what it takes to lead. After a brief exchange of words, silence returned. It seemed like everyone was lost in their own thoughts, and no one took the initiative to speak. Several young people and women who had not actively participated in the cleanup approached with large pots of food, and everyone began receiving their meals. On the roof of a distant RV, Carol brought food to Daryl, who was alone. Eat something. You can't ignore hunger, even if you're on watch, Carol said, handing him the food. Our leader sure keeps the good food for us, huh? Daryl remarked sarcastically as he accepted the meal. Don't be so hard on him. In my opinion, he's done quite well. At least we're all still alive. While everyone else was resting, he was the only one who took the trouble to check the surroundings. He's the best leader we've had so far. Daryl ate in silence. In truth, he knew very well that Jason was a good leader. After all, even his brother said so. He just felt a little distant because there was a gap in communication between them. As Daryl was thinking about this, he noticed Carol reaching out to massage her shoulder, and he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "The recoil from the gun was so strong that it hurt my shoulder," Carol replied, showing slight pain on her face. Come here. Let me check, Daryl said, setting his food aside and motioning for Carol to turn around before touching her shoulder. You're very romantic. Are you trying to get a chance with me? Carol joked. Their friendship had grown much stronger. Ever since she stood up to her husband Ed, Carol had been protected by everyone in the community, and Daryl was one of the ones who had taken the most initiative in helping her. Stop joking, Daryl said as he stood up from the RV roof, intending to go relieve himself. I'm serious, Carol replied. Huh. In the prison's main yard, silence filled the surroundings. Today had truly been a day full of intense emotions. Everyone had felt the world in its full splendor through all these explosive experiences. Around a campfire, everyone sat immersed in silence. But in the next moment, someone clapped. Everyone looked up and saw Rick, who seemed to have something to say. I know we're all very tired. You worked hard today. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll move deeper into the prison, which means we'll have a great shelter in the future. Rick paused, looked at everyone, and continued. Once we renovate the inside of the prison, it'll be a great place to live. Based on what we've seen, there's a large kitchen, an armory, and an infirmary, so we need to clean this place thoroughly before moving resources inside. Rick is right. Establishing ourselves here is only the first step in the plan, and it's also the most important one to ensure our survival. Jason said seriously, his gaze sweeping over everyone around the fire. Then he looked down at the ground and added, I think many of you are a little confused about our future and unsure how to handle it. The only thing I can tell you is that once we settle in this prison, we'll strengthen the defenses around it to increase our security. The goal is to continue taking in new survivors, and then I'll teach you more about how to secure your own lives. Next, we need to have our own resources, grow food in large quantities, and eventually expand our influence. Only when our numbers grow will we be able to do much more. After hearing Jason's words, everyone became interested and excited at the idea of welcoming more survivors into their community. Captivated by his words, they paid close attention to what he was about to say. You might think what I'm saying isn't realistic. Right now, it isn't. But I'm telling you the truth. This is the end of the world. Survival resources will be the most important thing in the days to come. How can we ensure we have infinite resources and never worry about food? By planting, raising livestock, and manufacturing, just a small part of what we'll need. Jason paused to let his words sink in. Then, in a clear voice, he continued, You know, as time passes and the outside world gets worse, we'll experience unimaginable things. That's when we'll truly see the cruelty of human nature. We'll witness massacres over a single bite of food or a glass of water. If I had a choice, I'd rather none of us ever have to go through such things, but that's impossible. That's why we must strengthen our community and defend ourselves against anyone who intends to harm us. Only when we are so strong that no one even dares to think about hurting us will we be able to set the rules. Believe me when I say that in the future, we will create a world where no one will do anything that could harm us. God once said, Never repay evil with evil. Act in such a way that everyone sees we are honorable people. Do everything possible to live in peace with everyone, and most importantly, never take revenge. Jason looked at everyone and said in a serious tone, At some point, we'll have to do things we never dreamed of doing. But I'm telling you now, let justice take care of it. From this moment on, I will be the one to take revenge. I will make them pay for what they deserve. Never let evil defeat you. Those who had never wandered the outside world couldn't understand just how cruel it would become in the final days. Surviving was much harder than anyone imagined. That's why most survivors preferred to travel long distances to remote places rather than venture into a city. Anyone thinking of leaving and taking their own path would have to face a world that had become a jungle. If they weren't strong or intelligent, they would be devoured by the stronger and wiser. Many in the SCD community had never known hunger and thirst, and Jason wanted them to be aware of the struggles many others faced. Then, Jason finally said, I hope you all remember what I said. If you want to be part of the SCD community and a part of this change, we must live as a family. Internal conflicts won't be tolerated, the formation of separate groups won't be allowed, and indiscriminate killing of innocent people won't be permitted. We will also not tolerate anyone intimidating our people. Anyone who tries to destroy our world, our SCD community, will know the face of devastation. Suddenly, Merle's rough voice broke the silence. Jason, do you really know how to farm? I was thinking about a little cannabis field. I figured that kind of crop could be really helpful for us. Besides, we'll have to think about recreating things we don't know much about. Everyone stared at Merle in silence. Was this really a problem worth focusing on right now? Was he serious? Hearing Merle's words, Jason shifted his gaze to him as he stood up and said, "Well, there are books and manuals among the resources I've gathered over time, and we also have many skilled people with that kind of knowledge. But even if we didn't, I think I could figure it out without too much trouble." Jason heard a few murmurs among the crowd. He was genuinely confident in his abilities and saw no need to hide it. From the beginning, Jason had studied many things that would be useful in the future and had never truly relied on finding people with specific skills. That's why, while at the CDC, he dedicated himself to studying. He continuously improved, not just physically, but also in terms of knowledge. Internally, I think we should clarify the division of labor and announce the positions for leaders of smaller groups. Of course, once we fully occupy this place, we'll hold votes to consider everyone's opinions. Up to now, I've community, but that could change if you all wish. Someone else can take the leadership position if they have better skills than I do. Jason didn't want to be an authoritarian leader. He preferred to listen to others before taking absolute control by force. No, I vote for Jason. So do I. I think the same. Everyone present raised their hands, showing their agreement that Jason should continue leading the SCD community, including Rick and Shane, who had nothing to say. Jason didn't refuse, either. Although everyone had followed his orders before, that kind of obedience had only lasted while the CDC was operational because he had provided them with food and security. But after many days, everyone had learned to fight, and leadership roles had formed subjectively among those closest to Jason. Jason stood up, rubbed his hands together in appreciation, and then said, "Thank you for your trust and support. Since you still agree that I should lead, I won't refuse. But just like at the CDC, we need some people to help manage this place alongside me." Seeing that everyone agreed with his words, Jason pointed to two people in the group and said, "Rick and Shane, these two great men are experienced police officers. I recommend them, along with Sam Valdez and Tommy, to be the leaders of the combat team. Then there's Guillermo, who will be the security captain for now. Guillermo was also involved in all aspects of coordination before the end of the world. I recommend him for the position of internal leader. Finally, Merle and Daryl. Although these two are not security guards, they both have strong survival skills in the field and are responsible for some training. Choosing them would be the right decision. What do you think?" While discussing this, Jason didn't notice that Daryl gave him a complicated look, and everyone agreed. "I support it. We have no objections. Of course, these titles are just for the division of labor, and we won't force anyone to take on a role if they don't agree. We are also trying to survive, just like you. If one day our orders put the group at risk, everyone has the option not to follow them." Jason's serious attitude was once again supported by everyone present. The next morning, everyone woke up early and ate something, but when they got up, they saw Jason carrying some wood in his arms. "Sir, what are you doing with that wood?" Since the vote was finalized last night, people had started calling Jason Sir or Captain. These titles also applied to others, but Merle made it clear that he didn't like that kind of nonsense. When Jason heard the question, he smiled and replied, "I'm trying to make a few small things." With the help of the others, Jason attempted to make a kind of shield for those who didn't have riot shields. The plastic shields on the ground weren't enough for everyone. After some time, Jason and the others managed to create makeshift wooden shields that looked sturdy. These shields were different from the plastic ones, but they provided the same function. To be honest, he was just practicing while everyone else woke up. He wanted to see if this method was actually viable. Merle stood to the side, observing the shield, and said, "Well, this thing would actually be useful." Once everyone was ready, Jason instructed those carrying wooden or plastic riot shields to take the lead, and they finally entered through the prison gate. Due to the lack of electricity, the interior of the prison was very dark, but this didn't bother anyone. With flashlights on their weapons and in their hands, illumination wasn't a problem as they walked through the hallways. Not long after entering, they arrived at a spacious hall without encountering any obstacles. The place was truly a mess. The situation on the upper floor was temporarily unknown, but it appeared to be some kind of warning room, while the lower floor was filled with overturned tables and chairs, large amounts of trash on the ground, and a thick layer of dust covering everything. Upon stepping inside, Jason scanned his surroundings as he slowly and silently moved forward with the others. He took in the environment, breathing in that mixture of dust and dampness. Daryl walked toward the iron door leading to the cells. He shook it forcefully, only to find that it was locked. Turning his head, he whispered, "It's locked. We need to find a key to get in." Everyone spread out and began searching the room. After a while, they heard Felipe's voice coming from the guardroom on the second floor. "I found it." Jason rushed up to the second floor, looked at Felipe, and walked toward him at the guardroom. He saw Felipe looking hesitant to enter, so he leaned in to take a look and immediately recalled this scene upon seeing the guard sitting inside the small room. A corpse was slumped in the chair, its head completely tilted back, motionless. Looking at it from the front, it was impossible to tell whether it was a walker or just a corpse, while the keys hung from its waist. Even though he vaguely remembered that this guard was completely dead, Jason still moved cautiously. He slowly extended his hand, took the keys from the guard's waist, and also grabbed the guard's gun. Turning around, Jason looked at Felipe and handed him the weapon. "We can't leave anything behind. Keep that gun. The guard is just a corpse, and we need to clean it up." With that, Jason headed down the stairs, the keys in his hand. Felipe, on the other hand, swallowed hard. He had come because he heard that Guillermo was injured, but he never expected to end up in a place like this. Now that Jason had the keys, the rest of the problem could be easily solved. The prison was filled with iron doors and bars. Without saying a word, even before stepping inside, their priorities were clear. Without hesitation, they entered the first section. When Jason unlocked the bar door, to everyone's surprise, there were very few walkers in the cells. Even on the first floor, not a single walker was found. Only one or two corpses lay on the ground, each with a bullet wound to the head. It was more than clear that everyone here had been killed. Most were likely eliminated before they could turn into walkers. After opening the second floor, Jason and the others finally found a few walkers inside some of the cells. However, since the doors were completely shut, Rick and the others easily took them down. There are 12 cells in this unit, and each room can hold 2 to 3 people, meaning a maximum of about 30 people per unit. Hearing this, Jason looked at the cells and said, with some partitions in the hallway, this unit could hold around 50 people. Rick examined the cell layout and was pleasantly surprised. This place was more than perfect for living. No, let's count 2 people per room. This unit can accommodate 24 people. Our current group needs more space than this, but it'll work if we expand our area. Let's keep moving. Jason's plan was to check the entire place first, making sure not to leave as many unsealed gaps as in the original story, which had led to countless problems later on. Additionally, the large amount of resources he had needed to be transported to this prison, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, every corner of this place would be useful. Jason opened the next door and stepped into the hallway. He noticed that this passage was much darker due to the power outages, and that this area was a deeper part of the prison. He extended his hand to stop several people carrying shields and signaled to Glenn. "Give me that bag." After taking a backpack from Glenn, Jason pulled out a dozen pistols and silencers, then turned to everyone and said the next step is crucial. We need to observe carefully in a tight, confined space. Not all of us can go in right now. For now, we need a small team. Rick, Glenn, Daryl, Morgan will carry weapons while T-Dog hold the shield. We'll move forward, while the rest will follow Shane. He'll be in charge of checking blind spots and ensuring everything is clear inside. Remember to only do what you can. Don't rush in if things get bad, Rick reminded his friend. Shane nodded and called for the others to move to another area. Jason turned his head and noticed that neither Maggie nor Otis had gone with Shane. He was momentarily surprised and said in a low voice, "What are you two doing? Get out. Wait outside with the others. Glenn's not leaving, and I'm not leaving." Maggie seemed stubborn. Glenn kept trying to convince her to go, but she wouldn't move, gripping Glenn's hand and looking at Jason, unwilling to leave. Otis, standing behind her, looked even more confused. When did I get dragged into the front lines? At this moment, if he really didn't leave, he was surely going to die. Seeing Maggie's serious expression, Jason looked at Glenn again and simply said, "You're too kind. If anything happens, you'll have to answer to Herschel." Glenn nodded, clearly much less enthusiastic than before. Jason shook his head helplessly and could only motion for the others to head out. The passage ahead was completely dark, with half-open doors on either side. The wide corridor could only accommodate about 4 people at a time. Morgan and T-Dog stood at the front with their shields raised, while the others slowly advanced behind them. Unlike everyone else, Jason pointed out that every body on the ground that wasn't moving had to be secured, even if it made their progress slower. The search would be much more detailed this way. Once every cell, every floor, and every walker was secured, the area would be much safer for the others to clean up without risk. As a result, one could imagine how much slower their progress was. Fortunately, this ensured complete coverage. Jason would rather spend twice as much time investigating than lose good subordinates under his command. Every cell and room in the prison corridor was carefully checked by several people. The corpses on the ground were stabbed to make sure they wouldn't get up. However, the few walkers inside the cells and rooms began to unsettle the group. There hadn't been any walkers for a while. Where were they? The answer was clear: outside their cells and rooms. As the group reached a corner, the beam of their flashlights illuminated rotting faces. They saw a horde of walkers densely packed around a door. Stimulated by the light and sound, the walkers turned and started moving toward Jason and the others. Down! As soon as T-Dog and Morgan heard Jason's roar, both of them, who were in the front row, immediately slammed their shields onto the ground. Using their bodies for cover, they positioned their shields and flashlights, aiming them at the approaching walkers, illuminating the front. Just before the walkers could reach Jason, he and the others opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, bullets pierced the heads of the undead in the first row, and the entire team fired simultaneously. Bang, bang. The deafening gunfire filled the corridor with suffocating tension. Luckily, Jason had given everyone suppressed weapons, so only muffled shots could be heard as they shattered the walkers' skulls. The first row of walkers collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, followed by the second row. After the first 2 rows of undead fell, their bodies created an obstacle. The walkers in the back piled up, pushing against those in front. Some tripped over the corpses littering the ground. Jason shouted, "Focus on the ones in the back. Leave the fallen ones to me." Without hesitation, Jason concentrated on dealing with the walkers on the ground. Even though everyone's aim had improved to some extent, they were still inefficient at handling so many walkers attacking from multiple directions. Even though Jason was the only one dealing with the fallen walkers, their numbers were anything but low. His speed and precision were unmatched, and his reload timing was so fast that, throughout the entire encounter, not a single walker managed to get close to his position. As the situation unfolded, T-Dog and Morgan, who were crouched down, braced themselves to withstand the impact of the walkers at the front of the group, trying to get closer. Their muscles tensed, but the impact never came. Only the sound of gunfire echoed from behind, and the roar of the walkers came from in front of them. Both men lifted their heads, filled with curiosity, to see what was happening ahead through the gaps in their shields. They quickly realized that the walkers in front of them had already been taken down, and there wasn't a single one in sight. Bang! Finally, with the last gunshot fired a few seconds later, all the walkers were eliminated. Letting out a sigh of relief, everyone couldn't help but look at Jason, somewhat stunned. Among them all, Only Jason held a gun in each hand, firing with precision at every walker before him. No one was blind, except for Rick, who was one of the best shooters in the group. Others occasionally missed their shots. From time to time, a stray bullet escaped from the rest, but they had definitely seen many walkers drop to the ground with a single shot to the head. So who had taken down the large number of walkers that had just fallen moments ago? It went without saying that everyone knew Jason had not only taken out the fallen walkers, but had also supported the others by handling the ones behind them. This allowed everyone to clear out the large number of walkers much faster. However, considering that Jason was the leader of his own group, the others felt reassured upon witnessing his shooting skills. They were also leaders of their respective squads, but it was not uncommon to feel relieved knowing that the one leading them was so skilled. Without any rush to move forward, Jason stepped forward, shining a flashlight attached to his gun over the fallen walkers. He hadn't expected so many to appear at once, and many of them had gathered together, forming a horde. Jason, armed, could take down many walkers. If a small team with weapons could eliminate so many, what would happen if his group of experienced ex-soldiers cleared this prison? Things now seemed to be going more smoothly than he had imagined. Not only had they managed to clear this place with relative ease, but no one had been injured. Seeing that there were no living walkers left, Jason called everyone to move forward. Knowing that a single misstep could result in someone being bitten, Jason wasted no time and remained highly vigilant of his surroundings. But for now, he pushed those negative thoughts aside. He and several others behind him stepped over the corpses, and Jason then grabbed the radio on his vest and said, "Z-Easy, Shane, send some people in our direction to clear the bodies and pile them up with the others." "Z-Easy, Roger." As they continued forward, Jason and his group cautiously cleared the path. Regardless of what had just happened, everyone was eager to press on. Shortly after, they reached a door blocked by walkers and noticed that it was a double door, locked with a padlock. Looking at the door in front of him, Jason gradually recalled an old memory. This door likely led to the cafeteria. Considering the distance they had covered and the fact that their group was not yet in a secure location, as there were still people living in the cafeteria at this moment, Jason decided not to open it for now, for everyone's safety. In the dark hallway, they continued moving forward. Occasionally, they encountered one or two walkers inside the cells and rooms on either side, but these didn't even require gunfire. They could be dealt with using knives. Soon, they reached the door of the next unit. It had the same design, but contained many more rooms than the previous unit. Estimating around 40 rooms between both floors, no one bothered eliminating the walkers locked in the cells. After Shane continued sending people to clear the bodies in the hallways, several others kept advancing. After some time, they had cleared 2 more units. Finally, at a corner, Jason reached out and touched T-Dog's shoulder, who was ahead of him. T-Dog instantly froze in place. With tactical understanding, almost the moment T-Dog stopped, the others did as well. Stepping out of the formation, Jason reached the corner, listened carefully for any sounds, then leaned forward, aiming his gun toward the other side. Bang! A sharp sound struck metal. As soon as Jason lifted his gun, those behind him instinctively raised theirs, ready to fire. Hearing the noise stop, Jason moved behind a corner of the wall when another gunshot rang out. "It's Jason. Here, Shane." Jason signaled that they were out of danger. Lowering his weapon, he stepped out from behind the wall. "What's the situation there?" Jason asked, glancing down the corridor behind Shane, which appeared clear of walkers. Shane also holstered his gun and pointed behind him. "We cleared everything up to here and found 2 cell blocks, much larger than the previous ones. There were also several cells and large rooms in the corridor, around 120 rooms. How did it go on your end?" Morgan stepped forward and said, "Counting the first unit, we cleared a total of 4 units, plus the hallway rooms, around 200 rooms in total." Rick, excited, said, "With these, that's more than 500 rooms. We can easily accommodate between 500 to 1,000 people. This place is great." Jason also nodded at Rick's words, surprised by the size of the prison. However, he reminded them, this is likely the largest area of the prison. Other sections are probably smaller, but we shouldn't have a problem housing more than 1,000 people. After saying that, he pointed to the corridor with evident burn marks and explosion damage and asked, "What's the situation over there? Did you check it out?" Shane looked over, nodded, and said, "We want to check it out. That wall should be the backside of the prison." The corridor led to a unit, but it looks like it was destroyed. That unit is no longer usable, including the back wall. The yard wall is also damaged, so for now, we can only close the gate here to prevent the walkers in the forest from getting in. Jason understood that this must be where Tyrese's group had entered. If it weren't for Carl, that group would probably have ended up joining the prison group. "All right, we need to move now. Everyone, come with me. There are still some areas that haven't been cleared yet." Jason turned and led the group toward several sections along the way. Jason remembered that there was an indoor activity area in the prison. The place was probably full of walkers, most likely locked inside. He wanted to move now and find that area to clear it out. As they cleared the hallways, several people discovered many special rooms. Some of them were different from the prison cells they had passed along the way. Logically, these should be some of the prison support facilities. Several people entered the first special room and discovered that it was the prison infirmary. Aside from some medical equipment, there weren't many medications, but there were gauze and disinfectants. This area was definitely valuable. As Jason moved from room to room, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. There was a small problem. They needed a suitable place to relocate the CDC lab later. Finding a large enough area to set up the lab was now a priority, and it had to be separate from the sleeping quarters. While thinking about this, Jason turned his head and said to Shane, "Tell the people outside to check if there's a separate structure on site. It needs to be a large space. If they find one, it has to be cleared immediately." "Got it." Some people left the infirmary and soon reached the second room next door. The door here was made of heavy metal, but it wasn't locked. As the door was slowly opened, the growls of a few walkers could be heard from inside. Jason opened the door and saw several metal machines on both sides of the room's entrance. Looking further in, there were only 2 walkers heading toward the door. Crack! A crossbow bolt and a dagger pierced the walkers' foreheads at the same time. Jason pulled his knife out of the walker's head while turning to nod at Daryl. Daryl nodded back, and both of them entered the room. The place resembled a factory room filled with equipment and pipes. There were various types of machinery, including generators, pipelines, and power sources. If conditions allowed, electricity could be generated sooner than originally planned. Daryl walked toward the large generator, took a look, and discovered that Jason was surprised to see there was still fuel in the tank. There were also several oil drums next to it, all filled. Even though they already had a lot of fuel stored, who wouldn't want more for the future? Everyone got excited upon realizing that this place was incredible and full of hidden resources. As everyone delved deeper into the prison, more supplies were gradually discovered. Although they were all practical, they remained useful. For example, someone found a large amount of clothing and bed sheets, as well as pots and pans in the storage room at the back. While these items had little value in the past, in recent days, any material was crucial for survival. Someone also found an important arsenal in the corner of the prison. Most of the weapons in it were well preserved, but the total number of firearms was not even half of what they should have been, as many of them were outside with the now-dead security guards. Fortunately, there was still plenty of untouched ammunition. As reports came in one after another, Jason and the others grew excited. Obviously, they were now more motivated in their search. At this moment, the entire area had already been cleared, and there were no walkers in sight. While more than half of the group had been cleaning out the walkers and securing key locations, a group of 12 people stood behind the cafeteria door. Standing at the main entrance, Glenn took the bolt cutter and snapped the chain. The chain broke apart and fell to the ground. Thanks to Shane's great help, there were now about 15 armed people at the cafeteria entrance. Half of them held silenced weapons, while Jason and the others carried assault rifles. Right now, this group had the chilling appearance of an army. Everyone breathed slowly, dressed in black tactical uniforms. Every part of their limbs was protected by gear, and they all wore bulletproof vests, prepared to face anyone standing in their way. The most experienced individuals were at the front of the group. One stood on each side, exchanging hand signals before starting a countdown. When the count hit 0, they suddenly opened the door, and the entire group entered the room with their weapons raised. The cafeteria was the last place to be cleared in this area, and to everyone's surprise, there were no walkers inside, just a large open space. But that wasn't the main concern. There were 5 people in prisoner uniforms standing in front of them. They were all near a glass window, staring at them. Jason's group, who had been well informed, was shocked to see these people. As soon as Jason and the others exchanged glances, they stepped forward one after another. A dozen more people entered the room slowly, their weapons still aimed at the group of 5 prisoners. Jason watched as everyone moved forward. The leader of the prisoner group had a pistol tucked into his waistband, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. From his expression, Jason recalled that this person's name was Thomas. Behind Thomas stood a thin, dark-skinned man named Andrew. The other 3 were Big Tiny, the talkative Axel, and the kind-hearted Oscar. As Jason took a step forward, he looked at Thomas and Andrew, his gaze turning cold. These 2 definitely couldn't stay among his people. In the past, Rick had failed to deal with Andrew due to an oversight, which led to having a hidden enemy in the prison. But Jason would not make that mistake. He would never make a rookie mistake. As soon as he stepped forward, an intense sense of danger surged from within Jason's heart. The hairs on his entire body stood on end, as if the mantle of death had completely covered him. But the feeling came and went quickly. Before he could react, it vanished from his body. His posture stiffened slightly, and a few cold sweat drops trickled down his forehead. Jason took a deep breath and watched the prisoners with even more vigilance. Daryl raised his hand crossbow, stepped forward, and warned Thomas, who had just stepped out, "Don't come any closer. Stay right there. Who are you? Are you from the military?" Standing in front of more than a dozen people dressed in black tactical suits, Thomas instantly lost the nerve to draw his weapon. Although he was a murderer, he was an idiot, and Andrew behind him was nothing more than a coward hiding behind a tough exterior. Seeing that the other party had no intention of answering his questions, Thomas simply raised his hands to show his surrender. He could tell that the roughest-looking man in front of him was the team's leader, so he directly asked Jason again, "Are you here to rescue us? Are you with the military?" "You don't get to ask questions in this situation," Rick said coldly. You're prisoners from this place. Why are you locked in the cafeteria?" Jason took 2 steps forward and stopped a little over a meter away from the 5 men. Recalling the feeling he had just experienced, he was absolutely certain that a strong murderous intent had been directed at him when he entered this room. So he had no intention of answering Thomas's questions. Instead, he acted naturally according to his group's interests and the questions already forming in their minds. Thomas narrowed his eyes and scanned the room, finally focusing on Jason. Seeing that no one else was speaking, he cautiously replied, "A prison guard locked us in here and gave me a gun. Here." After speaking, Thomas pulled out his pistol and waved it in front of Jason as if to hand it over. But Jason, although he wouldn't judge sins that hadn't yet been committed, wouldn't be naive enough to forgive everyone either. Crack. My hand. Thomas's hand, which was holding the gun, was instantly grabbed by Jason. With a bit of effort, Thomas's wrist twisted and the gun fell to the ground. Andrew, who was behind Thomas, reacted quickly and raised a baseball bat in his hands, but his body froze as he felt the cold barrel of a rifle against his right side. Before he even realized it, someone from Jason's group was already pointing a rifle at his head. Meanwhile, Daryl also rushed forward, aiming his crossbow at Thomas, who was about to resist. Just as the others behind Jason, Daryl, and Rick reacted, Jason, with support, had already taken control of the situation, and the rest of the prisoners' group slowly backed away. At that moment, Jason smiled amicably and looked at Andrew. "I don't need to know who you 5 are. There should be a record in this place with all your information and the shit you did end up here, so we'll talk about your situation after we get that information. For now, you just have to wait." Looking at Andrew, Jason whispered softly, "I don't need to know anything else about you anymore. You're already dead." Upon hearing that, The baseball bat in Andrew's hands fell to the ground. With that said, Jason turned his head and told the people behind him, "Take them to a unit. Lock them up separately. Only after we sort things out here will we decide what happens to them." "Yes, sir." Several team members walked up behind the 5 prisoners, aimed their weapons at them, took away whatever arms they were holding, and then escorted them outside. Thomas looked at Jason bitterly. He shouldn't have hesitated at that moment. If he had taken control of the situation when he had the chance, he and the others wouldn't have been locked up as soon as they stepped out of the kitchen. But deep down, he knew that if he had attacked Jason, he would already be a corpse. After the 5 prisoners were taken away, Jason looked at Shane and said, "There should be a database in this place. We need to find it and see why these 5 were arrested to determine if they're telling the truth or not. Why don't we just send them out of the prison?" Daryl thought it would be a good idea to let them try their luck on their own. "I think that would be a good idea." Rick agreed with Daryl's words. He didn't want to accept these 5 prisoners, but when it came to executing them, he felt he couldn't do it. He simply hadn't experienced enough yet. The team members also discussed their opinions, and most agreed on sending some of them out of the prison. Jason didn't answer right away, but instead posed a hypothesis. These people are very familiar with the prison, even more than we are. If we release them, they might take revenge by cutting the barbed wire fence around us while we're not paying attention. Then they could lure in a massive horde of walkers. What do you think would happen to us then? The people around him fell silent. None of them were sure if that would actually happen, but they couldn't argue against it. Jason looked at everyone's expressions and knew what they were struggling with. He sighed, and his tone suddenly became serious and heavy. "This is the end of the world. If we treat strangers with kindness, all we'll get in return is a hard hit that will knock us to the ground. The only people we can trust are our own community. Every stranger is an enemy until we've watched them long enough. I don't want to be careless. You all saw how that guy with the bat almost attacked me just now. Do you really think they would have hesitated to kill me if they had the chance? We didn't know each other before, but now are we nothing more than just simple friends?" Morgan frowned and looked at Jason. He really didn't want these people to be expelled from the prison. "The security of this place is under my leadership. I can't assure you that I know these people well, but I truly believe that not all of them are bad. However, you'll soon realize that our future encounters with survivors will be different from what just happened." Jason paused, his gaze sweeping over all those who refused to see the reality of their foolish decisions. Then he pointed out, "Guillermo's people took care of the elderly before bringing them to the shelter. You, Rick, and Shane were cops before. Morgan and his family were helping others before I met them. Glenn, long before we met, tried to help us. Herschel isn't part of our community, but his daughter and neighbor are here to help us clean the prison." After saying that, Jason frowned slightly. He knew that the others didn't want to get their hands dirty, and now it wasn't his intention to do anything wrong. They simply didn't want to commit a dark act. Jason paused, but still said, "I'm just trying to take care of our people. I've seen and experienced truly horrific things. I witnessed people committing inhuman acts long before the world ended. What kind of things do you think are happening out there today?" Daryl, standing beside him, listened to Jason's words and suddenly felt that many weren't seeing the bigger picture. As a good leader, Jason was only thinking about everyone's safety. Thinking about this, Daryl also said, "Jason is right. Many of you don't understand what could happen if we let those people go. We can't leave those starving people outside the prison. I'd rather live as a villain than die as an innocent." Everyone fell silent, and there was an inexplicable glimmer in their eyes. Jason didn't insist any further. He patted Daryl on the shoulder, signaling that they would move forward. Just moments ago, Jason seemed to be going through many mood swings. But in reality, he wasn't angry at anyone. He had no problem letting those criminals go just so the others could learn from their mistakes. However, he knew there would be many more lessons for them to learn along the way. Now, it seemed his words hadn't been in vain. At least Daryl understood what he really meant. In the end, he would make the final decision. If someone disagreed, they could consider taking measures to resolve those issues. Some people entered the cafeteria, a very spacious place. The rows of seats had been moved to one side of the room, leaving a large open space in the center. There were blankets on the floor where people slept. A bit further ahead, not far from where they had been sleeping, Daryl went in first and walked forward. Damn it, this group of people sure ate well. He gestured to the others, and they all saw what looked like a storage room packed with all kinds of food. Look at all this food. We hit the jackpot. Hearing the exclamations of joy, Jason kept walking forward and looked at all the food in front of him. Surprisingly, there was far more than he had imagined. If he calculated the days, he had arrived at the prison much earlier than originally planned, and all those extra days had been rewarded with food. Assuming 3 meals per person per day, considering there were 5 young and strong individuals, the amount of food they consumed was extravagant. While everyone was looking at the food, Jason did some mental calculations and said, although this is nothing compared to what we already have, based on this amount of food and what was being distributed in the prison, it's estimated that they were feeding more than 500 people. This entire storage room could sustain all of them for a week. The fact was exactly as Jason said. This storage room alone could feed more than 500 people for a full week without restocking. Considering the storage capacity of this food warehouse, more than 500 people could live in this prison without a problem. That's incredible. Having a lot of people here would make us really strong, wouldn't it? Said Glenn, who had just entered the storage room with a big smile on his face. Everyone looked at Glenn in disbelief. No one had considered building a shelter with more than 500 people. In these times, that was unimaginable to lead. At the moment, everyone's thoughts were scattered because of what had just happened, but it seemed Jason didn't have time for that. Jason, who had remained calm until now, suddenly remembered something and looked at Shane. By the way, we're bringing Guillermo back tomorrow. We can't let him live in Herschel's house forever. Today, we'll clean out a cell block to prepare a place for the elderly and sick. We have doctors and nurses here, so it will be easy for them to recover. Shane nodded to show he understood, then turned and left the cafeteria. Rick walked to one side of the storage room and suddenly discovered a tightly sealed iron door behind him. What's this? Rick approached the door handle with curiosity. Boom! Jason stepped forward to press against the iron door that Rick was about to open. It's best not to open it. Didn't you notice how clean this room is? Do you feel like something is missing? Everyone looked around and shook their heads. Rick asked confused what? Jason smirked in boredom and said, I'm guessing this is a bathroom, so there's no need to open it unless you want a truly unique experience. Rick realized it after hearing that and lowered his hand. Is that really true? However, some curious young men still didn't believe it. One of them reached for the iron door handle. Jason's expression darkened, and he turned away. Oh my God! As the door opened, the faces of those young men turned green, and Rick, who was standing in front of the door, quickly reached out to close it while covering his nose with his other hand. Shit! Who the hell opened it? Liam, you're dead. The corners of Jason's mouth lifted slightly, but he noticed that after everyone finished complaining, they all looked at him with that strange expression again. Damn it. I thought it would make good fertilizer. Daryl looked at Jason as if he were a monster. He was always thinking about how to use everything to his advantage, a true-born survivor. While Jason and the others were clearing out the prison, the people from the CDC were also preparing for the transfer. Everyone was busy packing supplies into the military trucks. Even the researchers were moving the most important items from the laboratories. Outside the CDC, Mike and Sam Valdez watched as all the soldiers transported crates of weapons and ammunition to the military trucks. Throughout this time, the most experienced individuals had been in charge of securing the perimeter of the facility. Mike, the first trip to the prison will be the most valuable because of the resources being transported. It will be escorted by tanks and the majority of our forces to protect it, Sam Valdez said with a calm expression. Won't it be dangerous to leave this place so unprotected? Mike looked at Sam. If the transfer took place, more than half of the experienced soldiers would be moving along with the people. No, there are strategic points to defend the CDC. Those machine guns can wipe out a large group of enemies with ease, Sam Valdez replied, unfazed. The skills and experience of many of the civilians who had been trained were now on par with that of soldier. Some had been trained to operate tanks, others to use machine guns, and many more to handle higher-level weaponry. Considering the available resources, they would need to make at least 3 major trips like the one they were currently preparing. We have a massive amount of weapons. Is it really necessary to take them all? Mike could swear that the building next to him was packed with all kinds of weapons, ammunition, and various tools. From his perspective, who would need that many weapons? And who exactly were they supposed to fight? There were at least 100 weapons for every refugee still in the SCT community. You don't get it. Jason mentioned that there would be many communities that might consider us enemies. Who knows? But it's better for these weapons to be in our hands than in enemy hands. Don't you agree? Sam Valdez shifted his gaze toward Mike. In our hands. In a dormitory, Lori was reading with Carl while thinking about what her husband was doing. She couldn't help but dwell on everything that had happened so far. She feared that her husband would become as cold-blooded as Shane. At that moment, there was a knock at her door. Knock, knock, knock. Lori got up from the bed and walked to the door. She opened it and saw Candace standing on the other side. Candace, without hesitation, asked directly, Lori, the first group will be ready to leave soon. Do you want to go with them, or will you wait? Lori looked at her son and said, I want to leave with the first group, if possible. Then get your things ready. But before that, we need to talk about what you asked me, Candace said in a serious tone. About your delay. The pregnancy test you asked me to do already has a result. Candace looked at Lori with a reassuring smile. She was very happy to share this news. The result of the pregnancy test? Lori's heart skipped a beat. She had never thought that her sudden idea about her delayed period would actually turn out to be a baby. Initially, she had secretly contacted Candace for help because this thought had been worrying her. Candace approached and explained to Lori, There's a lot more. Besides giving you the result, I have something very important you need to know. Can I come in and talk about it? Lori realized she was being rude and invited Candace into the small room. After the two sat down, Candace continued, I talked to Jason a few weeks ago before you all left in search of a new shelter. I forgot to tell everyone after being busy in the lab all this time. I'm sorry. Hearing Candace's sudden apology, Lori quickly waved her hand and said, No, all of us should be thanking you. If they hadn't accepted us, how could we be living in such good conditions? Isn't it ironic? Jason was the one who convinced me to start accepting refugees into the facility shortly after the military abandoned us. Plus, they also took care of collecting a lot of medical equipment and valuable medicine. So there's nothing to worry about. Even if you're pregnant, you shouldn't be concerned. We have enough medical resources to ensure a smooth delivery. But there's something we haven't shared yet. Our group has made great progress in studying the virus, allowing us to create the first vaccine. Can you cure this virus? Lori couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened as she looked at Candace in shock. Candace knew Lori had misunderstood and calmly explained, It's not what you think. We've actually developed a vaccine, but it can't prevent infection from being bitten by the infected. Upon hearing this, Lori's previously excited mood instantly cooled, but Candace's next words gave her hope once again. Even though we can't solve the issue of infection caused by bites from the undead, our vaccines can now immunize people against infections caused by airborne and non-blood contact with the infected. Other forms of transmission can no longer infect us. Even if we die accidentally or naturally, we won't turn into walkers, making it easier to start over somewhere else without the fear of an internal outbreak. This is amazing. Lori was so happy that she wanted to shout out loud. Mom, does this mean we don't have to be afraid in the future? Carl tugged at the corner of Lori's clothing innocently. Lori hugged Carl and said joyfully, No, sweetheart, we can't go back to the way things were just yet, but things will keep getting better in the future. Candace stood up and told Lori after finishing, Then I won't bother you anymore. I need to inform the others. All right, thank you. Lori stood up and hugged Candace. At that moment, she was incredibly grateful that her group had chosen to follow Jason out of the quarry. And, of course, she was even more thankful to Jason for all his efforts. After saying goodbye to Candace, Lori anxiously ran to the bathroom. A moment later, she came out holding the test results in her hands. She went to the bed and hugged Carl before quietly asking, Sweetie, Would you like a little brother or a little sister? As Candace left, she was intercepted by a figure that looked quite anxious. Dr. Jenner, the first batch of supplies has been sent out. When they return, we will begin evacuating the first group of refugees. Tyler reported from the other side of the door in a clear voice. I understand. I'll discuss it with Tommy right away, Candace said after a brief pause, and the sound of her quick steps echoed as she walked away. Outside the CDC facility, 20 large trucks, escorted by 10 Humvees equipped with machine guns and 5 tanks, were preparing to head toward the new shelter they had cleared. If everything went well and quickly, Sam knew that Jason would return with the trucks to start the journey with the survivors and continue transporting resources in future trips. This time, half of the facility's forces were departing with that large convoy of trucks and military vehicles. Without a doubt, this trip was the most important one, as it carried the most valuable resources they had been safeguarding for a long time. Will everything go smoothly? George asked, looking somewhat lost. Let's hope so. The prison Jason mentioned should be getting cleared by now. The place seems much more suitable than the city, and given that we have no future here, it would be ideal to have secure facilities there, Sam Valdez said with a nod. When Candace announced that the first batch of supplies was being sent to the new shelter, the entire CDC was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jason, who was at the prison, also received the news that the first batch of crucial resources was on its way. The prison. At that moment, standing outside a gym, he was looking down a hallway full of walkers. This time, there was no reason for him to move. Dozens of people were split into 2 groups clearing out the undead. When he turned his head after some time, the more experienced group had just finished clearing the walkers from the hallway leading to the gym. At first, everyone was puzzled that the number of walkers they had eliminated didn't seem to match the amount that should have been there. However, when the doors leading to the gym were opened, that idea vanished from their minds. The gym was densely packed with walkers. Everyone relied on their shields at the front of the formation to withstand the initial surge. After a slight struggle, their combat formation proved highly effective, and they began advancing. At this moment, everyone was fighting and clearing out the area. After Jason received the news from Candace, he immediately notified everyone about the first batch of supplies heading their way, and the entire group was filled with excitement. Originally, there was still a large number of walkers in the gym, and people were starting to get exhausted, but they suddenly became energized. Now, the walkers in front of them seemed like insignificant obstacles. The cleanup work, which was originally scheduled to be completed by nightfall, was abruptly finished an hour earlier due to Jason's eyes gleamed with excitement as he witnessed this. He knew that in the grand scheme of things, this was trivial, but for a start, it was good enough. At that moment, Jason and the others headed to the prison cafeteria, which had been cleared out a few days ago, thinking about dinner. By now, everyone who had spent the entire day cleaning the place and killing walkers could no longer hold back their hunger and ran to the cafeteria like children. The tables and chairs had been rearranged, and everyone received a large portion of food on their plates, eagerly indulging in the feast. Jason was also sitting at a table. The food in front of him remained untouched as he examined some documents in his hands. Daryl and Rick sat beside him. After scanning through the documents, Jason placed the papers down on the table. What do you think of our friends? Ah, blah, BW. Merle said as he choked on the food in his mouth. Seeing that everyone ignored him while they focused on eating, Jason decided to do the same. He was starving. 15 minutes later, did everyone eat well? Although Jason was the last to start eating, he was the first to finish. I'm so full. It's been so long since I enjoyed a meal like this. Various exclamations came from the group members around him, and Jason looked at everyone with satisfaction. The unity of this community was growing stronger each day. Finally, as those around him finished their meals, Jason picked up the papers again and pushed them forward. Several individuals with the title of group captains picked up the papers and examined them carefully. The more Merle read, the more amused he looked, eventually breaking into laughter. But Rick was different. Anger was evident in his eyes. After a while, the documents were passed around like a newspaper. As everyone read, their expressions began to change. What do you think? Jason placed his hands on the table, tapping his fingers lightly from time to time. These documents contained the criminal records of the 5 former prisoners. Shane had arranged for someone to retrieve them. This Axel guy is just unlucky. Ha ha ha. Merle laughed heartlessly. Everyone ignored Merle. Rick held Thomas and Andrew's files and remained silent for a while. He was feeling hesitant. He recalled Jason's words from before. Their group planned to live here for a long time. Was it really a good idea to let them go? If they decided to seek revenge, they could cause serious harm. Daryl hesitated for a moment, pointed at the paper in his hand, and said, Oscar's sentence is already expired, and Axel and Tiny are in a similar situation. I don't think these 3 are very dangerous. But the other 2 are serious criminals, and I don't think it's a good idea to let them leave this place. You think so too? Jason stopped tapping the table and sat up straight. His eyes reflected a murderous intent. He had clearly already made up his mind long before reading the prisoners' files. Jason wanted to be fair, giving everyone the chance to express their opinion. However, in his eyes, no one was truly prepared for this world. Shane and Merle seemed to be the only ones who understood, but Jason, who had already made his decision, would act according to his own judgment. Jason, what do you think we should do with these 2 people? Shane looked at Jason, sensing that he had already made a decision and that showing them the information now was just to help everyone understand his reasoning behind the outcome of this issue. That was all, and the truth was that he respected that. What to do with them? Upon hearing this, Jason raised an eyebrow, looked at everyone in front of him, and said, These 2 people will be executed, and the remaining 3 will be isolated under observation for an indefinite period. Sensing the coldness in his tone, Rick and Morgan looked at Jason. Even though they had a premonition about this, when they heard Jason say it himself, it still felt strange. They asked, Are you really going to execute both of them? As for the expressions of the others, there was no change. Shortly after, only Merle's voice was heard. Well, even though I agree that these 2 shouldn't stay, it's still not appropriate to execute them right away. Halfway through his sentence, Merle stopped speaking, subtly glancing at Rick and the others. Then he whispered, Why don't you pretend to let them go? And then, crack. Merle picked up the fork from the table and dragged it across his neck. Everyone understood what he was implying, but no one responded immediately. Before anyone could say anything, Jason made a sound against the table and said, I know this decision is hard for everyone, so I will give the order and handle it myself. No one else has to get their hands dirty with these 2. Although Jason spoke in a calm tone, the severity in his voice and the way he tapped his fingers lightly on the table showed that he was completely serious. Some people here still had noble values. Jason would undoubtedly prefer to let them go so that those who still had nobility in their hearts, or pretended to, could learn from their mistakes. But this was definitely not the time to experiment and waste time with these foolish games, so he would solve this problem quietly, without anyone except the leaders knowing. No, this should be a decision we all accept, Morgan said with a nervous look. Looking at Morgan, who was still struggling internally, Jason could immediately tell that he didn't agree with these decisions and, if given the chance, would rather not kill anyone. But Jason paid no attention to these trivialities and made it clear that he would handle it fairly. Jason turned his head toward Shane and asked, Shane, Merle, you 2 probably have strong opinions on this matter, right? Huh? Shane looked at Jason, stunned. He didn't quite understand what the other was getting at. Merle grinned, his expression beaming. Of course. I've been feeling anxious about this. This group I'm part of is overcomplicating things for something so stupid that could be solved in a simple way. Sure, we could let them go and see if they survive outside the prison, but Thomas and Andrew should be able to stay with us. Shane's eyes lit up when he heard what Merle said, and he also understood the message he was trying to convey to everyone in the cafeteria. Jason glanced around and noticed that everyone was listening to the conversation. He slowly lowered his voice so that only a few could hear. Then, seeing that everyone was waiting for his words, he said, You and Shane should act normal. Talk to them after taking them out and see what they think. If they make a mistake, I'll personally take care of it once you bring them to me. After speaking, he made a gesture across his neck, just like Merle had done. His movement made Rick and the others understand a little more about what Jason meant. Jason was definitely someone decisive when it came to his enemies. When no one had a solution that could resolve everyone's doubts, Jason's method became the only option. Then, Jason sat down with the two of them and carefully discussed the plan. About half an hour later, the three of them had a strategy, and Shane and Merle left the cafeteria. At 1 a.m, in the cell where the prisoners were being held, Thomas, who was lying on the bed, was tossing and turning. The words of the man who seemed to be the group's leader before leaving were still echoing in his mind. He knew very well that once they found out he and Andrew were murderers, the situation they would face would be dire. Damn it! Suddenly, Thomas heard 2 soft knocks on the cell door. He lifted his head cautiously and could only see a figure standing in the shadows outside. Startled, he couldn't help but growl in a low voice, "Who's there?" "Shut up, you idiot! Don't make a sound. Come here, quick." Thomas hesitated. The figure's deep, raspy voice sent a chill down his spine, but his curiosity still led him toward the door. He slowly walked toward it, and the dark figure moved slightly closer. Thomas could now see this person more clearly and immediately recognized him. He was one of the men who had stood behind the group's leader in the cafeteria. One was a white man, and there was another person beside him, but it was too dark for Thomas to see them clearly. "What's going on, buddy?" Thomas asked tentatively. He really couldn't think of any reason why the other party would stay awake in the middle of the night just to find him. Hey, kid, do you want to live or die?" This person was, of course, Merle. At that moment, he was dressed in dark clothing and looked at Thomas in the cell with a playful expression. Thomas was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly realized that this might be his lifeline, but he still asked cautiously, "What do you mean?" Merle's tone became a little impatient. "My time is limited. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving. Let me remind you, your case has already been decided by that idiot leading these people. Do you really think they'll let a murderer go free? Ha ha ha, what a fucking joke." After hearing Merle's last words, Thomas finally realized the gravity of the situation, and without thinking further, he walked to the edge of the door and asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying you want to rescue me?" "Why?" Suddenly, Thomas heard the man beside him whisper, "Come on, Merle, this guy's an idiot. Are the two of us enough?" Merle sneered, and an indifferent voice reached Thomas's ears. "Forget it. At first, we planned to take you before we left this place, but we didn't expect things to turn out like this." After Merle finished speaking, he turned around, about to leave, but Thomas grabbed onto his clothing through the door. "What? Having second thoughts?" Merle, feeling the tug on his clothes, stopped moving and turned back to look at Thomas. "Get me out. You won't regret it. I know the prison. I know exactly where to go. Once we get out of here, the more people we have, the better our chances, right?" Merle stared at Thomas for a moment, then turned and whispered something to the man behind him. Then he told Thomas, "All right, but listen carefully, we don't need cowards. You better not be one. Otherwise, you don't want to know the consequences, got it?" Thomas quickly nodded. From his perspective, the situation was clear. These two were unhappy with some things in their group and were planning to leave. They were afraid that the rest of the group would find out, so they chose the perfect moment, deep into the night, to escape. Thomas could guess that there would be very few people outside, but even so, 2 weren't enough to handle the situation, which was why they came looking for him to escape together. Deep down, Thomas secretly despised both of them and intended to escape on his own once they were out of there. "Let's go." Merle opened Thomas's cell door and made a quiet sound. Thomas quickly stepped out, patted his chest, and said, "I'm Thomas." "Who are you?" "Merle." "This is Shane." "Stop wasting time, let's go." Merle said impatiently. "Wait, let's take Andrew with us. He's strong too, he could be useful." Thomas stopped them before they could leave and pointed at the cell door next to his. "Are you kidding? I could crush that little runt with one hand. Is he really useful?" Shane asked Thomas angrily. His reaction made Shane next to him grow even more impatient. Thomas cursed these 2 idiots internally when he realized that the chances of getting out and using them in the process were high. Still, he explained carefully, even though he's short, he's very agile and can solve many problems we might encounter. With him on our side, no one will have to go out and do the most dangerous tasks alone. Damn it, hurry up, don't wake the others. Impatiently, Merle handed Thomas a set of keys and started looking around as if he were a fugitive. Looking to the side, Shane's gaze was somewhat unnatural. He didn't know if going through so much trouble for this was really worth it. Could they truly judge these two murderers who, for now, were only trying to save themselves? He would have preferred to simply put a bullet in their heads and be done with it, but not everyone shared his thoughts, nor did Jason. Aside from the soldiers who made up a large part of the group and only listened to Jason, the vast majority, which was growing larger by the day, were just ordinary people who still wanted to preserve their humanity. That was why they were having these problems. If they wanted to be strong, great, and united, they had to cater to the weak. Looking at the keys in Merle's hands, Thomas hesitated for a moment before taking them and unlocking the cell where Andrew was resting. It didn't take long for him to open the door and step inside quietly to wake the other man. Andrew, who was sleeping at the moment, suddenly felt someone hitting him and then covering his mouth. Startled, he woke up instantly and desperately tried to break free without seeing who was holding him. When he opened his eyes and was about to scream, he realized that the best possible thing had happened. His friend Thomas was standing in front of him, with his index finger pressed against his lips in a gesture of silence, while his other hand covered his mouth. Thomas removed his hand, signaling Andrew to follow him. As soon as he stepped out of the cell, Andrew saw two strangers standing next to Thomas, likely from the group that had imprisoned them today. But before he could ask anything, Thomas pulled him aside and whispered in a very low voice, "Don't do anything stupid. These two saved me. We need to get out of here first, and then we'll explain everything." After speaking, Merle motioned for the two to follow him, and then walked toward the other side of the unit. Under Merle's guidance, they easily avoided the guards patrolling the prison at night and reached the gate, but they saw a figure standing on top of a modified RV parked by the entrance. Instinctively, they quickly dropped to the ground. Fortunately, it was midnight, and visibility was poor, even for those keeping watch. Under the moonlight, they could vaguely make out the general outline of the person on the roof. "It's Daryl. I'll take care of him. Don't move." Merle pulled a silenced pistol from his waist and fired at the figure on the vehicle's roof. Bang! With the sound of a suppressed gunshot, Daryl, who was standing on the RV's roof, fell with a dull thud. Thud! Merle signaled, and the four of them walked toward the prison gate without hesitation. Shane fully opened the gate, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. "Hey, don't close the door. Let's go." Thomas and Andrew had no idea that, just as they disappeared into the woods, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the RV, holding a crossbow. Walking toward the gate and closing it, Daryl spat in the direction of the fleeing men, cursing under his breath, "You two bastards, you deserve it." Deep in the forest, Shane and Merle, along with the prisoners, ran until they reached a slightly open area. They slowed down and stopped, turning to look at the two who had followed them closely. "Damn, that was crazy. We'll definitely get revenge on those bastards for treating us like trash." Andrew shouted, panting heavily. "Our time for revenge will come, but for now, we need to find shelter," Thomas said, a cold smile on his face as he looked at Merle. "Friends, I will be eternally grateful for your help today." "Ha ha ha. If I were you, I wouldn't be so quick to be grateful." Merle chuckled as he turned and switched on a lamp. Originally, these two were supposed to be killed without much effort, but they needed to confirm their true intentions once they left the prison. Hearing Andrew's and Thomas's words, Shane no longer hesitated. "What's going on?" Thomas felt that something was off, so he slowly took a step back. But before he could move any further, a deep voice spoke from behind him, sending a strange chill down his spine. "I'm definitely a very fair man, aren't I?" Thomas and Andrew turned around. Under the harsh beam of the flashlight, they saw a figure in a black tactical uniform stepping out from between the trees. Surrounding them were men holding assault rifles, Jason's soldiers, men willing to do anything and who followed orders without question. When the prisoners saw Jason approaching calmly, Andrew immediately shouted, trying to understand the situation, "What the hell is this?" Jason's appearance triggered a flood of thoughts in the prisoners' minds, making them realize that everything had been a trap. That was why they immediately tried to figure out what he was after with this childish game. Hearing their words, Jason stopped speaking, turned his head, and looked at the two men whose expressions were now full of terror. Ignoring their fear, he walked closer. Ignoring the others, Thomas glared at Jason angrily. He took a deep breath, trying to control his fury. Then, with a new expression, he focused on the man who had caused them so much trouble and was now slowly approaching. He asked, "You're going to kill us, aren't you? Damn it. I never thought you'd toy with my life right before killing me." Andrew then looked at the weapon in Jason's hands and asked, "Why are you doing this to us? We've never done anything to you. We could be useful to you. Why kill us?" "The only reason you're still alive, and why we're having this conversation, is because I'm a fair man. I ordered your deaths, but believe me, I thought about it a lot, and I concluded that since I ordered it, I should be the one to do it." Looking directly at Thomas and Andrew, Jason holstered his gun and pulled out two knives, throwing them to the ground near them. Even if he was determined to get rid of his enemies, he would be fair to them. As he said this, he drew a knife and looked at them. "Come on, if you manage to take me down, you can leave this place safely. Don't look at the soldiers. They won't do anything to you. You'll have that privilege. You're looking at us like we're idiots. I'm going to kill you, you arrogant son of a bitch." Thomas and Andrew picked up the knives that had been thrown at them, both moving toward Jason with murderous eyes. Even if they died, they wanted to make sure they took Jason down with them. All this time, these two criminals had lived their lives feeling superior and acting above everyone else who had once lived honorably. Now that someone else had arrived and was looking at them as if they were trash, an irreversible anger grew within them. Thomas and Andrew exchanged a glance, silently communicating something. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone held their breath slightly. Seeing this explosive scene, their faces were filled with adrenaline, eager to cut down the person in front of them. Shane and Merle stood not far away with flashlights in hand, watching closely like the other soldiers to ensure no walkers approached before Jason took care of these two men. Jason smiled slightly, gripping the knife tightly as he prepared to face them. He didn't know how, but he had complete confidence in his abilities. "I will judge all your sins." In the end, it was Andrew who took the initiative. Now that he knew they were going to be killed, they should at least leave a mark on these people. Even if the other side was armed, he had to try to land a hit. "Die, bastard!" With a loud roar, Andrew raised the knife in his hands and charged at Jason. At the same time, Thomas hesitated for a moment before also rushing forward. Seeing the two of them running in his direction, Jason showed no expression of fear. Instead, he raised his knife and slowly stepped forward. Thomas and Andrew had taken lives before. Both were experienced in the feeling of kill or be killed. But so was Jason, and he had far more experience in doing so. In an instant, Jason extended his left hand and struck Thomas in the neck before he even had a chance to stab him. Andrew, seeing this, swung his knife forward. The blade neared Jason's throat, attempting to end him with a single slash. But these prisoners had no real combat experience. They all relied on brute strength and their knives to attack. None of them were a real threat in Jason's eyes. He had trained to become a killing machine. Quickly, Jason changed the rhythm of his movements. After dodging Andrew's attack, he pulled back his left hand while his right, gripping the knife, slashed 3 times in rapid succession across Andrew's chest. Before Andrew even realized it was the end for him, Jason jumped back and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The force sent Andrew flying backward. In just an instant, Jason had eliminated one opponent. "The first one's out," Jason murmured coldly. Turning his gaze toward Thomas, who was struggling to catch his breath, Jason casually walked in his direction. Thomas looked at Jason and said, "Buddy, please, let me go." Seeing this, Jason's expression showed clear surprise. He had thought that in a fair fight, the other side would face him until the very end. But his thoughts weren't far from the truth, because Thomas's next move made his previous words meaningless. "Shoo!" In an instant, Thomas moved his hand toward Jason, attempting once again to stab him. But before he could strike again, a fist came flying toward his face, leaving him no choice but to close his eyes. Crack! Swinging his fist, Jason looked down at Thomas, who was now half unconscious on the ground. He sheathed his knife, took a few steps toward Thomas, leaned down, and twisted his neck in one swift motion. Then, Merle and Shane approached Jason. That was quick. Let's get out of here before my legs freeze off, Merle said. We need to make sure they don't turn into walkers, Jason murmured as the soldiers around them approached with makeshift wooden stretchers. I'll take care of it. Shane stepped up to the two corpses and shot them both in the head. Bang! Bang! Bury them. If we leave the bodies outside, we'll get sick. Understood, boss. After about 10 minutes, Jason and the others returned to the prison gate. Daryl opened the door for them. He really wanted to say something, but when they arrived, he didn't know what. Brother, are you okay? I really thought I shot you back there. Ha ha ha. Merle's love for his brother was real, though he never showed it openly. But Daryl knew his brother would give his life for him at any moment. Get inside and stop talking nonsense. Daryl gave his brother a look of annoyance, but, in the end, didn't ask anything. Good job, guys. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a busy day, Jason said as he walked away. You two can show your affection later. I'm going back to sleep. I'm exhausted. Shane rubbed his face and headed inside the prison. You three tired already? I could kill dozens more walkers. Let's go clear the outside. Ha ha ha. Merle, now standing there alone, mocked sarcastically, but when he saw that everyone ignored him, he got bored and walked off to his bed as well. Early the next morning, after 2 long days of deep cleaning and repairs inside the prison, everything was finally set up thanks to the joint effort of dozens of people. Of course, all the walkers were moved to a location near the prison and stacked on top of each other to be burned, depending on their condition. The people had just heard Jason say that the bodies of the walkers should not be moved for now, and some should be left at the edge of an open space, while the rest should not be burned as long as they remain stacked. Nothing else should be done for the moment. No one understood the meaning behind Jason's actions, but they were used to their leader's mysterious ways, so they didn't question it too much and simply followed orders. At that moment, Axel, Tiny, and Oscar had already arrived at the main plaza, looking around at the familiar yet strangely unfamiliar surroundings. They walked back and forth deep in thought. Moreover, when they woke up this morning, they discovered that out of the 5 original reports, only 3 remained. Thomas and Andrew had left, leaving only 2 open cells, which made them very nervous. When they were brought here, everyone thought it was finally their time to be executed by this strange group of people. However, so far, they had only been taken outside for some fresh air before being put back in their cells. Jason knew that it was highly unlikely that any of these 3 would betray him, but he couldn't impose his own will on everyone else's thoughts. If the 3 of them could easily join the team, just like that, the people in the community would inevitably have complaints about the situation. Therefore, they would remain under observation, getting familiar with everything happening in this place. Later, they would be forced to make decisions in times of crisis, and their fate would ultimately be determined by the choices they made. But Jason wouldn't be the one in charge of that test, because today the first shipment of resources from the CDC, led by Tommy and a Special Forces squad, was set to arrive. According to the plan, Tommy would arrive today with resources and a large number of people tasked with moving everything according to its classification. When it came to relocating people, a round trip in a single day was enough to gather everyone at the site. However, since this operation involved the transfer of equipment and resources, the entire process would take several days. Over the next few days, Jason needed to be involved in the entire operation and couldn't afford any mistakes. Just as they were about to check on a few more things, a shout came from below, calling out to him. "Sir, the resources have arrived." "I'm coming down now," Jason shouted from the top of a watchtower. On the road leading to the prison, a large convoy of cars, trucks, and tanks sped toward them, quickly coming to a stop at the prison gates. Tommy stepped out of a truck and looked at the vast space that would now serve as the community's refuge. This place was definitely much safer to defend and would serve as a starting point for everything Jason wanted to accomplish in the future. The people nearby quickly approached to greet them, while Rick looked at the large trucks with excitement, knowing that everything was finally coming together. Just look at those beauties. No one's gonna dare take this place from us. Ha 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 ha. Merle said, grinning at the tanks and Humvees with mounted machine guns in the convoy. Definitely. We can protect this place with that level of firepower, T-Dog added with a smile. The massive prison could easily accommodate the large trucks inside. Even in the open field, there was enough space for numerous vehicles without feeling cramped, not to mention the outdoor gym and sports courts. You took longer than I expected. How's the situation at the CDC? Jason asked as he approached with a slight smile. Boss, the place is calm with security in the hands of Sam and Billy. I thought it would take you longer to clean up this massive place, Tommy replied with a grin. Jason put a lot of pressure on us to get it done, Rick added as he stepped closer. How are the people at the CDC? Everyone's fine. Originally, we were going to transfer more people, but it was decided that would happen on the second trip. For now, we brought the most important resources in this first shipment, Tommy explained, watching as the trucks made their way inside the prison. That's something we'll have to deal with later. Jason looked into the distance, feeling more at ease with Tommy's arrival and the tanks reinforcing the prison security. What we're waiting for now is your next move. Even though we've moved the most essential resources, we still need to figure out what comes next. Hearing Jason's words, Tommy smiled wryly. He hadn't had the chance to fully understand Jason's plans before moving out to this location. Well, let's not waste time. We need to start unloading the resources from the trucks and prepare for the next trip. Jason said firmly. There's a lot to do, and that included dealing with the walkers that would soon be leaving the urban areas. I want you and the people you brought to start guarding the watchtowers around the prison. Set up the machine guns and make sure there's enough ammunition for them. It's not necessary right now, but it's something we need to be ready for. Once the resources are unloaded, review the list of areas inside the prison and assign functions to each one. Without wasting time, the large crates of supplies were unloaded from the trucks and transported into the prison one by one. With Tommy's help, security was expanded, guards were placed in the watchtowers, and the interior of the prison was classified as the resources were moved inside. Early this morning, half of the personnel had gathered in the recreational yard. Jason was about to announce the next steps. It's been a busy few days. The CDC's resources have started moving to the prison, so there's a lot more work ahead. Tommy and Shane will stay here to secure and organize everything in the prison. We're leaving, but most of you will remain to maintain security. We'll stay in contact, and don't forget to coordinate with Shane and Tommy if you have any questions. Leaving most of the group behind to protect the prison, Jason led the rest toward the CDC for another major resource transport. The emptied trucks were also driven back to the CDC to be refilled with the remaining supplies and to begin relocating people. As all of this unfolded, Jason thought about his next steps and how to make the most of the situation. The distance between the prison and the CDC wasn't too great, but this transfer involved more than just moving people and equipment. Jason divided the 20-person team into several groups. The prison had been occupied and cleaned by his people, so all the resources Jason had gathered needed to be moved as soon as possible. After all, his next plans required far more supplies than he currently had. First, survival supplies, weapons, and ammunition left at the CDC had to be completely transferred. Then, there were caches of resources left in certain locations around Atlanta that hadn't been taken when the world first fell apart. These stockpiles contained heavy weapons and essential supplies that could not be left behind. Right now, walkers were leaving the city and spreading into the surrounding areas. Considering that the number of walkers in the urban zones had significantly decreased, that made this the perfect time to enter the city. If they delayed, many trapped survivors would die, and countless supplies would be lost. This was also an ideal time to gather any remaining survivors. Their community was small, barely 200 people, while the prison could hold more than 550. Their work was far from over. A community this small would inevitably be crushed by larger groups. At this moment, it could be said that Jason's plans for the future after the fall of the world's governments had been set in motion. Not only had he ensured survival, but he had also surpassed all expectations regarding how far he could go. Now, he would simply follow the course of his plans, only on a much larger scale. On the way back to the city, Jason glanced at the truck's rearview mirror and saw the large convoy of vehicles and trucks moving swiftly along the road, which had been cleared beforehand to ensure easy access. The issue of the road being blocked by cars had been resolved long ago, and a path had been prepared, leading from the CDC to the main highway that connected to the prison. Knowing what the future held, Jason's objective was not only to take over the prison, but also to find more survivors to increase the numbers in his community. His idea was to use the prison instead of the CDC facilities as a starting point and, from there, continue to expand. In the future, communities would face major catastrophes due to their lack of resources to sustain thousands of people. What Jason had secured now was a starting point where he could expand his territory into fertile lands, which he would use to create large agricultural zones, ensuring the future of hundreds of thousands of people. The last thing he wanted to do was condemn hundreds of thousands of people to starvation. That was also why he wanted to leave the urban area as soon as possible. There was no future in the cities. Food would spoil before it was completely consumed by the survivors still struggling to hold on. This was why Jason could now afford to expand the ranks of guards and soldiers under his command, creating more safe zones for humans. In a new world where walkers could be found everywhere, no one could survive alone, not even someone like him. That was why growing the small SCD community was the most important task in the early days of the world's collapse. Jason knew he couldn't focus on just one place if he wanted to go far. Luck and timely encounters would allow a person to obtain valuable things in these times, and the final winner would be the one with the biggest shield. Transferring the remaining people from the CDC to the prison was a simple task. According to reports, everyone at the CDC, under Sam's supervision, had made preparations for the continuous transfer of resources and personnel. The most time-consuming part had been clearing out the congested vehicles along the road. If some roads were clear, others would inevitably be packed with abandoned cars. Tommy and the group that had arrived at the prison had opened up a barely passable route. If there were too many walkers, that path had to be avoided, meaning the coming days would require more stable road conditions. The large convoy of trucks moved quickly along the highway, though they had to stop occasionally. Even though the modified RV was leading the way, there were areas where it was best to get out and eliminate the nearby walkers. At the very least, most of the obstacles along the way could be dealt with by force. Finally, at around 3 in the afternoon, a group of people arrived at the CDC parking lot. Sam and the other soldiers Jason was very familiar with greeted him, and all the survivors began loading the pre-prepared supplies onto the trucks. Fortunately, the CDC had good trucks and emergency vehicles. Food, medicine, and weapons were the eternal necessities in the apocalypse and the most valuable assets for the future. The transfer operation was proceeding in an orderly manner, while Jason led a group of 10 people to leave the CDC as soon as possible. Jason dragged poor Rick into the car before he even had a chance to greet his wife and son. This time, they were driving 2 all-terrain Humvees without mounted machine guns. These vehicles could easily transport 7 people each along the road outside Atlanta. In the passenger seat, Jason held a map marked with numerous crossed-out circles and others left untouched, with notes beside them. These were temporary military camps Jason had seen when Operation Cobalt was declared. However, their current destination was not just any place on the map. It was a large construction company located on the outskirts of the city. This construction company, called USA, had many branches across the country. Of course, Jason hadn't come here to discuss business. He was interested in the large transport vehicles parked in the company's lot. Although there were only a few walkers along the way, they still chose to clear them out. Since they weren't driving a modified RV, they couldn't afford to waste ammunition and time dealing with those walkers later. Before long, they reached their destination without issue and spotted the fenced gate from a distance. However, the vehicles had no intention of slowing down at all and crashed into the walkers in their path. Without stopping in the front yard, The pair of Humvees drove straight to the back parking lot. The lot was divided into two sections, one for the company's employees and the other for a large number of engineering trucks. Jason pointed toward the area where the engineering vehicles were parked, and everyone got out. As they gazed at the massive machines around them, their excitement was evident. They quickly located their main target, 3 oversized trucks. Jason and the others approached the vehicles and easily opened the doors. Jason wasn't sure if this was just good timing because he was accompanied by several important people like Rick and the others, or if it was just pure luck, but he quickly found the keys tucked into the sun visor. The 3 trucks were quickly selected, and Jason checked that the fuel tanks were... Jason had prepared 3 experienced drivers to move the trucks, positioning them in the middle of the lot. Due to the loud engine noises, walkers began to gather on both sides. "Take out the walkers. Don't let them get close," Jason ordered as he ran towards several cars nearby. "Yes, sir." About half an hour later, more than a dozen people left the construction company in 6 highly specialized trucks. They split into 2 groups, and upon reaching the road, a crane and 2 dump trucks left the construction site, heading toward the prison. Meanwhile, Jason himself drove another massive truck toward Atlanta. Several construction machines, excavators, bulldozers, loaders, and a series of construction vehicles followed the large trucks. But why did Jason lead all these people with these trucks toward the city? To transport tanks and helicopters, if possible. Of course, Jason had seen more than 1 tank and a military helicopter long before the end of the world. He wasn't blindly searching. At the very least, he was certain that there were still 2 tanks and a helicopter that had not yet been recovered. However, he was also facing another ongoing problem in the community: fuel for the tanks he already had. The aviation kerosene needed for the helicopter wasn't available everywhere and was difficult to obtain. Without fuel, it didn't matter whether he had a helicopter or not. It would be nothing more than decoration. But if Jason didn't focus on those concerns for now, there should be a way to solve the fuel problem later. The important thing was to find a military base, but that would happen in due time. First, he would concentrate on securing those toys, and then think about everything else. After switching to a truck, there was no need to worry about the walkers on the road. The massive body of the truck made driving feel just a little shaky. After driving the highway for about 20 minutes, Jason turned at an intersection, the same road he had taken when he first arrived in downtown Atlanta. "We're not far from the location. Keep your spirits high. You need to watch out not only for walkers, but also for any survivors in the surrounding buildings." "Understood, sir." This time, Jason had brought half of the most experienced group, soldiers and former soldiers, for this rescue and recovery mission. As he drove, Jason's hands skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, and the massive truck moved under his control, weaving left and right through the crowded road filled with abandoned cars. The familiar side of the street came into view: the mall, the road. It was the very mall where they had been trapped at the beginning. Although the number of walkers on the road had decreased significantly, there were still hundreds of them. At that moment, they heard the roar of the enormous truck's engine, and all the walkers began gathering toward them. Elimination operation. Take down all those walkers, and don't forget to use silencers. Conserve ammunition and make precise shots. After giving the orders, Jason jumped out of the truck from the back. "Yes, Captain. I've got you covered, Jason." Rick, the co-pilot, pulled out a silenced pistol and shouted to Jason from the side.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.